Hello, welcome to Magic Mythal Tomb of Annihilation, our 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons campaign. Session number... oh crap. 5? 5. We live stream our game every Sunday, starting at 4 p.m. here on Twitch. You can catch up on our weekly sessions as well on YouTube, youtube.com/pinwarp. My name is Corey, or Pinwarp2. I will be running the game as DM, and I'm joined by my players, Andre, who's playing Aelan, the ASMR Monk, Liz playing Archie, ASMR Wizard, Brad playing Baz, a Loxodon Fighter, Ryan playing Blackwind, Half-Orc Ranger, and John playing Jonah, Gnome Artificer. And we will jump into our recap. Last session on Magic Mythal, you guys had spent a lot of time just kind of talking with NPCs and learning quite a bit of information about the port and about... you actually learned a fair bit about the continent as well. You managed to get some maps that would allow you to see the coastline. Archie copied Tuttletome's map, so now you have a good idea of the coastlines of Chult and how big the continent is overall. You went to the Temple of Savris, talked with Grandfather Zatembe and his granddaughter Inette, and you discovered that Inette was having the same visions as Blackwind has been having, or at least very similar. Not exactly the same, but very similar. Blackwind's had a bit more information in regards to this malevolent being, or whatever it is, that he's been seeing in his visions, that Inette has not been seeing. But the ruins in the visions points in a similar direction, and Inette and Grandfather Zatembe, after meditating on it, he believes that this might have something to do with the death curse that's been afflicting people. And he asked if you would look after his granddaughter as she makes her way towards the Aldani Basin, which is quite a bit to the south along the River Soshinstar. Or I should say the River Soshinstar kind of begins at the Aldani Basin. So you agreed, and Grandfather Zatembe gave you guys a little bit of gold to help with some expenses and planning the trip. You're not leaving right away, but Inette is eager to go. You guys also encountered a few other people in the town. You encountered a red wizard. You're not sure much about him, but his name was Theos. And he was also looking for maps and artifacts in relation to the Omuan Society. You witnessed a strange ritual by the followers of Sokola, the shark god. You're not sure exactly what they were doing, but they performed some sort of ritual at that shark fountain. Didn't seem to have any negative effect or wasn't hostile, so you didn't intervene or anything. What else? You also, at Carter Tuttletome's place, some of you met a young woman named Zandala. Aelin freaked her out by being very vague, but obviously giving away the fact that he knew what she was looking for, but didn't tell her why. So she kind of was confused and a little taken aback and left in a hurry. What else? What else happened? Anything major? Some stuff?
You already mentioned the Red Wizard of Thay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
The NPC that we recruited had a bad day.
Yeah,
Had a bit of an accident.
Oh, yes. Sanuya was found dead and hanging from the Tariki gate.
She had an accident.
and we have a note to go and see one of the dude.
Clevin.
Although
the house of
only two of us know about the NPC.
House of Pain.
Yeah. So you guys right now it's kind of... I think it's still before noon, isn't it? I think so.
Yeah, it's pretty early. Went first thing in the morning, so depending on how long the meeting took, and then Archie and Aelin buggered off for a little bit. But
yeah. And we find our party right now just outside the Temple of Savris. Just you guys, the 5 of you. Where Aelin and Archie have made their way back up from Tuttletomes after their encounter with Zandala. And I believe, Jonah, you told someone about Sanuya? Who?
Only Aelin.
Only Aelin, yeah. Okay. So here you are, the 5 of you, standing outside the stairs leading up to the Temple of Savris, deciding on your next move.
Baz!
Yes. Hi. Hello.
As we walk up, Archie. So we're Baz, we found some stuff out.
Oh. Did you find out what Grumtos are? I'm still so confused.
I don't think we really want to know what they are.
You ate one.
Yeah, I think the fact that you ate one, I think you're better off not knowing what it was.
I
It could have been a gnome toe for all you know.
maybe. I just don't get it. I don't get it. What's the point? It's terrible.
It could be maybe one of the corpses that we killed and they just harvested the toes. Ew.
I just turn back to Aelin and she'd be like, should we tell him here or wait?
I don't see any reason why we shouldn't tell you now. We ran into someone we think you're looking for, Zandala, at Tuttletomes. She's staying at Kyra's House of Repose right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, jeez. Wow.
Aelin freaked her out a little. Vague. We
Well,
didn't want her to know that we knew somebody
no,
was looking for her, but yeah, she's staying at that.
she seems to be looking for the other person you're looking for, Artis, I think. That's what tipped me off, but I didn't want to tell her that you were doing the same thing because I didn't know if that was something we should be telling strangers, but I told her to watch out for the halfling and the tabaxi that we ran into that also seemed to be looking for
that was smart.
Your mutual friend.
I'll be honest. Up until yesterday, I didn't really think that he, AC,
Sure.
was going to be, like a sought after person or, someone that, nefarious folks would be interested in. That kind of changed my perspective a little bit, thinking maybe this guy might be a bit hard to find. So knowing that Mythal's actually here, I assumed she was probably, maybe in the jungle by now. That's great news. I'll definitely go chat with her.
Yeah, she was there looking at maps, so it might be something she's potentially going to be doing. So, yeah, you might want to talk to her sooner rather than later.
Absolutely.
How do you know these people?
Oh, I don't know either. This was, I guess you could call it a mission to a degree from Syndra. She on her deathbed, she told me that I should come here and follow Zandala, and that we're supposed to find this AC.
Well, I guess that'll give you a good introduction.
Absolutely, yeah. This is wonderful. Thank you.
It was all Aelin. I totally didn't recognize him, but he did.
Aelin,
All luck.
you are the smartest man I've ever met. That's not really true, but I'm trying to, come up with something really nice to say right now. Did that work?
I mean, I agree. I don't think that's accurate, but thank you.
Well, as long as it made you feel good.
I'll get back to you.
What did you find out anything else, or was that it?
Yeah, I mean, I was returning my map. good.
Nice.
Yeah, he seemed impressed.
What I saw, yeah.
He said it was pretty good. So I might ask him for some tips.
Yeah.
If I have some time, just to. He seemed interested. Maybe.
Maybe
don't know.
he'd.
I mean, he might not. He might not want to. He's a little kooky, but I like him.
Well, I mean, he did seem a bit kooky, but you know, sometimes kooky's not so bad. I'm a bit kooky sometimes.
It's nice to have a fellow map maker actually say that my map was okay. Yeah, some nice validation
Definitely. You know, like
for my work.
there's
not a lot to compare it to here.
it's like when it comes to cooking, you know, it's hard to become a you know, really good or great at your craft if you're the best person at it that you know.
I'm okay with that as long as what
it's-
I'm doing is good. But if I have no way of knowing if it's good, that's where the problem
Sure.
is, right? At least if you're cooking, people have to taste it and they know, right?
Well,
Instant validation.
of course, but you know, if you're surrounded by people that you know don't really have you know that much of a, to put it lightly, a dignified palate, it can be, I guess, easy to impress sometimes. But
What do you mean?
Nothing. Nothing. But when you're talking to, say, you know, a trained professional chef, you know, someone that's been, you know, around and knows, they're the ones that are going to give you the you know the real hard truth. And
Sure.
and that's, you know, I had a couple of those back in my hometown, and I learned everything that I know from them.
Where are you from again?
The Shar,
The Shar.
that's right.
Have I heard of the Shar? Was
I
that
don't
a
know.
common?
Have you?
Is that like a common knowledge? I guess is my sort of like.
I don't even know as a DM what the hell that is, so probably not.
No.
You can
Shar
take,
is
you can make a roll and see if you know.
It is a region of fairy.
Nope. Cool.
It's somewhere.
Somewhere out there.
I
want to see if
I still have not named
Okay.
and
Ooh.
I was gonna.
to the actual
Well,
town.
and I was
everything
going
yet.
to ask, I'm like, how much? So Archie would want to know about this, but how much can I ask? If you don't know, I'm not going to go.
I know, like I know the region and the general vicinity of the actual like location in the world on the map, but I wanted to come up with like a whole city and stuff.
Yeah,
I have not done yet.
So how about we start walking towards the weave of life, since that's where we had the guy was summoning us, and let's just say Archie and Baz are talking about your hometown as we go.
Sure, and there were you know it was mostly Loxodon. There were a handful of orcs and dwarves, but generally it was my clan, my tribe, and we built, you know, really massive structures of stone and all sorts of, you know, wondrous, you know, sculptures and pieces of art. And you know, we had a very vibrant trading community. I spent a lot of my life on merchant ships, actually. Traveling around, buying and selling spices and ingredients. And that's where I sort of learned my craft. And there's a bit of a tradition in my tribe of training how to fight and being good with a sword. And,
I went to school.
that's wonderful.
I went to school, she says.
That's all she's got.
Just so I know, which direction are you guys going? Are you going to go up through the Merchant's Ward or down through the Harbor Ward when you go towards the Weave of Life?
What do you guys think?
Well, weren't you guys interested in maybe popping into the Temple of Gond?
Yeah. Temple of Gond is there in the Harbor Ward. Temple of Sune is over here. You guys haven't been either. Otherwise, you go down the stairs and go through the Merchant's Ward or on this way.
It's so inconvenient that the only ways up to the 3rd tier are all the way at that end of the city. There's none of them down at the other end.
Well,
You can't like.
thankfully, we don't have to
Computer set.
physically walk there. We just extend our characters do it.
It still takes time.
Don't they have fast travel? That
I'm not in a rush.
technology hasn't been invented.
Yeah, I mean, if we're not rushing, Archie would potentially want to stop at the Temple of Dawn just to look for a few items, but she's not like, I need to do this right now. It's sort of
Curiosity.
Do we want to maybe go to the Weave first and then do the Temple of God and the other temple? Not the Temple of God. Yeah, the Temple of God
Sure.
and the
Temple of Sune.
Sune.
Sure.
We could do them both.
my concern is that his note might need us to do something because he said to come and see it. Right? So I think we
Well,
should.
let's go there first then. And I would say whatever the quickest route that we know of is, which might be the going through the Merchant's Ward.
So
Yeah.
sorry, you want to go to the Weave
Yeah.
first? Okay. So
We'll
the
probably go-
fastest way definitely is to go back down through the Merchant's Ward because these streets are not nearly as busy, and the busy harbor, going through that way and then through the Grand Souk and everything would probably be much more time intensive, whereas you can just kind of take this route back here.
Plus, we avoid a shark fountain going this way, which isn't always nice.
We could look for that sea monster.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't take you too long. Going down the stairs is obviously a little bit faster than going up, and then strolling through the Merchant's Ward, past the jewel market, past the various shops, and past that archaeological kind of roped off area, past the Gate of the Sun, and then finally making your way and find yourself probably about 11:30 in the morning. You find yourself standing in front of the Weave of Life, which is already open. There's a few people browsing around, and Clevin is behind the counter as you step into his shop. He greets you heartily.
Hello.
Everyone else is still outside.
Hello, Clevin. Good to see you.
He's like, yes, you as well. You got my note, did you? Or did you have something for me?
We got your note.
It's like, perfect, excellent. Yes, you'll be, I think, interested to know what I've discovered. And he's like, we're taking lunch, everyone out! And he pushes some people out of his shop. They're like, what? But I was gonna buy. He's like, come back after lunch. He's like, no, not you, Blackwind.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding.
And he kind of
kid.
hastily grabs like his racks of clothes and like shoves them into the door, closes them, flips his sign, locks the door, and he's like, come to the back. And moments later, flurry of fabrics and racks out of the way, you find yourself seated around those same plush couches in his back study room. And he is serving you wine and pastries.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Or some sort of kind of sweet punch anyways. It's not quite wine, but it's like guava. He explains it's guava juice.
Yeah.
And he sits down and says, yes, well, I reached out to a few of my contacts, and one of them came back saying that apparently he may have a lead on strange artifacts and such. So now I would like, if you are still interested, I would like for you to meet with this man and see what he knows. His name is Po, and he is a resident of the old city, just outside the gates to the north here, through the Gate of the Sun. Don't be alarmed by his appearance. He was ravaged by a pox when he was younger, so the locals refer to him as Pock Marked Po, but he knows a lot. He's a bit elderly, but he knows the ins and outs of the old city quite well, and and if he says he's got something for us, then I I definitely want to know what that is. So, if you wouldn't mind, you can find his hut. Just go north through the Gate of the Sun, just past the two ziggurats there, and take a left, and or just ask around. I'm sure anybody could point you in his direction. He's a fairly well-known figure in the old city, and see what he has for us. I myself, of course, I have to run my shop, and I'm not really in the mood to be traipsing outside the city walls. But Old City is safe enough. I wouldn't be too concerned out there.
Yeah, we haven't been there yet.
Would you say it's more or less safe than Malar's throat?
He's like, oh, more, definitely more safe. The old city is a residential district. Executioner's Run is there, so there's tends to be a fair bit of guards in the area, and on top of that, I mean, Malar's throat is a little rough and tumble, but no, I would say you'd be, capable folks like yourself would have nothing to fear in the old city. I'd stay away from the refuse pit, though. It's a nasty area, garbage and such. There's no reason to go there.
I feel like that means we're gonna go there.
Hidden treasures.
Foreshadowing on the nose.
Named.
We're gonna need you to dig through all this shit.
To find this needle.
It is also known as the Pit of Foreshadowing.
Well, that seems like a thing we can do.
Yeah.
And so he will on his map he will mark the location, not on his map, on your map of the city, since you've been keeping a very good map of the city.
Pock Marked Po doesn't seem like a very cool nickname. Seems a little bit on the nose.
I mean, yeah. So it's not far. It's just, I mean, the gate is right here, and the hut is just off. He said turn left just after the ziggurats, and you'll find his hut. So there it is, marked on your map.
Cool.
Great. I don't suppose you've been able to finish my commission, perhaps?
And he says, unfortunately, no, not yet. It is in the works, though. Shouldn't be much longer.
Very well.
You're also really
tell you what, go see what Poe wants, and come back maybe near the end of the day, and I'm sure that I can have it finished for you by then.
Wonderful.
Oh, I forgot to mark down.
There's a chicken in here.
He's like, again, goddamn, they always get through. Grabs a rooster,
dinner.
tosses it out the pantry window. And yeah, and he stands up and he's like, well, I'm sure that you have plenty to do and people to see. I won't keep you any longer. Just thought I'd let you know as soon as I knew something. As I said, I'm letting you know. So I would be very interested in knowing what you find out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hopefully he can help us out.
Because knowing is half of battle.
Let's get on up then.
And then he, I mean, unless you have anything else to say to him, he would kind of go back out and start opening up his doors and putting his racks back out and stuff again.
Second lunch. Or first lunch. Okay.
Finish my juice.
It is
So I
sweet.
guess we're close. Where are we close?
I sample the cookies and I don't know.
They're a little stale. They might be the same pastries he served you yesterday.
I'm going to
Were
mark
already
one.
a little bit yesterday, weren't they?
Yeah.
All right. What do you guys have? Did you want to just go see him?
I mean, I
Since
suppose
we're
Oh,
here.
we're right here.
we're already in
Yeah.
there.
I mean, unless we like to crisscross the city.
Spend all
What do
day
I
walking
mean?
from one end to the other.
Plus,
And
we
then
haven't
back.
seen the old city yet, so
And I'd like to get it done before dark.
yeah, that's a good call.
I mean,
If you're
it's only got the dump. What could possibly live there?
I think, yeah, it seems like a good idea if we're wandering outside the city. to do it as much of the day as possible.
Yeah,
Good
let's
call,
do the
Joe.
inside stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, well, let's do
easy.
that then.
All right. As you guys head north, you exit the Weave of Life and head north. It's a very quick 5-minute walk to the Gate of the Sun. There is... as you approach the Gate of the Sun, you can see that the gate, there's that large kind of like kind of tarnished bronze devil's face. It's more green now with age, facing towards you. And about a half dozen guards seem to be watching, mostly laborers it looks like, and craftspeople kind of moving wagons and things in and out from the old city. Beyond the gate, you can see those two great stone ziggurats. The lower levels built up with wooden structures, obscuring most of the lower levels, but the top levels, the stone juts out high above, and above the city walls as well. There is a fairly decently well-made kind of wooden bridge that connects the two. Above, right there. It kind of like arches above the street, and you can see people moving back and forth. It's only about halfway up on the ziggurats, though.
Okay.
And
Old age breezeway.
as you approach a male human, he's probably in his mid-50s or so, guard, kind of approaches you as you come next to the gate. He has very long, curly brown hair, a little bit of gray in the temples, and piercing blue eyes, rough, dark chocolate skin, about 5'8", pretty muscular, round face, and his beard he's got a beard that's kind of braided. A large tribal tattoo covers his left cheek, and then you can also see in his mostly bare chest a tiny tribal tattoo on his chest as well, above his heart. You can see hanging around his neck is a necklace that has that looks like a spoked wheel, which you've come to is the symbol of Gond. And as you step forward, he approaches you and he says, "Good day, strangers. I'm Sergeant Oliver Drake. I haven't seen you about here these parts before. Are you heading out into the jungle?"
Quick question. Who has better tattoos, him or Blackman?
Does Blackwind have tattoos right now?
Doesn't he? Oh, he did.
Have you tattooed yourself yet, Ryan? Or do you have tattoos already? Or is that
I
a
thought
work?
I turned that on, but I haven't really tattooed myself. The only one I've been thinking about having applied to me would be the dancing silhouette of a female with a sword with the full moon in the background. It's the symbol of his mother's god.
Tattoo from
Yeah,
earlier, or
whenever I picture Blackman, I picture him with tattoos on them.
I'm gonna add them slowly. They're just gonna be meaningful that develop with them.
Sure,
So,
we just were wondering
yeah.
if you had any currently.
So I didn't say specifically I had any at the moment. So, but if he is gonna get one here pretty quick, we just haven't had time because I don't think I could put it on my own neck or.
Yeah,
It'd be hard.
So the
But
answer
anyways.
is not Blackwind.
Not right now. Yeah. Well, I have a clean
tattoos
palette.
a lot better than Blackman.
Tribal's cheap, anyways. No.
Yes, hello, sir. Yeah, we are not currently heading out into the jungle. We're new to the city, and we're just wanting to check out Old City and
Get our bearings.
yeah.
he's like,
Hi, Archie.
he nods and he's like, "All right, no, that's fine. I just let you know if you've not been out here before, I mean, you won't find too much of use out here. It's mainly residential, but feel free to explore. Don't go too far. To the north," and he kind of points. You can't really see, other than like a little bit of like kind of wispy kind of white smoke, and like yellow, like rising from behind the ziggurat up into the sky. He says, just to the north there, there's the refuse pit. We throw all of our garbage and such in there. Stay away from the edge. It does get slick occasionally, and I'd hate to have to send a rescue team to haul you back out. But otherwise, it's relatively safe. And then he kind of points down, like, past, like, underneath the archways. He's like, past the beggar palaces, kind of indicating the 2 ziggurats. He says, you'll find Executioner's Run. If you're still around in about an hour or so, there's going to be, there's going to be an event, I've heard. So, if you want to take that in, feel free. You can see what happens to thieves and criminals here in the city.
Well, on the note of thieves and criminals, you seem very well informed. Is there anywhere you would suggest we avoid specifically, just to
Avoid getting caught.
No, bad.
I didn't. That's out of character. That's out of character.
Just as a general heads up, don't go there. Bad.
He's like, well, if you're looking to avoid criminals, I'd say avoid the Turiki anchorage and avoid Malar's throat.
Old City's pretty good. There's nothing we should.
He's like, as good as can be. The people here are mainly keep to themselves. Pretty peaceful lot overall. We don't have a lot of incidents here.
Excellent. My kind of place. Thank you.
He's like, but be back before sundown, yeah? It is outside the walls.
I just I compliment him on his tattoos and ask him if he did them anywhere specific or if it was just with self-commissioned or whatever.
Where'd you get your ink, man?
Sweet.
Yeah. Just because I haven't really looked into any tattoo places yet, so.
No, it's
He would nod and he's like, yes, I appreciate it. And he points to the one on his heart. He's like, this one represents my grandfather, and this points to his face. He's like, it means justice.
Yeah. Both noble.
He's like, if you're looking to get something done, there is a man. He works down out of the. I always get these two confused. Is it Market Ward? Yeah, Market Ward. He's got a shop just. It is a little confusing. Both start with M's. They're both wards. They both have mercantile names. But he says that there is just off the just south of the fort, but not quite as far south as the bathhouse. There is a tattoo shop where he would go to get his done. It's run by a man, Jeffrey Morningfall. He is a decently skilled artist. He's been around for about 16 years or so. So I got this one done just 3 summers ago.
Ryan.
Do they look like they were done by a decently skilled artist?
Do they look any good?
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, I mean, if just as far as like, I mean, you're not sure.
How does the line work?
Given that it's like kind of like these kind of tribal designs, you don't really have a reference to know what it's supposed to look like. But it I mean,
how's the ink retention? There's a lot of sun here. Does it still look pretty good? Or
you guys all tattoo like aficionados or something?
I mean,
is there any reason why?
on the inside.
No, I mean your characters, guys, your characters.
Well, I'm asking as a player, does it look like a decent job?
As a player, yes, it looks nice. But
Ryan, as the rest of the group, do we know that you're interested in tattoos and that's something that you do?
I got a tattoo set, yeah, so there's probably something that's come up at least a little bit.
When he's
Just
asking about
hasn't
it
been-
now.
Sure. I just wanted to know if that was something.
And he gives a nod of approval when he says that this one says for his grandfather or whatever. Ancestors. They bring you strength.
So does
He's-
justice.
And justice.
And in,
Noble.
I'm just adding the location to your map where it is.
I thank him for sharing.
Holy crap! What? Eh. There you go. It's on your map.
It's on it.
I just saw it appear like magic.
Poof. Cool. Yeah, I thank
As
him
far
for...
away from here as possible, almost.
All right, let's go there now.
Yeah. Anyways, he says, "Well, got some duties to attend to, so enjoy your time out in the old city, and like I said, be back before nightfall."
Thank you for your help.
And he kind of gives you guys a salute and kind of walks back into the guardhouse, sits down, kicks his feet up. I'm just kidding.
Does it seem like there's like a decent amount of traffic through this gate, or are we like the only people moving through it?
No, it's a fairly busy gate.
Is he approaching everybody, or did he kind of single us out?
He seemed to have kind of singled you guys out.
I think we stand out.
Well, I mean,
You look
I
like
wonder
we're-
why.
he probably, recognizes most everybody else and doesn't recognize us. So it's like, okay, we're
I think we're pretty motley as of a crew.
You
As
see
you
the
can,
regulars come through, and you have when you see a giant elephant man and the crew.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's an on-site, so we're kind of memorable. So with the whole tattoo thing, Ryan, Archie would mention to Blackwood that when she was at the map maker, she had asked about like good qualities and special inks, and he said that there is a place down in the market ward called the Dye Works where we could potentially get into that sort of thing. That could work for you too, maybe for if you. I don't know if you want to buy your inks or make your inks, but they could also have just like basic ingredients like young American and some mixture.
I think I could definitely get some leads on how to make my inks or
like mediums to suspend them in and stuff or something like that. Potentially, you might need something like that. I craft way too much and know way too many things about all this. It's just Liz. But I feel like Art know that too. Just like a basic
ink. I just start using writing ink. No.
They just mix some dirt and water
and from the rubbish pile.
You need a medium for the pigment to suspend in. Come on, guys.
If you say so.
Don't you make your own inks?
Actually, that's probably where most of what I'm going to be developing comes from, is the inks and the artwork as well.
That's
but
what I thought.
the inks are probably more of the important, but
yeah,
the image works as well too.
Well, the inks and the special special like needles and stuff would be like your materials, right? And then your artistry is another facet of it. So,
But just like how Archie is becoming friends with a potential person that could help them develop their skills. Yeah. Finding someone like that for you would be good too.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, that's a good lead on it.
I definitely could use a guiding hand and infusing inks.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
And and this is back in character. Yeah, Blackwind. If I know that you've mentioned that you've got some sort of base tattooing supplies. If you're ever looking for some
canvas,
I've got a lot of it, and I certainly mind.
Do you think if it turned out badly, I could figure out and learn magic to get to clear it off again?
I think overall, if I mess up, if there's an overall effect, it'll probably just not get the effect, but the artwork would be pre-applied, so you'd see the drawing first.
That's what I mean. I didn't like it.
Yeah, so I wouldn't tattoo something permanently that looked.
Yeah, you
like you're
just
like, although some art just turns bad.
Get
I
someone's
mean,
name and then you have a breakup.
Yeah.
Archie would legitimately be pondering this.
I think
whether
we actually kind of discussed
they
it.
have read about
make
any
make
sort
a
of spells or that
make
could
a make an Arcana check. Let's just see what.
That's okay.
Yeah, you're pretty sure that should be possible somehow. You probably don't know the exact like spell, but you're like, yeah. I mean, people can make like illusory script with magic and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure there must be a way to cover up stuff like that.
You always
I mean,
just
an
burn
alter
it off.
self, disguise self could obviously remove things like tattoos, and you can change your entire physical appearance with polymorph. So there's got to be a way to remove a tattoo with magic.
Permanent minor illusion on your arm.
I mean, I'm just thinking of like a permanent solution to like erase something or something.
Plus, I can also do the temporary tattoo, the ink. I forget what it's called right now. But
Henna.
The iron-on one,
I
the
can do that.
iron-on.
It lasts roughly a week. But if you like to have a temporary one that doesn't come with bubble gum,
Washes off in the rain.
eventually.
Tattoos are such a permanent.
Wow. I mean, you could burn it off, you could cut it off, you could sand it off.
Chop
Yeah,
off your arm.
It doesn't grow back.
Myself.
Well, that is technically what tattooing is.
I don't appreciate. Actually, she would appreciate the level of technical talk. Corrected.
A lot of tattoos can have history. People could tattoo their history onto themselves in some form or another. Symbology. Tell the story of a lovely lady.
So, you guys,
Anyway.
the hill. Just so you're aware, the streets kind of decline a little bit. Not steeply, but you're kind of walking slightly downhill as you pass these massive ziggurats and head on under this wooden archway. Just beyond the archway, there is a large, you estimate about 200 feet long, 50 feet wide, and about 15 foot deep, rectangular stone-lined pit. From the looks of things, there's various like carvings and things in the walls of the pit, which are also stone. And there's some faded markings along the ground, different like kind of like lines. They may be just at a cursory glance as you're walking up to like the edge of the pit here, which is roped off, by the way. It's got like little like obviously added later, kind of like fencing, essentially roping it off. And there's kind of like wooden what is it called? Like not bleachers. Yeah, I guess they're bleachers. Wooden like
Benches.
Yeah.
Sort of like stacked benches.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess they're I guess they're bleachers. I don't know if there's another word for them, but you know what I'm talking about, like multi-leveled seating.
Raised seating.
Yeah. Kind of lining both sides. And there's looks like some kind of a raised platform at the far end, although it's quite a bit of ways from you. It looks like it has like a couple, probably about like 5, like permanent, not thrones, but like fairly like raised up permanent seating up there, with like a little balcony. So on this end, however, there is kind of like a little, like the rope here has like a little hook that could be like drawn aside essentially to allow access, and there is some stone ladders kind of carved into the side here as well. And you can also see looking into the pit, so there's these markers. They are probably about every 10 feet or so. So maybe they're like distance markers or some sort of like measurement lines that are kind of like carved into the floor. By all accounts, anyone who is essentially if anyone's interested in like athletics and that kind of thing, you would probably recognize it as it maybe belong to some sort of like ball game or something. It could be used for. It's got like it's got like various like circles that could be like face-off circles kind of for various teams here and there. Because it's quite large, right? It's like 50 feet wide by 200 feet long. So I don't know how big is a football field?
110
Isn't it 300 feet?
Canadian or American?
Or
yards.
it's 100 yards.
It's 100
but it's
yards.
100 yards
in the
between
middle?
end zones.
Or is it 100 yards end to end?
I think it's end zone to end
120
zone.
end to end. The end zones are 10 yards.
Yeah, so
300, 400 feet long.
100 yards.
yeah. So this is probably a little bit smaller than like something like that, but it's definitely, the design of it looks like it could be. There's also kind of most of them are broken, but there's also like crude what looks like stone kind of hoops on the sides of the walls as well. So, but a lot of them are broken off.
From El Dorado.
And finally, down below in the pit. So yeah, it's 15 feet deep, the pit. There are various what looks like portcullises that lead off into like tunnels along both sides. Every probably about 25 feet or so, there's across from each other 2 little tunnels with like portcullises that are down currently, leading into tunnels underneath the street. Yeah, so that you see all this. As you're approaching, you can see that there's another bridge that kind of goes across the street to your left. But you assume there at one point there must have been like some sort of structure or ziggurat or something here, but it's all mainly like mainly collapsed and just like stone blocks, but the remains of a wall, but kind of large thick blocks, and there's like various buildings and like small shacks like built on top of the remains of this wall. And there's like a bridge that kind of slopes downwards from the large ziggurat up top, that you could like get, basically a way to get up there, with like some stones, probably like ladders or steps that you could get up onto that bridge to climb up to here kind of thing.
See, it looks like there might have been 4.
Yeah, maybe at some point there was some large structure here, but there's almost nothing left in this area.
Do the ziggurats, as we walked by, do they look super old?
Yeah, they're definitely the oldest structures you've seen in the city. Some sections of the walls and like this like dugout section here probably about the same era, and maybe the same as that sundial way over there.
Okay.
Does
But
it seem like they're... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, does it seem like they're setting stuff up in Executioner's Run? Like, are they in the process of
Is there anybody
together,
yet or
crowd
any-
gathering?
Yeah, there is. There's some, you can see small, essentially like hot dog stands, kind of being set up here and there. People kind of like sweeping and brushing the bleachers. A few people here and there. There is as well. There are some guards. There's probably on the street, like up and down. You probably just quick count. You probably count maybe like 10 or 15 guards.
I was talking about that. Yeah. I didn't realize I didn't whisper it, but I was just telling him what I could do for him, but he didn't have an idea. So I'm like, tasty on the lower back.
Very
Some reason I think Baz would just do it.
very
He's a
tasteful, not tasty.
Tasteful. But anyways, I was letting him know how, if he chooses
I
something.
feel like Baz would approach it the same way Brad would. Is like, if I don't have a specific idea,
Well,
I want to allow the artist to come up with whatever they think is appropriate.
Oh, maybe like some sort of like cooking fire, but like have like really cool like smoke, sort of.
And the smoke spells out pasty.
So, anyways, sorry about interrupting with
That's okay.
that. But anyways, oh yeah, I was just trying to inform him how the sizes and detail basically is main contributors to the difficulty.
Just to cap off that private conversation really quick. It can be small, it can be simple. Just like it was more of an offer of if you just need some skin and you want to just be like, okay, how does this work again? And you just want to make a circle. I don't care, whatever.
A target.
So go ahead.
Anyways, yeah.
It's all right. Yeah, and there's some people starting to gather, but not like a ton. But small kind of groups of people here and there, kind of claiming spots on various parts of the bleachers. Yeah. So, do you guys carry on, or do you stop for any reason, or?
I mean, he said about an hour.
It's interesting looking, but we got other things to take care of.
And then come back.
I would say we should continue on with what.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll miss our meeting.
Sure. Yeah, let's head down in this direction. And like once we get to where like the houses are, I'll probably see if there's somebody I can like ask for directions. Oh.
Okay.
To Mr. House.
Yeah, there definitely is. As you approach down that side street, it's mainly residential here. There's not really a lot of shops. Like there might be like the occasional like small like market stall kind of like selling like vegetables and things, but nothing like this an actual shop, kind of like a corner store kind of thing. But yeah, you can definitely get directions. People point you in the direction of a relatively disheveled hut. Many kind of like bamboo posts and with like banners and things are kind of out front in the yard, which is not fenced off, but it's kind of like there's a small kind of like circular stone border essentially kind of around. There's some small plots that are growing some kind of green leafy looking vegetables, and even as you approach, you can see that there are kind of small like trinkets and tapestries kind of decorating the outside of the hut. The hut itself looks fairly run down as far as like the construction, but it's kind of been like it's kind of like lipstick on a pig. Like he's put up like these like tapestries to kind of make it look a little bit better, and like hanging like wind chimes and things. But the main door is open. It's a very large open space. Looks like it might be like a double kind of swinging the gate, but it's propped open right now with some potted plants. And you can see beyond a kind of like circular room. It's just off the main entranceway. You can see it from the street. Inside there's like all these kind of like cushions and like a large circular carpet, kind of a woven like carpet covering the dirt floor. And there is a man in robes. He is kind of dusky skin, black hair. You can tell even from here that he is not as old as you thought, based on what Clevin said, but he's probably in his. It's hard to tell because of the scarring all over his face, but it looks like he's probably in his like mid 40s to like early 50s, so he's not like an old man. You can see he's got heavy scarring, like big like pock marks on his face and down his neck. You can also see on his arms. His left eye, it looks like he might be blind in it. It's got like heavy cataracts, and it's kind of like this milky white. His hands are kind of gnarled and kind of twisted, like he holds them almost like claw-like. And he kind of sits with kind of like a stoop. He looks like he's got maybe a slight hunch to his back, like maybe his spine is slightly like malformed. And you can smell as you approach. You can smell like perfumed oils and like incense, pretty heavily coming from the inside of this hut. He is flanked by, looks like, two young women, probably in their like early 20s, maybe. Also in silks, they're also Charlton, and they seem to be like nurses or caretakers. They're on. One of them is kind of like has like a cloth, like a wet cloth. She's holding on like the back of his neck, and the other one seems to be like preparing like lunch or whatever, just off to the side, just chopping vegetables and stuff.
I think that's him.
Excuse me? Pardon the interruption. Oh?
And he kind of like the woman that's chopping the vegetables turns and kind of like takes a couple steps, kind of interposing herself between the group of you and him, and she's like, "This is Poe's house. Who are you? What do you want?" The man kind of like, he's kind of like hunched over, and as the woman's like kind of massaging the back of his neck, and he kind of like looks up, and he's like, Kara, let them through. I've been expecting these ones. And she kind of like holds the knife in like a kind of a, not a threatening manner, but she's holding like this big like kitchen knife. She kind of like looks at you and she's like, all right, no sudden moves though. I'm watching you. And she kind of steps back and against the wall and kind of.
Hi, Kara. It's nice to meet you. I'm Archie.
And she's like,
And I'll just sort of walk by.
The man kind of just gestures to like the cushions. There's no furniture in the room. There's just like these cushions strewed about this in a circle.
Yeah, so I go in, sit down.
I follow.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Archie. Nice to meet you.
I'm Baz.
It's like Baz, Archie, and he kind of like gestures and he's like, this must be Blackwind, Jonah, and was it Aelron?
Sure.
I wave.
He's like,
Bow.
well, welcome to my humble abode. I am Poe. You've come on behalf of Clevin. Very nice man. Owes me a couple favors.
Yeah, he mentioned that you might have a bit of information that you'd be willing to share.
He's like, yes, I do, and he kind of like leans back and kind of waves the woman off and kind of pulls out this like long stemmed like pipe, which he lights, and he's like, and he kind of like takes a moment, puffs a few times, kind of like looking you all over, and he's like, yes, I can see why Clevin thinks highly of you. Nice job with that little operation in the anchorage, by the way. You've angered a few people. Word on the street is. But we're not here to talk about that. You're looking for an artifact similar to one you found in those tunnels.
Yeah, I mean, we're just, yeah.
Or at least some information about, what it
Maybe.
might be.
Or what we should do with it?
He nods and he's like, well, I just so happen to know that a similar artifact has recently come in to the city as well. And I am interested in taking a look at both the one you have and this other one. And I think we can help each other in this regard. Tell me, have you ever participated in any, shall we say, athletic endeavors?
My whole childhood was athletic endeavors.
I was picked last in gym class.
I was picked last in gym class. I love it.
I would say
I can barely hear you, Brad. Barely.
that I would say that I'm pretty strong. If that's what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of my time growing up was spent hauling around large stone bricks, and things of that nature.
It's like, Any team competitions?
Cool.
Surviving is a team, and it's also solo.
Last in gym class.
I can't say that.
I'm kind of strong.
That's good.
The wind looks like it can blow you away.
No, well, but so here's the thing. I'm very small, and I look very weak, but I have a surprising, like,
A low center
arm-
of gravity.
yeah. I have I can carry things quite well.
If you were to take off, if you're wearing a short sleeve shirt, we're like, dude, Archie's actually got like arms.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I wear like long sleeve shirts most of the time, but I can, and like to prove her point, she'll try and like, I don't know, she'll pick up.
Mass.
Like, no, I can't pick up that.
Baz. Bench press the Loxodon.
Yeah, like she'll be like, "Excuse me, Jonah," and just like lift it and just like hold it.
Ah,
She can do that.
I didn't consent.
And
Yeah, anybody can lift a gnome, but how far can you toss the gnome?
I do not like the way this conversation's going.
Put Jonah back down, and she'll lift up Aelin.
I do not let that happen.
Ah!
he kind of just sitting there the whole time, just watching you guys, just puffing on his pipe, and he's like, well, all right then.
See you later.
Goodbye.
And I'm not.
Oh,
Can you give us any
I think definitely Blackwin is quite physically ripped and scarred. So,
can you give us any sort of insight into sort of what type of team-based athletic event you're
And how does that have anything to do with
Why are you asking?
He's like, well, it's come to my attention that there is going to be, tomorrow, in fact, a bit of a impromptu event at the Grand Coliseum. Coyote, one of the merchant princes, she has come into possession of a fine piece of jewelry that she calls the Oracle's Eye. And he kind of lifts up his like gnarled hand and tries to make like an okay symbol, but he's kind of having difficulty. And he's like, a small gem, orange in color, is at the center of this piece of jewelry, and it is what I'm interested in. She's put out a call for interested parties to compete, and I just so happen to have called in some favors and procured a few spots for my own team to compete for the prize. The grand prize is 60 gold pieces, some smattering of perfumes and fine silks and things, and of course the gem, the Oracle's Eye. It is my opinion, that the Oracle's Eye could be used to look into a few things. that I'm interested in. But the rest of it, I would be happy in exchange for your assistance, participation in this event. I'd be happy to let you keep the entirety of the prize, other than, of course, that gem.
Is that the similar artifact that has recently come into the city?
He nods, and he's like, the gem itself, no, but my understanding is the setting it's in may be of some interest to you.
Okay. Is magic allowed?
He's like, well, and he kind of like looks at you and he says, it depends. There are two stages of this event. There is both taking place at the museum, the Coliseum. He says, the first event in the morning tomorrow is a race. The winners of that race will go on to compete in not to the death, but in a martial competition in the arena. And the winner of that will be crowned the champion. There's a few different heats, qualifications, but suffice it to say, if you can win a race and then win, you'll be in a good position to take the grand prize at the end. I don't believe they allow magic within the race, but the competition in the arena is a bit no holds barred. However, it's not to the death, and it would be, while accidents could happen, I don't believe anyone would be very happy with any deaths in the arena. So I would be careful if you're flinging about, fire and brimstone. I'm not sure what you had in mind.
Lightning bolt.
It's like, so, yes. So you'll get to keep the 60 gold piece. You'll get to keep other than the actual gem itself, you'll get to keep the artifact, and well, we both win.
Well, I mean, I certainly can't speak for my entire party, but I for one, definitely.
If it's
I'll accept this
is
challenge.
it a relay race, like a team race? How is this?
I'm thinking more of a beat 'em up team sport.
Well, I'm just like the race part. Is it just like all of your group has to make it to the end, or one person?
He's
or
like, so you'll be entering under a team name, which I have gone the liberty of registering under the Blade Fangs. I thought it was a pretty good name. You'll be registered under a local merchant by the name of Terinberel. Does anybody speak Elven?
I
yeah,
do.
I don't know.
I do.
If you speak Elven, you would know that Terinberel is a Elven phrase that translates roughly into common as hideous prince. And he says, yeah, he would tell you that while the exact rules of the race and the following events have not been laid out, I'm sure Quaote will have a few surprises in mind. But my understanding is it is a 5-leg race, and I believe there is. Well, I've secured the spots for you all. I'm not sure how many other contestants there will be, but as long as one of you, doesn't need to be all of you, as long as one of you wins that race, then you'll be qualified to enter the second round.
Gotcha.
But the more of you, of course, that race, the more chances we have of winning.
Of course.
And I've secured 5 spots.
I'm more than willing to go. This was every day for me growing up.
I don't
Running
suppose,
from bears.
I don't suppose it would be really sportsmanlike to say pick up and carry one of your teammates.
Well, but only
No, it's
one
a
of us,
team thing.
only one of us has to win for the team to go through, right? So why hinder yourself when you can just book it?
I have a bit of an idea.
Interesting. Okay.
He shrugs and he's like, as I say, I don't know the details of the race. I'm sure all will be revealed tomorrow when they address the teams. Just know that obviously this is a sporting event, not a duel or to the death. So I would say try not to do anything that would severely injure any of the other participants.
That's totally fair.
Okay.
Is there anywhere or anyhow I could brush up on the rules and all that and see if I can?
And
We don't know.
he says you'll have to show up under the team name the Blade Fangs once you're registered at the race at the Coliseum tomorrow morning. The rest of the information and the course, it all takes place in the Coliseum. Unlike the dinosaur races through the streets, this is my understanding is it's some sort of course they're setting up inside the Coliseum. And then in the afternoon, it would be the races take place in the morning, and then in the afternoon, it's replaced by an arena, which is a combat. But
Okay.
as far as any specific rules or specific obstacles or twists, that I'm not privy to. I'm not the one running the race, so.
What do you guys think?
I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, the prospect of participating, frankly, even if we don't win, sounds like it could be a good time.
He smiles and he's like, well, excellent then. Unless there's any further objections. He kind of fishes inside his robes and pulls out a scroll that's tied with like a piece of twine and kind of hands it to the woman that's sitting next to him. She picks it up and kind of carries it across the room, hands it to you. One of you, whoever takes it. And he's like, just write your names at the bottom there, and present that to the organizer at the Coliseum tomorrow, 8 a.m. sharp.
Okay.
Perfect.
You're muted, John, if you're speaking.
Victory.
Or maybe you're not.
Am I muted?
I don't know. I saw your lips move and I didn't hear anything, so.
I think I was quiet.
Okay. And he kind of nods and he's like, well, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Once you return, hopefully with the grand prize in hand, perhaps I'll be expecting your word of your success. But bring me the gem, keep the rest, and I'm sure that you will find great renown and glory in the arena.
Sounds
What's
like
so important about the gem?
And he's like,
Ask curiously.
he kind of shrugs and he's just like, let's just say I have interested parties, and leave it at that.
So, and this is all day tomorrow, like all the legs of this, or is this just the first leg tomorrow?
Nope, the entire event is to take place tomorrow at the Coliseum.
It'll be a grueling experience, but
All right.
all
this
right.
has got Blackwood perked up. He's like, finally, something interesting.
Oh, I wish I was level 2.
I know. I was thinking that too. Like,
Do you have any rats in the basement you need us to take care of?
He's like, rats in the basement? No. I keep a clean house, and I don't have a basement.
Good way to keep rats out of it.
And he nods and he's like, "Well, you must excuse me. I'm very tired. This has been a very enlightening conversation, and I am pleased to meet you all. But I do need to rest now. It's taken a lot out of me."
Of course. We will
I
hopefully see you tomorrow with good news.
It's a good thing he's not in the competition. He's tired already. But he is.
By chance, do any of these people have tattoos or marks on them? Either Poe or his companions?
You could make a perception check, or did you? Hold on. There's some tower rolls. Sorry.
I just did an insight for you.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Talking.
Yeah. I mean, other than he's got lots of pock marks, he doesn't have any other markings that you can see. Neither do the other two. I don't know why I didn't see these rolls. Normally, that's weird. Okay. Okay. Yeah. The only other thing I would say is both Baz and Aelin. You guys can. I mean, it's not super obvious, but Poe himself doesn't seem to be like putting on a show at all. Like as far as like his physical limitations or anything. Like he's definitely, legitimately, in poor shape. The woman that's been kind of like beside him this entire time, like with the wet cloth and everything, and the one that handed you the note, you can tell just based on how she moves and kind of carries herself that it's obvious to you that she may not just be a nurse or like a caretaker. She's got a kind of air about her, like she's like a coiled spring, just kind of very much like aware of every little thing that's going on in the room while you've been talking to him. Not seemingly watching you, at least not something that you can really see.
Pretending not to be paying attention.
Yeah, but you guys both come away from the conversation with this feeling that she was definitely more than she appeared.
Well, shall we get a good seat?
Sure.
Sure. I have a feeling that it might be a little bit, I don't know, gruesome, but I can't help it.
So we want to get into the spray zone.
I can't help but feel morbidly curious about what it is that happened.
Can't hurt to get a sense of what it might be like should we ever end up in there.
Sure.
Okay.
Right, I'll get back, I guess, to the executioner's row.
So, by the time
Before I leave,
Oh,
I would ask Poe if he has a favorite dinosaur for the dinosaur race.
Love it.
let's see. He tells you that he's not much of a gambler himself. However, he says if you're looking to make some decent money in the long run, he thinks that in the next race that a sure bet for making double your money would be on Scarback. But he hears that Scarback, this is his last race coming up. But he's bound to put in a solid effort. Word on the street is that he wants to go out with a blaze of glory.
On his way to the glue factory.
The glue factory.
Oh. It's terrible.
I love it. Yeah. So you guys head up to Executioner's Run.
Are the food stalls fully set up now?
Yeah, and I mean, it's not packed. It doesn't seem like this has drawn a huge crowd, whatever's about to happen here, but there's probably like 30, 40 people. This place probably could hold several hundred on the stands here, so it's pretty sparse. There doesn't seem to be any like notable dignitaries or anybody in attendance. Like the seating at the one end is kind of empty. Like what looks to be like the important person seating.
We should sit there.
But there is what you can see now at the south end. There is a group of guards. They're surrounding a man. He looks like a kind of a middle-aged, maybe like mid-30s, Chalton man. And he's just kind of in just your basic peasant's garb with like wooden sandals on his feet. His hands are currently tied behind his back, and he's flanked by two guards, one of which, and they both have kind of like those wide-bladed spears kind of like trained on him. And they seem to be waiting around for something, maybe just for the crowd to settle. So you guys can take some seats, or where do you want to sit?
I want to stop at a food vendor and grab a snack before it starts.
Same.
Sure. They have smoked lizard on a stick. There seems to be other sort of like meat pies similar to the ones you had the other day, Baz, and also various like just kind of like fresh fruits and veggies.
I'm gonna get 2 lizards on a stick.
Okay.
I'll try one of those too.
Sounds good. You guys can subtract. It seems that the prices here are a little steeper during the event. They're 1 silver piece each.
Sure.
All right, and then we'll grab.
Is there any open betting? Like
I was gonna say, does it look like there's any
board or anything like that?
for betting or anything?
Make a perception check. See if you can locate if there's anyone taking bets.
I'm focused on my lizard.
Wow, guys, good job.
Level 1.
We're gonna do great in the Coliseum.
You guys kind of look up and down. Luckily, some of you have decent passive perceptions. But as you guys are looking around, you guys, I'd say Blackwind and
I was trying to do my.
Blackwind and Baz, the two of you actually will notice that. Blackwind, you notice 2 things. Number 1, there does seem to be a female Chalton woman that kind of seems to be making the rounds, quickly stopping at little groups of people. Very quick transactions, and they seem to be. She seems to be maybe taking some wagers. She's probably, as she's making her way around, she'll probably stop by where you guys have found seating. The other thing you notice, there seems to be on the one side, and there's a guard kind of that seems to be following him around pretty closely, keeping an eye on him. There is a man that seems to be relatively distraught, and he keeps sort of trying to approach where the guards are holding like the prisoner, but the one guy that's following around kind of keeps kind of like not like shoving him back, but just kind of like interposing himself in between him and the other guy.
It's like he doesn't want to be there.
Um,
Well, I'll point out the bet taker if anybody else hasn't seen them. I think there's your
Bookie.
bookie.
That's where the action is.
What can I notice what they're betting on? Like length of time they'll survive, or
Well, let's
or
see.
looks.
So, it seems, and as you're kind of like watching this, and they're, still getting set up and settled and everything, the woman approaches you guys, and she kind of nods, and she's like, "Ah, new to the run. Haven't seen you around before. I'm Clahu.
Hi, Clahu.
Would you like to place a wager?"
What are we wagering on?
What are we on?
And she kind of points and she says, "Well, this man, Draza by name," pointing to the prisoner. He is accused of what is he accused of? Hold on.
Tax evasion.
Yeah, embezzling.
Of not bringing a shrubbery.
He has been accused of theft at the jewel market in the Merchant's Ward. So he has been sentenced to make the executioner's run. Now, she tells you that currently what is to happen is that he will be lowered into the pit with his arms tied behind his back. From there, he needs to make it to the far end of the pit. However, they are planning on loosing 2 velociraptors into the pit with him. If he can make it to the far end, he will be. There will be guards there to pull him up. But if he doesn't, well, the velociraptors, they keep them hungry for a reason. So, there's a couple things you can bet on. Number 1, you can make a bet on how far you think he will make it. Well, first of all, there's a few things you can bet on. You can bet on, will he survive? Yes or no. Number 2, you can bet whether or not he will somehow slay one of the raptors. Number 3, if he does die, you can bet at how far along he makes it. Draza is not a fighter, and as you can see, he will not have his hands available to him. So,
does he look like a runner?
If you, he does. I mean, he looks fit but he doesn't look like he's like a warrior or soldier or anything like that. But he's fit. He's not like he doesn't seem to have any sort of like physical limitations. He's not like a perfect specimen or anything, but he's an average looking guy. But the odds are against him, obviously, without his use of his hands. They basically say that if you bet him to kill 1 raptor, now you guys maybe help me out on odds, but if you say bet a gold, because I'm not a person who does betting in real life, I don't understand exactly how it's like worked out, but my understanding is that the higher the chance of it happening, the lower the payout if you bet on that result, right?
Yeah.
So betting that he will survive right now is currently there's a higher chance that he will die than he will survive. So betting that he will survive will pay out probably 2 to 1 on whatever you bet.
So usually, like, with bookmakers' odds, it's like
if it's a sure thing,
it's almost impossible. It'll be like way more than 2 to 1.
Yeah.
It'll be like
if he survives, yeah. But if
It's such a bad bet.
Yeah.
But if you bet that he's gonna die and that's it, you'll probably just like make your money back plus 10 silver or something.
That would be like a 1 to 10.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
Yeah, like if you bet a gold, you'll get like a gold and a silver back if you just bet he's gonna die.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Low risk, low reward.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
if you bet like at a certain point where he's going to die, then you would get more back because you're being
Because-
more
Yeah,
precise.
because you're
about
being
what
more
it is.
precise.
More
So there's
specific.
prop bets. Does he get?
Okay. So I would.
Is he
I would.
wearing a red hat?
So you can bet Survivor no, just a basic bet. So I would say yeah, if you bet he's gonna die, yeah, it pays out like 10, like a tenth what you bet. So let me ask you guys a question. How do they make money? If it's pretty obvious he's gonna die, is it just
Make
a
it
matter
a
of
push.
Because some people are going to bet for other things. Some people are going to bet that he survives and lose their money.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Some people are going to bet that he dies at 10 feet and lose their money where he dies at 30 feet.
You don't get it. You lose if you
Yeah,
miss
you
your
would
mark.
set like
Because there's like 20
probably
options
was-
for betting and there's only one winner, even if the payout
Well,
for that one winning one is higher than 1-to-1.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You're collecting money for all the
I
other
mean, we
options.
don't know Raptors that well, I'm guessing, but
Yeah,
Something
so if you bet on a specific distance and he doesn't die at that distance, you just lose all your money, right?
You lose
Right.
it.
Yeah.
if
Right.
Okay.
they don't make
No. What
it or
you
they go past
probably do is an over/under. So you would say the bookie would set it at like 30 feet, and
I don't know.
you would bet, well, he died before 30 feet or after 30 feet. The bookie makes
yeah.
money if he dies exactly at 30 feet. He takes everybody's money.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Somebody
That's another
knows
big-
gambling.
Bookies usually will either have a push or they'll have a cut. They'll
Yeah,
they'll
that
take
sounds
a
about
little
right.
out of everybody. You have to pay a little money to make the bet. So you have to pay like 10 copper to even place the bet. That's the other way they can make money.
Oh yeah, okay, that's easier. Let's say
So
it
it's
that
kind of
way.
like a
Why and
the
Chris,
auction house.
another reason why like really high odds or like low odds exist, like 100 to 1 lives, is because they want to incentivize people to gamble that thing.
It's playing the
But
lottery.
if it's just like 2 to 1, I'd be like, yeah, sure, I'll do that because
It's a 50% ish.
Yeah. 2 to 1. That seems like it could be likely. But if I know there's no way that's going to work, I'm not going to bother doing 2 to 1 because I'm not getting that much in return. But if it's like a huge win, if I do win, then it's like, you know what, I'll risk it.
Yeah.
High risk, high reward.
Silver just in case. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically playing the lottery on the really high.
Higher the risk, the higher the reward. Lower the risk,
Yeah.
lower the payout.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were 5,000 to 1 odds. And the people that put in the bet at the beginning of the season at 5,000 to 1 got a massive fucking payout because it was so unlikely.
So
to happen.
unlikely. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen raptors really hunt before, but if I've seen them, I probably could. They look like they're built for speed.
I mean, yeah,
Jonah
everything.
would also ask how much he was accused of stealing from the jewels market.
Sorry, one sec. I'm doing a quick Google.
Sure.
Just want to see if anybody's
Corey's
actually
setting up
just.
a racketeering.
Well, no, I just want to see if anybody's worked up an
An
execution.
opt card for the executioners around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
that's a good idea.
I don't see it anywhere. Yeah,
You could
there's.
be the Corey.
Yeah, but I don't want to do it. I don't want to work
Yeah,
it
man.
over right now.
Does Buddy look like he'll freeze up? That's all I want to know. Like, will he be the guy that pisses his pants and then just stays there and pretends that the Tyrannosaurus Rex can't see things standing still?
I'm going to. So if we do an over under, I'm going to bet I'll just bet 1 gold that he will make it under 50%.
Okay, I'm gonna say yeah. Minimum bet is 1 gold. Maximum bet is 10. You have to pay 1 silver to bet. That's just the bookie's cut. That's how they make money, even if they. And I will say that if you bet that he will survive, it'll pay out 10-1. If you bet that he will die, essentially it pays out your betting fee. So, in the over under, I would say it's 200 feet long, so they're gonna put it at 50 feet. Now, bear in mind here, you guys don't know at where the raptor is being released from.
Yeah.
You don't know if they're going to be released close to him, the other end, midway. You don't know that part. But there is every 25 feet there's gates. So if they release the first one, then he's going to have to get by them in order to even make it to 50 feet. But if they're released at the far end and he's fast enough, he might make it there before the raptors make it to him. So I'd say 50. So what would it be if he dies at 50 feet? Everybody loses.
Yeah. House wins.
Yeah, if he gets, and then it's under or over. I think under would be payout less, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
higher chance that
because if it's 200 feet, that means that there's more over, but he has to get past that 50 feet, right? Like there's 150 feet on one side and 50 feet on the other. So
yeah,
if it was just a run,
be the same. It's just where the line would literally in this case would move, because what the bookies are trying to do is get 50% of the people to bet short, 50% to bet long, so that they're not risking any of their money. They're just going for that tiny chance of taking everybody's money.
I would imagine.
So the line would actually move as they get more bets. They would say, "Oh, if a lot of people are betting short, they make it, even shorter, so that more people start
control their losses." What about like where he starts too? Like would the Raptors be actually starting at the end? And he gets
I think you could make up your own system.
Sure. I don't think it's. Well, let's say it's not. They don't do over and under. They just do. Will he survive or not, and then with whether or not he
kills a
raptor or not.
That's the 500 to 1.
Yeah, if he kills a raptor, I'll say it pays out 25 to 1. Currently are the odds.
With his bare hands.
So you can bet on.
No, with his feet.
Yeah, he's kick it to death like
his
big
hands are tied behind his back.
So you guys want to bet 1 to 10 gold. It's going to cost you a silver just to make a bet, whether you win or lose. And that's just gone.
You know what? Screw it. I'll bet 1 gold that he survives. Whatever.
Okay.
Sure.
I would ask how much he stole.
He was accused of trying to steal an emerald necklace that would have been worth 500 gold pieces. So he was condemned to the pit for this.
And he didn't actually steal it? He was just accused of trying to?
Yeah, he was caught in the act.
Seems a little harsh.
Such is life in the port.
Yeah. But Jonah is not happy with the blood sport betting on him. I think he would actually refuse to bet.
Okay.
Archie's the same. She thinks it's gross.
I don't even think this guy has a chance.
Do you want to make a wager on that, Blackwind?
The payoff isn't really good enough for it, though. Like I said, it just basically gets here.
Well, no. If you bet 10 gold, you'll get a gold back, and it only costs you a silver to bet it.
Yeah. I don't have 10 gold. Or do I know? Actually, I do might know.
Should.
But no, he doesn't like this setup because it's definitely, this guy doesn't look like he doesn't have any skills to survive this. So it's a slaughter.
Well, if you
unless he's a sprinter. Maybe he's a sprinter. Maybe that'll be his saving grace.
He could be. We don't know.
Okay. So, Aelin, are you betting at all?
I'm not. I don't even talk to the woman. I'm just sitting where we set up our stuff.
I
Okay.
do it.
So Baz is the only one. You're betting 1 gold that he dies.
No,
Or
he
no.
lived.
He's going for the long shot just in
Sorry,
case.
I didn't hear what you said, Brad.
That he lives.
Okay, you're betting 1 gold that he lives. Okay.
Yeah.
So subtract a gold and a silver from your character sheet, and then you guys sit and watch. One of the guards.
Can I actually, if I have time, I would like to actually go approach the guards and see if I can talk to Drazu.
Yeah, I mean, you can. Yeah, while the others are making bets and finishing up, there's enough time to go down that end.
Okay.
You're probably closer to that end, anyways, actually, because you came from that end. So, because he's coming in from like the south end, he's standing like here, and you guys came in from here. So, yeah, you can approach. I mean, the guards. Yeah, I mean, what do you do? There's 2 guards.
I would ask, probably see, first I'd look to see how Drazu looked.
He looks nervous. He's definitely sweating and kind of shifting his weight back and forth. He seems to be kind of like he's doing that thing where he's like kind of like mentally preparing himself for what's to come, kind of like trying to
Psyching himself up.
psyching himself up.
I would then see if I'd shout to him, like, what would you done if you had gotten the gem? I'd shout it at the top of my lungs.
What would you have done if you had gotten
the gem?
Like if he'd gotten away with it, what was he planning on doing with it?
He kind of looks towards you, but there's a fair bit of like shouting and commotion going on. He kind of looks at you, but he does not answer. He's in his own head. Doesn't really care that a gnome's yelling at him in the street.
Okay. I will start to run back to my friends.
Okay. One of the guards, a few moments later, one of the guards announces that, basically announces what you guys have already learned from the bookie. Draza stands accused of attempted theft, over 250 gold pieces at the jewel market. For this crime, he has been sentenced to make the executioner's run. And then they kind of like lower him down into the pit. And then they've got like once they lower him down, the guards then climb back up. And there is one of them has like this long kind of like catch pole essentially that he's got like kind of holding him in place. And then a moment later, he says, the guard shouts down and he says, Draza, may the gods favor you. Good luck. And then he says, begin. And there's a kind of a clanking sound as all of the portcullises along the sides start cranking up simultaneously. And then Archie's gonna what? You cut out.
Archie's not gonna watch. She's just like opened a book and is like turned to the side. And it's just like she's on.
And Draza is kind of like the guy kind of like flips his catch pole and releases him, and Draza starts booking it down the executioner's run. Let's see how he does. So Draza runs. He gets about like 30 feet before he trips on a flagstone and falls. In that time, you see 2 kind of like maybe about Jonah-sized, 3.5 foot tall bipedal lizards come shooting out of about 50 feet down. Not the first pair of portcullises, but the next. Comes shooting out of each side. They pause for a moment, just as he's getting to this part where he trips, and they, before he can even like push himself up, bear in mind he has no hands, so he's trying to like push himself and get back up. They both descend on him pretty rapidly, and a few kind of rakes and slashes with pretty wicked-looking hind claws. Later, Draza screams and is silenced by one of the raptors as it tears out his throat.
The raptors were in front of him and ran back towards him?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of it. Okay.
Yeah, so they were released. He made 30 feet up. They were released 50 in front of him, yeah. Because he's at the far south end. He ran 30 feet and tripped. They were released 50 feet in front and ran towards him. And
well, damn.
I thought they'd be bigger.
Yeah, same.
yeah.
How does the crowd react?
The crowd is relatively enthusiastic. There's a few boos when he tripped. Kind of like boo. They're like, come on, give us a little bit. And then you hear a few people like muttering like, pathetic. And then hear another guy like yelling down, and the bookie kind of like wanders around. You see some grumbles in the crowd as she like kind of collects the winnings and disperses a few here and there.
I look down at Jerome. I'm like, this could be your spirit animal.
Jerome?
Or Jerome, sorry, Jonah. Jerome the gnome. I think that's why that hopped in my head.
Yeah.
But vicious.
Yeah, the creatures, they're kind of like this kind of like dark, kind of like green, with slightly lighter underbellies. They're bipedal. They're pretty damn fast. Like they move pretty quick, but they're not large creatures at all. They're definitely like the size of. They're bigger than dogs, but they're.
These are adults, according to them.
I don't know. Are you asking someone?
I would ask somebody if those are fully grown or if they're small by.
Yeah. The bookie, as she's wandering around, you could probably ask her. She seems to be pretty knowledgeable about the whole thing. She points at them and she's like, yeah, those are full grown.
Wow, are they trainable? Like, just because I'm thinking about our little egg.
Yeah.
Because I think we have one of those.
She's like trainable. She's like, they're pretty vicious, but they're trainable. Sometimes they're trained to fight in the arena. Some people in the city may use them as guard animals. They're very intelligent creatures, pack hunters, Groups of them out in the jungle. I've seen as many as 20 or 30 in a pack.
They look like their numbers would.
She's like, but if you're interested in training or looking into training one, go out down to the Tiriki anchorage, the dinosaur pens there. Ifan, he runs the whole operation down there, but he could probably get you set up with one.
Nod my head.
And then as she goes to kind of turn and continue on, she kind of turns back and she's like, looks you up and down, Blackwind, and she's like, you look like a pretty capable warrior type, eh? Are you mercenary by chance? You looking for some extra cash?
I've always got my ear open for work.
She's like, all right, just hang about here. Give me 10 minutes. I just need to finish my business here. I've got an opportunity for you, especially if you're headed down to the anchorage. She kind of turns and continues to go to the next set of people and starts like paying out and handing.
I think in the background, while they were having that conversation, Jonah was in the background just retching.
Working for the mafia.
I'm reading my Gollum book.
Yeah, the crowd's like starting to disperse. Some of the people like that were selling food, they're like packing up and muttering, and one of them's just like, "Ugh, I thought that would last a little bit longer. Oh well." And a couple people are still kind of, the guards kind of like wait for a little bit, and you see like what looks to be like heavily like heavy padded like thick leather armor with like these big like leather like hoods come out with like these long catch poles out from the underneath, and takes them a little bit of wrangling, but there's like a half dozen of them or so, and like they kind of corner each of the raptors and get the hoop around their necks and kind of drag them back, and then by the time I don't know if you guys do anything while they're doing that, but about 10 minutes will go by with them trying to do this. So
My 2 lizards on a stick. How are they?
they kind of taste like chicken, kind of like barbecue chicken. It's got like this kind of like bit of a spicy, like kind of sticky glaze on them. They're not bad. Worth a silver? Probably not. You expect probably the prices are probably jacked up during these events, but
Bet you could get them cheap now.
I mean, it's carnival food.
yeah. Yeah, you guys do anything else before Clahu comes back?
Nope. Read.
Yeah.
Trying to ignore what just happened.
Yeah, so they drag the raptors off. Clahu comes back, but at this point you can see there's a few other, well, it looks to be priests in, there's 2 men, both of them are in kind of like red and white colored silks, and you can see that they have like holy symbols, which you can identify as the symbol of Sune. They come out and begin like wrapping the body in like these kind of like linens and stuff. And Clahu comes back up and she says, she approaches you again, Blackwind, and she says, "Ah, good, you're still here." She's like, "So, yeah, about that job. Yeah, if you're heading down that way anyways, to the anchorage, there's a man down there that owes me a bit of cash. Goes by the name Taban. I don't know how much you'll be able to get out of him, but he's fought in the arena a few times, and well, let's just say that he owes me a pretty sizable amount of money. And I'll tell you what, whatever you can collect from him, you can keep 10% of it for yourself. He owes me 500 gold pieces. So if you're willing to collect whatever you can, I'll let you keep 10% of whatever you can get out of him. And just to be clear, I don't want you to kill the man or anything. Rough him up if you have to, but I'm just interested. At this point, he's kind of a bit of a write-off, and frankly, whatever you can get out of him is fine by me.
Don't pay bills.
And she's like, "See, yes, you know how it goes. He just needs a bit of a talking to, but you know, you look capable enough. Maybe." She kind of like looks over your shoulder at the others. Like maybe bring that other big one. Taban's not likely to give up some money to a single man. He is a gladiator after all.
Well, I don't know. We're not heading in that direction directly, right? But if I see this man, if I have a description of him, he's pretty easy to find. I guess as a gladiator,
He's pretty well known, but I'll tell you what, if you're not going to do it for me today, I'll find someone else. I'm not interested in waiting around for you to happen to come across him.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, we're not going in that direction yet. I'm not going to beat around the bush.
And he shrugs. She's like,
for 50 gold.
For
50 gold, but
up to 50 gold.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we have time to muck around all the way there and
well, we
chase
don't
him down.
have anything else.
I thought we had to go somewhere else, didn't we? We still have to go to the other temple. I thought we were going to go see that priest.
Yeah.
For sightseeing.
Yeah, like that's sort of a sightseeing, just seeing it sort of thing. Whereas this is a job.
I don't know. I'm kind of getting a bad vibe off it. I'm as much as I'd like to make gold. I don't know about.
If you don't like the sound of it, it's fine.
Yeah. So he politely bows out. So he just says, I don't think I'll make it there today. So
She's like, yeah.
I'll be honest with you.
She's like, I can appreciate honesty. Well, good luck to you, whatever you'll do then. And she turns and walks away back off into the crowd.
Not saying I won't talk to him. In my own head. Okay. Yeah, no, I just if we make it down there though, I will keep my eyes open for him and speak with him if I ever see him. Not to strong arm him, but just to talk to him. I'll tell everybody that
you have no business with him.
Well, I'm just actually curious of what he's gotten himself into, why he's in such a bad spot as a gladiator.
Maybe he sucks.
Maybe.
Well,
maybe he didn't take the dive when he was supposed to.
Well, stuff was kind of dying down and people were leaving. Did I see the person who was trying to get to Draza? The guards were sort of politely rebuking. Did I see if he went anywhere?
Oh, you did. Is that what your perception check was for just now?
That was back during the actual.
Oh, okay. I'll use that
run.
anyways, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, if you're specifically looking for that, once he was lowered in and the guard kind of was starting to announce the crime, blah blah blah. That other man, you would have seen him visibly upset, take off up back towards the gate. You would have lost him in the crowd by the time that was over, but he didn't stick around to watch.
Okay.
All right. So it's probably
say that this wasn't much of a sport. It was more of a execution than anything.
Hence the name.
It is called Executioner's Run. Yeah, it doesn't say Fair Sporting Arena Run.
Yeah, this isn't the Coliseum. This is.
I'm not even sure how fair sometimes.
Trial
yeah, and the idea is it's not a place you go to have a fair shake. It's a place that you go to pay for your crimes, and yeah, that in Port Nyanzaru, it seems
capital
at least crimes of that nature, the sentence technically is not quite death because there's a chance you survive, but it's pretty harsh.
Not quite death, but probably. I guess it also depends on what they put in there with you too.
It's a deterrent.
Yeah.
You know,
well, definitely, it's got me thinking I will fight every goddamn guard in this city. Anyways, I mean, he catches the drift of it, but he doesn't. It was very.
Yeah, and I think you probably would have picked up enough just sitting around watching and overhearing conversations and things that, especially because you were asking about odds and things and how the betting works with Clahu, you'd probably learn that sometimes not all crimes are hands behind your back dropped in. Other crimes you might be still given your weapons, and yeah, what is put into the pit with you can vary as well. Sometimes it's a single animal, sometimes it's multiple, sometimes it's not as dangerous. So it all, I guess, depends on what you've done.
I can't imagine this would be very entertaining if it was always like this.
Yeah, well, and the sentiment of the crowd was that was pretty disappointing all in all. It was... But, yeah. Alright, so it's probably at this point, it's probably 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's not super late yet. What do you guys want to do?
No.
I mean, are we still thinking that we might want to escort the priests before we do, not the games tomorrow, but maybe soon afterwards, before we take possibly that other my vision quest? Or it seems like it's a pretty straightforward one, and it can get us some contacts over at her base. And it gets us some experience in the land, which honestly...
the
Undril.
I see. Sorry.
Silver tusk?
I mean, I think so. Obviously not before tomorrow, but
Yeah, not tomorrow, but I mean, we might want to say something or set something up here relatively soon because obviously,
yeah.
and I think it would be a good opportunity. I mean, I need to go out, and even if we have a guide go with us down there, but
Well,
the
did
experience for
said
me
she
to get out
would-
there.
Umbral said she'd Umbral? Is it Umbral?
Undrill.
Undrill.
The D.
I believe she said she would spring for a guide to get there.
Yeah.
So we would just be like sort of
Extra muscle.
Now, bear in mind,
section.
just as a reminder to you guys, the Undrill and the Annette are both going in the exact same direction.
Yeah.
Right. The initial
But
thought,
that's way further.
do Undrill first to just dip our toes in the water. Then once we have an idea of what it's like out there, then potentially bring it in
Well,
with us.
I was
Yeah, the trade
wasn't
guidelines
exactly
should
sure that it was
actually
the same, but we could definitely take the first step to that point with her and everybody.
Sure.
I don't think we're doing that today, though, right?
No, and obviously we've got plans for the
So-
next
Yeah.
day.
I
But
think the
I
next
would
step is
I would
we're going to
suggest
the
that
Temple
maybe
of God, and then
we might want to
the
make
other temple?
plans with her before she does set this up,
I get what you're
Soon?
saying. Check in with Undrill so that we can be like,
and
hey,
maybe
we want to do this in a couple days. So
And she's at the
Well,
Kira's house.
Here's house, and I'd like to go
That's
there
where-
too anyway. So.
Yeah, that's where what's her name is. Actually, if we want to skip Gons today, we could go back down to the market board. You guys, we could do the Kira stuff. I could hit up the dye works. It's down there too.
Yeah.
We could do that stuff this afternoon.
Yeah, that sounds fine to me.
Hey,
Jonah,
if
what
you, if,
about your
On tomorrow or whatever. So-
what
and
about
then-
your pet, Jonah? How do you feel about it now?
it's definitely not. It's a mount for you.
I think we need to go to the dinosaur pens.
Yeah, we might need to do that sooner rather than later too.
That's down south as well. We have time for that too,
Worst comes to worst, you can always sell it.
which is right where all the other stuff is. So why don't we do that? Why don't we head back down that end of town for today? That way we can, yeah, I say we can check in with Undrill. You can check in with Sandala. I can check the dye works, and then we can potentially do the Tariki Anchorage egg stuff.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
okay. So you guys are gonna head south, like past the Grand Souk, all the way down to like, let's say the Thundering Lizard for now, in case anything happens to you on the way.
Sure.
While we pass these ziggurats, I just want to take a bit of a closer look at them just to see if I can see any like markings on them or any like motifs that just to keep in mind what just take a bit of a closer look as we're going uphill. It's
Sure. Give me a. I think it'd be in perception, 'cause unless you're gonna climb up on them, it's not really investigation. So. Oof. Yeah, not really. At least from the street level, maybe it's because the first few levels that are close enough to you are like covered in like these other newer buildings. But up top, I mean, it's pretty much vines and things. If there's anything on there, it's faded from the sun and overgrown with vines. You can't really pick out anything.
fair enough.
You do notice, however, as you guys are coming back towards the gate, that this side of the Gate of the Sun has a large burnished sun, kind of glinting. And as you enter the gate, the guardsman kind of gives you a bit of a nod, the same guy that was there an hour ago when you left, and he's like, and he's like, "Oh hey, did what's his name survive the run?"
Not,
I just shake my head.
not exactly.
And he's like, "Gah, damn it! I thought he was faster than that. Oh well."
He tripped.
And he's like, "Bah, okay, thanks."
I mean, not one to judge, I guess, the whole culture on this, but definitely they seem okay with it, except for the guy that was running. Oh.
All right. Well,
I asked him a few questions about the ziggurats. Are they like super like these things predate the city itself, then, right?
Oh, you're asking the sergeant guy? Yeah, he looks up at them and he's like, yeah, I'm not much of a historian, but yeah, my understanding is that they were part of the old empire long before the merchant princes, before the Amnians, probably here before the rest of the city.
Were they temples of some sort, or just monuments to the sky?
he shrugs and he kind of like looks at you funny when you say monuments to the sky, like what?
Well,
But he kind of shrugs and he's like I said, I ain't no historian. He's like, hey, check with Wakanga, maybe he knows all about all sorts of stuff.
it seems to be the guy. I nod and bid him good day.
I'm gonna do that tomorrow. I'm gonna put my name down for Wakanga.
Put him on the list.
Yep.
And we're gonna be somewhere and we're gonna miss the page. God damn it! Wait 2 more days.
Maybe, or not. Maybe not tomorrow. We'll be at the Coliseum tomorrow. Maybe.
Unless anybody wants to stop at anything, you don't encounter anything else on your way down past and towards the Thundering Lizard. It's probably like 1:30 or so by the time you pass the Tiriki Gate, or you're at the Tiriki Gate. So I'm not sure which direction you want to go first. You want to go out into the anchorage towards the dinosaur pens, or are you going to carry on to Kyra's house, and then from there the dye works and stuff, or?
I say Anchorage first.
Yeah, let's go to Anchorage. Maybe I'll perhaps see that gladiator.
Well, okay, Jonah, do you want to return the egg?
I don't think we should return.
The egg. What are we looking at?
I need to find out more about the egg.
Fair enough. So bring the egg to.
Or we could find out
Oh
information
no, I want to
about.
bring the egg. Let's just go talk to the guy. Describe the egg. See what it's worth. Because we also have to get papers.
Or how.
Yeah, we never got first for it.
How to tell how soon it'll hatch?
That I will probably tell you guys about what happened.
Yeah, we won't be getting papers.
Oh shit.
Oh goodness. This happened this morning.
Yeah, right here. We're outside the gate.
Yeah, on the body, everything is completely cleaned up at this point, as far as you can tell.
It's been a rough morning.
Oh.
Like if he points out a certain area where she was found, I'll go over there and kind of, not that it'll probably be quite difficult, but I'll just scour the area for anything I can, I guess. Like maybe.
I'm pretty sure she was strung up on the gate, right?
Yeah, she was hanging from a rope.
But maybe whoever hung her up there might have dropped something. But I'm not expecting much. But in the off chance, maybe something is still left there. But
okay,
so I'll check out the area.
Okay, so you guys pass through the Tiriki Gate. There is, there's. You can definitely see that there's like blood on because I mean it's not like paved, right? It's kind of a dirt.
Yeah.
At least on this side, there's like some dark stains on the ground and everything, but there's no. I mean, you can take a quick survival check if you want to search.
Do you want it with a survive or a disadvantage just because it's quick, or is it just normal is fine? Survival. Open roll, I guess. Wow.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean,
everything.
You are as thorough as you can be, but there's nothing here that would give you any indication. There's so many people passed through here.
Exactly. That's why I didn't expect much, but
you're fairly certain if there was something there that you would have picked it up if they had left anything behind. The guards don't interfere at all. They don't seem to care what you're doing. As you're kind of like looking at the ground and like crouching down and stuff, they're just kind of like, whatever. Yeah.
Well, I mean, at least I know I did my best. I'll move on. Won't dilly-dally there.
Okay. So you guys are heading out like towards the pens, or?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's where we'll probably get
I will keep my eyes peeled for the that gladiator, I guess, if I
Okay.
kind of know what he looks like. But
You didn't ask what he looked like, so no, you have
No.
no idea what this guy looks like. She didn't give you a description. She gave you a name, and that's it. You imagine probably if you had taken the job that she might have given you more information, but other than the name, you have no idea. Looking about, any one of these people could be Taban. Well, not any one of them, obviously. Like, you know, the women and children and the other races, and the, you know, if you look, I assume you would be keeping your eye out for like a gladiator-looking guy.
He's a celebrity, so. So, anyways, I'll keep just my eyes peeled for groups of people swarming. Maybe somebody that is semi-celebrity like or something like that. You know what I mean? Like just
Sure.
a mob of people that, hey, he's just.
Well, you don't see anything remotely like that as you make your way through the anchorage. When you get to the, you kind of like get like past where the buildings start to thin out a little bit. You see, it.
Raptors are barking.
Oh God.
A borker.
A dire corgi. No, you come around, you can see that there's these huge pens that seem to be like high, kind of reinforced gates with like palisades and like sharpened spikes on the top and that kind of thing. And as you approach, you can see that most of these gates, there's several. There's a pen like just up here that seems to be full of like kind of docile, kind of like grazing animals that just seem to be like chewing away on that. You don't know if they're like pack creatures or whatever. They don't seem to be any sort of like danger. The fence there is just kind of like there as a show only. You're fairly certain that any one of these creatures could just like push its way and like knock it over if it wanted to, but they're like super docile. Just these kind of these wide, kind of like flat build kind of like creatures. They're quite large though. They're probably the size of like the double the size of like your typical like cow. But they're just kind of like slowly lumbering around. Over here, there's several pens and some large buildings, and there's quite a few like armed guards, and a lot of you can see like workers that have like protective equipment on, like catch poles and that kind of thing. Several of them riding around on what looked to be like almost like those raptors you saw, but larger, and kind of like a yellowish green, and probably about the size of a horse. Still bipedal though, with saddles. There's people riding those around, and you can also see farther in the distance, way over here, there seems to be like very large, like long-necked creatures that are like eating from surrounding trees.
They're my favorite.
But in here, yeah, you can see like triceratops and some of the these kind of like short and wide creatures that look like they've got like big shells with spikes on the sides, big club-like tails kind of moving about. Various stages of development, and you can see that there's buildings that look like, for all intents and purposes, like large like barn-sized like hen houses, where you can see like packed full of like hay and like leaves and like ferns and things. People shoveling muck into like wheelbarrows and like manure and stuff.
That's a big pile of shit.
Yeah, and people all over the place. But it is all walled off. You can see like through the gaps in the fence what's going on. Like it's not like a wall; it's like a big fence. But yeah, that's what you see as you approach.
Is there anybody who looks like they're in charge, or?
I mean, yeah, there seems to be like, I don't know what you'd call them, like, not foremen, but supervisors, yeah, type peoples moving about. You don't know, you don't see like a guy who's obviously like in charge of everybody, but you can definitely approach one of the guys who seems to be like giving orders to other people.
I'd like to approach one of the muckers.
I would tell him I'm interested in purchasing and selling of those, and I would point to the dinosaurs. a wide gesture. And who should I talk to?
Yeah, the guy kind of like stands up and kind of like stretches his back a little bit and like looks you over, and he's like, sorry, which ones did you point to? This
In general, I don't think I saw any raptors.
the little, yeah, no, not the little ones, no.
Do we
Yeah.
know it's a raptor egg?
Nope.
Is that what
Well,
she said?
I figured we'd figure that out on the trip too. But that's why I also went general.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, certainly, yeah, I can help you with that. He's like, what kind of beast are you looking for? Pack animal, something for journeys, or something in the city? What?
I would tell him that I had come across a egg, and I would describe the egg, color, the shape.
And he nods. And he's like, yeah, sounds like yeah, I know the type. Sounds like a raptor. Yeah, he would basically like confirm that it's a raptor egg.
And then I would ask him, how much do you think the egg is worth?
He's like, well, I mean, if it's a viable egg, that will actually hatch. He's like, Ethan has a bounty out 25 gold pieces for a viable egg. If it's a non-viable egg, we'd still purchase it, but we'd only give 5 gold. And we generally just sell those to, local merchants or whatever for use and, for eating and such.
Look at that.
He's like, yeah, and if it is viable, we do offer full training services as well if you're looking to keep it, and licensing and all such as well. Typically, purchasing a well-trained raptor with appropriate licenses would run you 250 gold pieces. But if you provide the egg itself, of course, we'd knock the 50 gold off.
So just be 200. How much up front?
He's like, well, normally we ask for a 50% deposit, so it'd be 100 gold pieces up front, and then once it's trained. Bear in mind, obviously, if you don't come back, we'll just sell it to somebody else if you don't come back with the other half. But yeah,
How long does it usually take for an egg to hatch?
He's like, well, I guess from the time it's laid till full hatching, assuming ideal conditions, he tells you something that sounds reasonable. Let me think. Yeah. I don't know off the top of my head how long it would take an egg to hatch.
You don't have to give me an answer now. Just
yeah.
I now have a ticking clock, boss. Just something the general does.
I'm gonna Google it.
How long does a raptor egg take to hatch?
I don't think they know.
About
that would be.
Incubation period is 30 days, depending on when it was laid. It'd be 30 days, and
that was supposed to be act.
Oh, I have a thing that says.
Isn't it in the manual? The egg manual.
It's possible in terms of Annihilation.
Yeah,
they might.
It definitely could be.
Especially if Dinosaur.
Did you try shaking the egg first?
Part of it.
Addle the egg.
You don't have to tell me now. We can figure it out later too.
Okay, so it would take. May not attack, defend, or provide any aiding. Blah blah. Patience and practice can be taught. Simply the name can be trained and fed. Okay, so it would take. From the time it's laid to the time it hatches can be usually about 30 days. But they grow to full size within 20 days. If it's not trained within that time, it'd basically be considered feral, and there's a very low chance you're going to be able to do anything with it. So you need to start as soon as they're hatched.
These are like demon rats.
He would say that if you want it imprinted on you, generally you need to be present at least for the first the first day or two of training for it to imprint upon you. If you're wanting it to, to be very loyal with you. He says you don't have to do that, but there's less problems down the road sometimes if you're present for at least the initial hatching. But yeah, 20 days. So essentially, whenever it hatches, and then 20 days of training and time before it's like they would consider it ready to be released, essentially, from their care.
All right. I would ask him if he has any advice. I'd tell him I can't give him the egg now. I'm a little short of the initial deposit. Is there anything I can do to keep it warm and safe till I can get it to you guys?
Well, he says that without any sort of guarantee, they'd be willing to obviously take the egg off your hands, and they could pay you for it. But if you want a hold on the egg, assuming it's viable, let's see. They would pay you 50. I would say basically if you leave a 25 gold deposit, essentially they'd pay you 50 for it. If you leave 25 with them and take 25 for it instead, they'll hold on to it for, let's say, up to the time it hatches. If you don't come back with a deposit by then, they'll look for another buyer.
Okay, gotcha. So 25 is up, 25 down, 25 out the door. Another 75 when it hatches, and another 100 when
the training's done.
When I upon receipt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got you.
For the raptors that they train and sell, is there boarding for fully trained raptors for people who may not have somewhere to keep it?
Yeah, they can provide those services as well. They can board for, depending on the size of the animal, but for like a small raptor like that, silver a day, they can board it. For larger beasts of burden, it may be upwards of a gold. Depends how much they eat and the type of animal. But
Fair enough.
So yeah, they have stable facilities here. He would tell you that with raptors in particular, they are very smart and trainable, and they can be used as guard animals, and some of the wealthier merchants do in the city. They can also be trained specifically for combat. That usually takes a little bit longer and requires like practice with the handler that will be fighting alongside them. Some of the gladiatorial, one of the big clients of Efan's would be a Kane in the Coliseum. Raptors and dinosaurs bred for combat. They fetch a pretty good price, but that does take a bit more dedication if you're wanting to train it in that regard.
Could they be used as mounts for some of the races of less stature?
He kind of looks you up and down. He's like, yeah, I think it would work. It would work for someone of your size. Sure. That might take a bit more training. Might need to go a little
larger stature.
Might be need a bit bigger of a species.
Need a large potion.
But yeah, obviously that would take past the initial training. You'd have to spend some time with it yourself to learn how to ride and everything. But yeah, it's possible. He kind of points at some of the guards that are riding the larger raptor-looking creatures, and he's like, "Yeah, those. I mean, it can take a while to get proficient, but certainly that's something that we can provide as well."
Thank you very much. I would.
And as you go to turn to turn away, he says, and by the way, if you are heading out into the jungle, bringing something one of these along as a pack animal can definitely ease your burdens. They're pretty self-sufficient, and they can find, especially the Triceratops. If you want a premium pack animal for any jungle expedition, Triceratops is the way to go. It can defend itself. It's tough. It's strong. It'll deter some of the smaller predators. And on top of that, they can forage for themselves and get by with any of the water that you find. You won't have to worry about bringing their food and feed along with them. And the things can carry tremendous amounts of weight, including, he points to Baz, your friend there could easily ride it.
Are these rented out, or?
He's like, oh, no, we don't rent out our animals. You'll have to purchase it because we need a guarantee that it's going to come back.
I just wanted to clarify that, make sure.
Yeah, but he said, but if you're interested, Triceratops, low price of 500 gold pieces.
And that squatter one with the shell, what's that one?
He's like, oh, that's Ankylosaurus. Those go for 250. He says that they are a little bit slower than the Triceratops, and they're a bit more ornery. But they're not quite as imposing. But yeah, they can certainly carry. They're sturdy animals for sure, and they can definitely carry weight. They're not so great for riding though. They really don't like that. But for carrying things, yeah.
Okay. They look like they're quite well armored as well, if not better.
He's like, oh yeah, they're tough buggers, and those tails of theirs, I've seen them knock down trees with those things. But like I said, they can get pretty ornery.
Yeah. So yeah,
Anyways.
Once they get grumpy, they don't want to move, they're not moving.
Yeah, and so he's like, anyways, yeah, if you want to bring that egg in, he's like, just so you're aware, I wouldn't try raising it by yourself, and you will need proper licensing to have one in the city if it does end up hatching. So keep that in mind. You'd want to come back and see us for sure if you're planning on keeping the thing.
Absolutely.
Just starts eating everybody at the end.
Win the big dino race.
I see what he's doing. He's getting the lay of the land.
And he kind of like looks around and kind of like leans in, and he's like, well, I don't usually give out racing tips, but you seem like a pretty
Charming little dude.
charming gnome. If it was me, personally, although the odds will be against her, I put my money on the Jungle Princess.
Corey,
Mhm.
are you actively giving every single person who we talk to a different rider name?
No. I just happen to have the full list of the riders in the dinosaur races. I know who they all are.
Anybody's
Jonah's done. I think he'd go look at the dinosaurs. Like if they have like a viewing tech stand, preferably not downwind. But
yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have like raised platforms you can kind of look them over. They have all sorts of like giant lizards and like those hadrosaurs, which are like those. I think they're like kind of like duck-billed like herbivores. They got Triceratops and Ankylosauruses. They got flying snakes.
Before we leave the supervisor guy, like just at the tail end, this is probably a bit of a weird question. I don't know if you know, but I don't know who to ask. If I were looking to get some like rock stones, about this size, without going just out into the jungle.
Sorry, you're gonna have to. You're really hard to hear for some reason.
I don't know why.
I don't know. It's like
your mic is trying to cut out feedback or something, and it's just cutting out your voice instead.
Yeah, it's kind of like echoey.
Try switching to what?
Hello?
Now it's like
Better.
loud.
Better?
I mean, we can hear you.
You can
Definitely
hear me.
louder.
Brad, try
Why
to...
are you so loud?
Hello, this is Brad. I'm talking now.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
You sound a little weird, but it's definitely clear.
It's a little echoey, but it's okay.
Yeah, like way more understandable.
Can't win.
It's better than it was before. So.
Okay.
You guys are probably dealing with multiple microphones lots of times, right? or multiple speakers?
No, we only have audio coming out of Liz's speakers and and only using Liz's mic.
Yeah, and then that.
But the mic's probably picking up the speakers.
Yeah,
Maybe, but
it's trying to differentiate background.
Yeah, so I would just want to ask him if he'd have any idea if I were looking for like rocks or stones of this size, like in and around the city. Would that be Temple of Gond, or does he know if I could just like find somewhere to grab them or anything without going out into the jungle?
He's like, sorry, just specifically, what are you looking for? Like literally just rocks?
Yeah, like
yeah, he
big.
points at the hills. He points it towards the coast. He's like, look around.
Are you looking quarried or rounded or?
Yeah, like, are you looking for like specific materials? Specific, like, are they like masonry blocks? Like, what do you?
No,
if you're just looking for literally rocks, he kind of just like gestures to the landscape.
No, I know. I would just be like, I knew, and I don't want to like steal from somebody or their.
He's probably just like, I'm pretty sure nobody's worried about you stealing their rocks.
We just came from Executioner's Run. We're just being extra.
he kind of nods like, yes, makes sense. He's like, well, just don't take them out of anybody's rock garden, and you'll probably be okay.
Yeah, technically that guy did try to steal a rock.
A very expensive one, apparently.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan, give me an investigation check.
You got her.
Give it to me with advantage too. Well, hold on. Give it to me with advantage if you're actually giving that gold piece to somebody.
I will. That's why I was like.
Okay.
And you want that in the dice tower?
No, I will ask if it's in the tower.
I always want to make sure because if I click on it, oh wow, that was horrible.
All right.
I'm just gonna go and pout now. That did not work out the way I thought it would.
Yeah. Yeah. You're able to discern that if you're looking for gladiators, I would head up to the Coliseum.
Yeah. Yep. Saw me coming. Anyway. Okay. I subtracted a gold piece out, so.
Sure.
I'm not going to spend too much time on that, so that's what I get.
Are there any rocks in the field about this size?
What? You're obsessed with rocks.
Sure. If you want to take, say, 15 to 20 minutes, you could find a rock of the size you're looking for. Sure. You might have to. You might have to. You might have to dig it up out of the earth, but it's.
What are you looking for these rocks
for?
Like, what are they for?
We're near the coast. I bet we can find some good ones near the coast.
I know, but are you trying to make something, or is it like?
That's true. It would probably come up in topic of conversation if I'm helping you.
Because I mean, we can all.
Why are we looking for rocks?
Yeah.
I am working towards something I think I can build.
Okay, and these are going to be like cut blocks that you need then?
According to my text, I need...
Because I'm sure there'd be a mason of some sort that would probably have
some 9 or 10.
Are you going to keep these?
In my room for now.
Your room.
That's why I'm not trying to get 10 at once. I'm slow. I want to just collect them, like bring them back one by one.
I would suggest a mason maybe could deliver some slowly. I don't know how much.
The thing is, it doesn't have to be like nice stone or something. It just has to be like
unfinished.
Some kind of rock or stone I can work with, basically.
If there's anything,
I'd be happy to help you find some rocks.
Rock lobsters.
Sure.
Thanks, Baz.
But
Jonas,
I don't know if it's gonna work, but I want to try something. Nice.
I don't know much about rocks. That's all.
How long do you want, and how many rocks are you trying to? Like I said, it'll probably take you about 15 minutes or so to find a rock of suitable size. So
I'd say
I grab the
two
biggest one I
slightly
can find.
larger ones, and then just like ones that are like just like this big, just like.
Okay. So you're
I'm
looking for like
barely
20.
lifting one.
You're looking for like 20 of these.
More like 10. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, about 10. Like 2 big ones and 8 smaller-ish.
If the party assists you, you can probably gather 10 suitably sized rocks in like about an hour, if you want to take the time to do it now.
I mean, we don't have much else. Like we just have I think one other thing that we really want to.
I would say each of them weighs, if they're like this big rocks, how much do those weigh? Like 25, 30 pounds each?
Yeah, two big ones, and then like 8, about like this sort of size.
We'll say the 10 rocks
small ones.
collectively weigh 150 pounds.
Cool.
I can carry those.
Yeah, well,
Thanks, Dad.
Sure. No,
Yay.
no worries.
I mean, I'm encumbered already.
Just to get me started. Thank you.
I look forward to seeing whatever you make with these. You gonna carve some interesting.
We all just got really concerned, and all of a sudden you were like asking about rocks. Just,
Yeah. Are you feeling okay?
What are we looking for rocks for? Can we help in some way?
Just need rocks.
I would suggest
People are looking at us crazily.
I would suggest that we head down to like sort of like the coastline area. Like there's probably larger pieces of rock down there.
Or like the crumbled building.
Like a crumbled building, yeah.
Yeah, there is that one. That one might even have
Exactly
rounded
how an
or
archaeologist would think.
stealing blocks from somebody's old building.
Yeah, maybe I'll get like one bigger one bigger. Yeah.
I'm not sure, but you might want to just ask the our proprietor maybe about storage of them, so you don't have to take them to up the floors and store a.
Yeah, I guess we can.
I can carry them up to Archie's.
Just
fine.
I don't know how much people are going to want to steal rocks, anyways.
Bez, you're not always going to be there to carry Archie's rocks. I think this is something she needs to.
I can carry them one at a time. It's just all at once I can't.
But
are you saying that you think I might die?
Nope, I'm just saying that she might want to get rocks at a weird time. I don't know. This is all a surprise to me.
always with the rocks. What's with you and the rocks?
Yeah. Why are we getting rocks again? What are these rocks for? As I drag one, like a little one.
She wants to build something.
Jonah, they're for magic.
Oh.
Maybe she's making a rock rain catcher.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Anyways.
Probably not as practical as the leather and wood ones, but to each their own.
Well, definitely not as portable.
Carve like a bowl.
Making a bird bath. Okay, so you and the party gather up these 10 varying sized rocks. Baz collects them all and adds 150 pounds to his carry weight until you can drop them off somewhere.
Well, yeah, we'll drop them off back at the.
You can help with some of the weight.
By the time you're done, I think Baz can carry like 500 pounds. It's ridiculous.
Wow. Oh yeah, right. Because he's got like exceptional carrying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's beefy.
My carrying capacity is that of a large creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, 450 pounds. Sorry.
Big man in a little coat.
Love it.
So it's probably by the time you're done with the dinosaur pens and gathering these rocks and such, and back to the Thundering Lizard, it's probably like, I'm gonna say 3 o'clock, 3:30. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. By the time you drop your rocks back off.
To get our rocks off.
I've got like a corner pile of rocks in my room now.
Excellent. So you're at the Thundering Lizard. You've dropped off your rocks. We'll determine what the next stage in your guys' very strange day is going to be. But why don't we take a quick break at 7? So And then we'll deal with. So what's the plan afterwards? You guys are going to go down to Kyra's, then the dye works, and then maybe the tattoo parlor. Is that the plan?
I don't think I mean, I already got my base tattooing kit, like with
okay.
some colors, and I showed him a drawing. Now I just have to, before I sleep, I'll just spend time to draw or see if I can draw it.
Okay.
On a template, and then
Sounds
investigation just blew.
All right. So Kyra's is the next step. Is the plan?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Gone, I think, or no, not gone.
I mean, if you want to make your way after Kyra's and after the dye works, if you go back to the temple, then that might take you a bit. That'll be like probably the rest of your day, to be honest.
Yes. No.
Okay.
That's way over there. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll be back. Why don't we say quarter after?
Sure.
Okay.
Great. like muscle memory.
Yeah.
Building that up.
Back.
Well, these have they're like, I'm not sure what you usually do, like the 1-inch miniatures or bigger ones.
Yeah, whatever the like 35 millimeter like heroic scale. That's
standard.
usually
Oh yeah. So right now these are just like the 1-inch almost, and so it's quite it's quite strenuous when you're trying to like focus on it.
Oh yeah, for sure. When I started, I think I told you this. I had to take my glasses off. Like I was just staring at it, and I was having so much trouble focusing.
You're like, have I blinked in an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you painting now, Alondre?
But
I just finished up painting a big 3D printed trophy that a friend of mine. I mean, I say he commissioned. He bought the paints for me to use and gave them to me, but it's for his fantasy football league. So he built a character in Hero Forge, like decked out in football gear, and then had it 3D printed, and it's about like this big. And so I just finished painting that up, and now I'm starting some Christmas ones. I got a kit from Reaper with a bunch of Christmas stuff, and
what do the heroic ones set you back? Like, how much are those ones usually?
It depends where you get them from. Like Reaper miniatures are relatively cheap. Like all of their bones plastic ones are like between $2 or $3 maybe. The bigger ones could be a little bit more. Their metal ones are a little bit pricier too. So the thing with Reaper bones is it's made to work well with their paints and vice versa. So there is some like kind of cleaning up of mold lines and some flashing and stuff, but you don't have to prime them if you don't want to, if you're using Reaper paint. I generally do, just because I find I can see some of the details and I can get a better sense of what I want to paint with once it's primed. And then their metal ones have to be primed. The metal ones generally have a bit more detail than the plastic ones. They have a new plastic formula that they're starting to do everything in that has way more detail, but the older bones plastic could sometimes get kind of like almost like it melted a little bit. So you get a little like and it's a lot softer, so it's durable, but like weapons are kind of floppy and but they're like the cheapest miniatures you can get pretty much is Reaper. Like they do a really good job of making them at scale. They're really like high quality miniatures, like stuff you get from like Warhammer, are more expensive, but the level of detail on them is pretty phenomenal. Like they're basically only rivaled by like resin printed ones, and resin printed ones are pricey and brittle, so they're not very durable.
Yeah, they definitely have the best.
Let's see. I can
Corvius Bell
shoot a couple of
like
pictures on Discord here.
Yeah, and it depends what you want to paint too. Like, I mean, well, Warhammer's got a good spread. Like, all their Age of Sigmar stuff is really, really cool
like,
fantasy stuff.
I think, like, just because I was experimenting, I got these, and these came with the game, so it's a nice little medium just to kind of dip my fingers in. But I think I was like looking at the videos of people painting the bigger ones, and I'm like, that looks like it would be a little more enjoyable, just because you got that bigger area, and you're not just dabbing little spots all over the place.
Yeah.
And a lot easier to correct when you do. Like
when I started, I was able to find some of the D&D board games for really cheap.
We're back. Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we hear you? Dory, are you with us? Can
right.
you hear me?
So you guys are back at the Thundering Lizard. You've dropped your stones off.
Woo! Rocks!
And you are now
Did,
making...
Did Olin have any objections?
Oh, no. You're renting the room. What you put in there is up to you guys.
Great. Good to know.
A girl and her rocks.
Yeah, so it's... What did I say it was? Like 3:30 by the time you dropped off your rocks and everything?
Something like that, yeah.
So what's the plan? You head to Kyra's?
Yeah,
I think that's the next stop.
Yeah.
we got 2 people to talk to there. May as well hit that first.
Alright. Well, it takes you just a short time to walk down past the Red Bazaar, following along the main thoroughfare along the wall, find yourself outside the fancy Kyra's House of Repose. There is the maitre d', or maitre d', I guess it's a restaurant, but whatever he is, the head guy,
Concierge.
concierge, that's the word. I almost said custodian. I was like, no, that's wrong too. Tristan is there, and he greets you. He's like, Master Jonah, you're back. I sent your letter off to the docks just a few hours ago. Should be on its way on the next boat out.
Nice.
Thank you. Appreciate that, my friend.
It's like, what can I do for you fine folks today? Looking for a better establishment to stay than the sty you're currently at?
What's your rock policy?
He's like, not sure we have a
We'll
rock.
stick with what we-
Oh, okay.
Well, sorry.
Our visit is twofold.
But please.
Yeah, we're looking to talk to a couple of people who are staying here. Do you know if Andril happens to still be at your establishment? Andril Silverton?
He's like, yes. As a matter of fact, she is in the study. He points, or in the. Yeah, sure, he'll call it a study. He points back behind him towards the doors where that little library was. She's just there as we speak.
We're also looking for a new acquaintance of ours, and she told us she was staying here. I don't know the last name, but her first name is Zendala.
Zendala. Yes, there was a Zendala staying here. She checked out about 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well played.
Did she leave a forwarding?
She did not. However, if I do happen to see her again, I can certainly tell her that you're looking for her. She seemed like a scholarly type. I don't know. She didn't say where she was heading, but I hope she's not planning on heading to the jungle herself.
Okay.
Well, if you do happen to see her, could you possibly let her know that a friend of Syndra's would like to chat?
He starts writing down. He's like, friend of Syndra's. Should I leave a name?
Oh, sure. It's Baz.
Baz. Yeah, certainly. Should I see the young lady again, I will definitely pass it along to her.
Much appreciated.
Maybe you should include where we're staying.
He's like, and he nods. He's like, I can do that. It was what the Thundering Lizard, was it?
Doing a thing where he's like, "What's it called again? You know what it's called."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody in the city who you could hire to send a magical message to somebody? Do you know of any services like that?
He's like, well, if you're looking for any and all things magic and the like, I would check with Wakanga.
Sure. I just know a couple of temples can do some like spells and services. I just wondered if you knew of any that could do anything like that without having to go to the top guy.
Let me just see here. Yeah, no, he's not aware of any of the temples providing those kind of services.
All right. I appreciate everything he does. Shall we go talk to Andro?
Sure.
He gestures. He's like, "Feel free."
Thank you.
I guess knock on the study door once we get there, just so we don't startle her if she's right there.
Sure. A moment after you knock, the door opens. You see Undril. She is in just kind of her normal clothes. It seems she's not wearing her chain shirt and such that you saw her with the previous time that you saw her here. So she's just kind of in kind of simple like breeches and a blouse and just kind of very functional clothing. Not really like fancy. And she's like, "Oh, yes, you're still in the city. Great. Yeah, come in." She sits there. She's like, "I was just catching up on some reading," and she kind of like picks up a couple of the books and like closes one and like puts it back on the shelf and then sits down.
Anything good?
She's like, "Oh, she's like, frankly, there's a lot of romance fiction in this library." She's not usually my cup of tea, but well, no.
Work with what you're given.
Helps pass the time.
She's like, "Indeed. So, I assume since you're back to see me again, perhaps you're making plans to head out to the south? I'd really like to get going, and I've yet to be able to secure a party heading that way."
Yeah, we've been sort of weighing up several different avenues and options, and
Getting our bearings.
yeah, and we feel like a good first step is, traveling with someone that we're familiar with, and
Helping out a friend.
and getting you to where you need to go and gaining some jungle experience for ourselves.
And she smiles. She's like, "Well, I'm glad to hear it. Yes, I was hoping that you would come to that decision. As I said, I haven't been able to find another party to head out that way, and I've yet to encounter any of my compatriots here in the city. So, yeah, I'm definitely eager. There was one other party that was heading that way, but I'm not planning on associating with those sort. So I'm glad that, not unless it was a last resort, anyways. Which, but if you're heading that way, fantastic. I'll definitely head out with you.
Was there a couple of Tabaxis in that group?
Tabaxi, no. There was a gentleman came the other day. She's like, "I don't know if you noticed, but yesterday in the afternoon, I posted a notice up at the Harbor Master's board looking for interested parties. So I did get one caller early this morning, but as I said, I'm not interested in traveling with him unless I couldn't find anyone else. A man by the name of Theos. He is from Thay, and I will not work with them."
We saw him too.
Yeah, we chatted with him a little bit. Seemed like he was interested in getting some maps made. Kind of rubbed me the wrong way as well, a little bit.
The Red Wizard was shady.
He's like, yes, well, those people of his affiliation, let's just say that them and the Gilded Eye do not get along well. There are far too many illicit dealings with demons, devils, undead, and otherwise for my tastes. So yes, thankfully I won't have to take him up on his offer.
Yeah, we have an engagement tomorrow, but I believe after that, I think as far as we know, we're free to.
This should set up some time to at least set up provisions and
Sure.
a proper guide.
So like,
She's
not
like,
tomorrow, then like prepare the day after and set out on the third day.
she's like, well, as I said, I'm willing to put up the costs of a guide. I have talked with a couple guides, but if you have a suggestion, I can certainly make the arrangements and follow up with payment and what have you, and get any logistics out of the way while you're busy tomorrow, so that we can leave the next day, ideally.
We've done a little digging on guides. I think there's 3 or 4 we were sort of leaning towards that we thought seemed okay.
Salida?
I think
And
like Salida, Azaka, and Iku were recommended to us as potential options.
Well, she seemed particularly eager for that.
Yeah, we haven't met them yet, though. The dwarves seem a little rough.
I think the guy's name starts with a Q. One other one.
A Q?
I thought it was Q. Or
there is a Kawasha, but he's a druid. We haven't talked to him yet.
Yeah, I know. I was just interested in his.
Me too.
Perhaps.
He's also based out of Fort Belwarian, not out of.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
that's what his note says.
Yeah. Okay. That one's off the list.
Yeah, she'd say, well, of those you've mentioned, I've only met 2, both of which I thought seemed more than capable. Salida and another dwarf by the name of Musharib. They both seem to be quite capable. Salida seemed, of the 2, to be the one I would most prefer to travel with. However, as I said, I'll ultimately, if you have your mind set on one, I'm more tagging along with you than you are with me. So whatever I'll leave it to your judgment to decide. Musharib seemed to have a level head on his shoulders, and being an albino dwarf native to Chult, he seemed to be pretty knowledgeable. But yeah, Salida seemed to be quite capable herself. So, and she says that she has traveled the River Soshin Star several times in the past. Musharib, upon further questioning, didn't seem like he had too much knowledge about traveling the riverways. So if you were planning on making the trip, by boat versus along the land, perhaps he may not be the best choice. But anyways,
I agree with what she feels. I feel that maybe.
She's like, I saw Azaka and Iku's notices on the Harbor Master board as well. She's like, I haven't met either of them as well, but if you want to, look into those 2 and let me know tomorrow. Just let me know before the end of the day today, and tomorrow I can go out and find whichever one you decide upon and make the arrangements and payment.
Azaka and Niku were 2 of the ones that we met.
Yeah,
recommended.
Those are the ones she said she was more comfortable with.
I'm partial to the Solidar or whatever.
Salida?
Salida, there it is. I just saw it right when you said it.
And
Of all the advertisements, she seems.
yeah, and just FYI, just so you guys know, as far as payment goes,
Chris Pie 5.
so Undril is said she's willing to pay for the guide, essentially to get to her camp and back, however long that takes. But the guides, like for example, Azaka in her notice, she charges 5 per day, but requires 30 days up front.
Yeah.
Iku, same. Ferrul and Gondolo, they're the same, but they said they're willing to reduce their rate for equal shares of any treasure found. Hugh, as far as you guys are aware, left for Fort Bulwarian. Musharib is 5 gold pieces a day, but no payment up front. And River Mist Flask of Wine, the Zentarum ones, they are 4 per day with no payment up front, and even better, waived entirely for equal share of loot. And Salida is 5 gold per day, nothing up front. So, just...
And that one almost works out better for, like, so she's not paying for 30 days travel.
Well, like I said, the Undril's only willing to pay the amount that it takes to get. So if you pay for a guide that needs 30 days up front, and it only takes you a week, the rest of it's on you guys if you to cover the rest of the cost. Essentially, is what she's saying. She's willing to pay for the guide up to the camp. At which point, if she leaves the party, she's not paying for another 3 weeks of guiding or whatever. I mean, obviously there and back technically, so she would probably, if it takes you a week, she'd pay for half basically if it's a 30-day upfront one.
I think I like the idea of Lita only because this will probably be a shorter journey in relative terms, and not having to pay everything up front would be a good way to get our feet wet.
I agree.
She nods and she's like, "Well, all right. Unless you is that what you'd like me to do? I can make the arrangement with Salida."
I think that sounds like a working thing.
I mean, we can make that arrangement too, or at least give her word. We have access to her. She's staying at the Thundering Lizard as well.
I'm still on the stairs, waiting for us.
She's still on the landing. She's like, "Oh, okay, very well. Well,
or at least give her a heads up that you're going to be reaching out to her tomorrow."
We should send her over here.
She's like, if you have other things to do, I'm more than happy to arrange things with her. She's like, what about? I mean, I have enough provisions for myself, but is there anything else I could look into? Are you what do you think? Should we travel by boat or should we just follow the river on land? I've been told it's faster to travel by canoe, but from what I've gathered, there will be points when we'll have to portage at least a little bit. But of course, if we travel there, I'm not sure if you have any, but we'd have to get some canoes, I would assume.
Definitely. I think it would probably be less troublesome for traveling.
Yeah, canoes, if they're not expensive, I feel it would be a great way to do it.
Yeah, she's like, well, I mean, we're not going to swim in the river, right?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, we need to look into the cost, basically, and see if it's doable.
She's like, okay, well, I can look into that as well. Obviously, I'm willing to put in my fair share for canoes. In fact, she's already looked into it.
Wow, that was fast.
Canoes are available in town. The sale of canoes, by the way, she tells you that she's learned is controlled by the merchant Prince Akane. So a canoe can hold up to 6 medium-sized creatures and has a maximum speed of 2 miles per hour. Otherwise, it's identical to a rowboat as per the Dungeon Master's Guide. A canoe costs... It has 11 AC, 50 hit points, and a canoe costs 50 gold pieces. She says, so if it's the 6 of us plus a guide, we're going to need 2.
Plus provisions. Like,
Even
one canoe would
me,
definitely
who's
have to
really
carry
light.
stuff. And we
have
got
one
guy.
really light and one really heavy.
Yeah, I'm kind of equaling out Baz and Jonah.
Yeah.
Like Jonah's exceptionally light. Baz is fairly heavy, so
Yeah,
the 2 of you combined
combo.
still make up a medium creature in my mind.
Yeah.
So physically, the 6 people could fit in a canoe, but realistically, you probably would need 2.
That's if you have a lot of rock.
Because
some rock.
you'll have basically 6 medium creatures. One's on the larger end of medium, and then you've got one small because your gnomes are small creatures, right? So.
Will there be any problem getting 2 canoes back with one less person?
No, because 3 people. I mean, you can. I think it'd probably be like 2 people rowing per canoe.
I think 2 people to do a canoe, which is basically front and back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 6 people is a pretty big canoe. Just making sure.
Sure, but with 3, like even if we split,
Canoes are pretty easy to maneuver. Even
like one less, it's 3 and 3. We should be okay.
Yeah, I think 3 and 3 would be. You could easily pilot a canoe as long as you have 2 people. I think a canoe of that size could still be done.
Okay.
We're going pretty slow.
So even if someone, 2 of you die and then Undril stays behind, you'd still be able to get home.
Plus, coming back will be with the current. So.
And we got 1 extra person. Was she counted?
Yeah, we'll have 7 total.
Yeah,
unless you take anybody else with you. I mean, you could take 2 guides if you want, but
we're taking all the guides.
Or if you want to hire any like porters or anything, that's up to you guys.
Taking another person's worth of rocks.
Because that's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Portage.
And she would probably ask that too. Like, do you think we'd require any sort of porters or anything? I mean, porters are cheap. They're essentially commoners, but
yeah, we'd probably just defer to the guide what she feels on that.
Yeah. Because if we're going like a mile, yeah. But if it's like 100 feet, we'll be fine.
Oh yeah, it's in. I was trying to remember where it is. Reference. Let me just tell you here. Is it adventuring environments? Boop 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 boo. Oh no, that's not it at all. Oh no, sorry. It's in the PH, isn't it? I think it's in the equipment tab. Venturing? Equipment? Expenses.
Bless you.
Yeah.
Expenses. Boop boop boo. Those are lifestyle expenses. Food, drink, services. A untrained hireling, which essentially is a commoner, porter, basically doesn't have any special skills or special training, literally there to help carry your shit and do whatever you ask of them. They would cost 2 silver pieces per day. A skilled hireling, so someone proficient in a skill like maybe not survival, but like, someone who's proficient in something would be 2 gold pieces per day. And then, of course, you could hire, like, actual, like, mercenary hirelings, like, that are capable in combat. Those would probably be as expensive as a guide, if not more, depending on your level of... So.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I mean... Undril doesn't have very much to bring with her. She's just got what she can carry. So depending on what you guys think, if you think you'd need any hirelings, should leave that up to you. But she doesn't expect you would.
I mean,
how heavy are the canoes?
Says
portage with them overhead.
They are. vehicles,
I think we'll be
horseshoes.
fine because we can always drag it, right?
Well, I guess the question is also how far away we might have to travel if we continue onwards right away. Well, which it more or less sounds like we're going to do. It's not like we're going to stop. Oh, wait a second. Let's go back to the city now.
That's, I believe, the plan.
Come on, jeez. Buying a special item, canoe. See chapter 5 of the DM guide, of course.
Now refer to this page in the player's handbook.
Now
Now go to the Sword Coast Adventuring Guide.
let's see. There's a picture. There's mapping a dungeon. Dungeon features. That's not what wilderness. Okay, it's probably in the wilderness section. Settlements. No, that's not it. Weather, precipitation, cold, heat. Strong wind. Wilderness hazards, foraging DCs, food and water. It's going to be at the very last page, I know it.
I mean, canoes are usually fairly portable. It's just that they usually require at least 2 people to put them overhead and carry them when you're portaging, usually. Or more, depending on the ground. But I guess, what's the length overall?
100 pounds.
Are they made out of stone?
A rowboat. Okay, here we go. Rowboats. So it says as per rowboat. So a rowboat weighs 100 pounds. If you're carrying it, it weighs 100 pounds.
I could carry that.
Yeah.
You carry 2.
You'll just tie it to your back. Then you have like a shell.
No need for a hireling.
No need for a hireling.
Ah, shit, I could have just clicked on the item. Oh, no, it doesn't say. Okay, good. I'm glad it doesn't say. I'd be mad.
I'm glad they didn't give me the information there.
Okay, well, she's like... So, let's see. If we think we need 2 canoes, it's 100 gold. There's 6 of us, so... Whatever, she'll put in her share for one of the canoes, whatever that would be.
Yeah, so that would be 10 for us and 90 for you. Is anybody good at math?
So
16, almost
it's
17
100 gold for 2 canoes.
Yeah.
And so that's between
Divided 6 ways.
Yeah, divided by
6
6.
ways is about 16 gold, 7 silver.
Okay. So she would put in for that amount for the purchase of canoes then. So what is it, 16 gold, 7 silver you said?
Yeah.
So yeah, she can put in that. She obviously will bring her own food and water and what have you. So everything else is on you guys what you want to bring. So she would say that I mean, if you want, she can arrange the guide with Salida. She can arrange for the purchase of some canoes in the harbor ward.
Okay.
From the dockmaster, or from the dry dock, and then and obviously she'll pay for whatever she needs to. Is there anything else like that you want?
I think we kind of have to talk to Salida before deciding how much food and stuff we might need or other provisions.
Depending on what we do afterwards. But.
Okay. So basically, she kind of leans back and says, okay then, so do you want me to do anything for you guys while you guys are doing your business tomorrow? Or should I just wait for you to arrange everything?
Yeah, definitely the canoes. I mean, I think I meant as a group talk to Salida to see if she recommended anything, was what I meant.
Okay, so she says...
I don't mind her...
So Undrill's like, okay, so like I said, she's volunteering to take care of that. And
sure.
Yeah, let her talk to Salida, let the 2 of them plan with whatever provisions, and if they want porters, and we'll get porters. I trust the 2 of them.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
It works for me.
So, okay, so are
So
you
how
going
about
to
we
give?
come back and talk to her tomorrow after we've done our thing and get any information, that extra stuff that she has, and set the so she can let us know, where to
Sure.
be when we're leaving, all that kind of stuff.
Sure. So do you give her the money for the canoes then?
Yeah.
Yep.
She has to buy
I
it.
will give her the money for the canoe.
Okay.
You're giving it? Nice.
I'll certainly pitch in my share.
I mean, you guys can pay me back if you want, but I will give her.
Well,
Oh no, I have
can,
to say for a dinosaur. Sorry.
I'll give her the 83 and a half. 83 gold.
well, I can take it out of what I got too. I got 30 gold pieces right now. So.
I have expedition. This is expedition funds that I was given.
Okay.
And I think it for our first foray into the jungle.
If the university or whatever it wants to pay, I'm okay with it. Fair enough.
All right, so subtract that out. She will arrange the canoes. She'll talk with Salida. Obviously, Salida's staying where you guys are staying, so if you want to talk to her yourself, you're more than... It's easy for you to find her. You literally know what room number she's in. But yeah, Undril says, great, fantastic. I'll make the arrangements for everything I need tomorrow while you're taking care of whatever business you have in the city. And hopefully, by the end of the day, we'll reconvene. She's like, shall we meet at the Thundering Lizard, if you're all staying there, in the evening around supper time, and we can go over any last-minute logistical details?
Yeah, and finalize either the next morning leaving or the day after, just depending on how everything works out.
Okay. And when you hand her the money, by the way, for the canoe, she literally takes out a ledger and literally writes you a receipt and signs it and hands it back to you.
I will put that in the pouch with the rest of the expedition.
I will chastise her for not having it notarized.
She's like, and she kind of looks a little crestfallen. She's like, well, I suppose the Temple of Joaquin's still open. We could probably head up there if you'd like.
Too late. The damage has been done.
And then she's like, oh, one other thing. I know we're not heading in that direction, but do you think we need to procure a charter from the Flaming Fist? She's like, I wasn't planning to, but I don't know how you all feel about it.
Are they not mostly just on the other side?
Yeah, it seems way out of the way for this trip.
I mean,
to travel to her camp of her.
Yeah,
we will get a charter from the Flaming Fist probably, but I thought you guys were not on the best of terms.
She's like, well, no, that's correct, we're not, but as I said, I don't recognize their authority here in Chult. I don't see how they have any sort of claim to the land. That's my opinion, however. If we run across them and we don't have the charter, I don't want to put you at risk because of my political views. So if you feel we should have one as an insurance policy in case we run across them, as I've said, my understanding is they're mostly operate... If we were heading down the River Tariki, they'd probably be a much better chance of running into something like that. Down Shoshin Star, my understanding is they don't have a large presence in that direction, but that doesn't mean we won't run into them at all. There's a chance that they're active there too. But anyways, I didn't want to make the decision unilaterally for the group. If you feel you need to do that, I understand that it may take it's probably take a day or so, and there's the cost of a boat to get out there and all of that to get to Fort Belwarian to purchase one. It might set us back a few days. I leave that in your hands, as it is. If you leave if you want to take care of that first, obviously it'll put back our departure day by a few days at least. I don't feel it's necessary, and so I won't be pitching in for any such charter.
Yeah,
I'm willing to bet that the Flaming Fist are probably just as reluctant to run into problems with the Gilded Eye. So,
well, do they not have a more of established presence? So that's the thing, aren't they?
They're
a larger force.
And she nods. She's like, that is true. My understanding is that the Flaming Fist has probably an order of magnitude more of a presence here in the continent than we do. They do have their own entire fort. I mean, we have the forward camps and such, but...
And what about on the mainland?
She's like, well, that's debatable. She's like, honestly, the Flaming Fist and Baldur's Gate has always been a very powerful player in the Sword Coast, so I would say that they probably have the more experienced standing army. We have a lot, although we might have numbers, a lot of them are really green and probably haven't seen battle at this point, or at least not to the extent as a established military power like them.
Yeah.
Well, we'll discuss whether or not we'll get the charter, and we'll know whether or not by tomorrow night for sure.
Sounds good. Yeah. We'll meet tomorrow around dinner. Let's say 7, and we'll discuss this. And if you decide that that's what you need to do, let me know.
Okay.
And if you've got some time tomorrow, and you're looking for a little bit of entertainment, maybe check out the Gladiator Arena.
The Coliseum.
The Coliseum.
She's like, I don't expect I'll have much time for entertainment, but thanks. I'll consider it.
We'll be there.
No big deal.
Burn! Pie of water.
I like that you implied that our important thing tomorrow now is just watching at the Coliseum, not just being in it.
Well, she would shake your hand, and she said, "Well, this is exciting. I'm glad that we've come to an agreement, and I look forward to our departure. Let me know if you need anything in the meantime. Otherwise, I will speak to you tomorrow."
Very well.
Cool.
A romance novel.
She blushes slightly and.
It's like they just got nothing but crude reading in there, eh? Okay. Yeah, I would say, like, Liz, you wanted to stop at the
Dye Works. Yeah.
Okay, it's probably like 4:30, 4:45, something like that at this point.
I don't think it's terribly important for me to make it to the tattoo parlor, so it's.
And like I don't need to RP out the Dye Works. Probably, I'm just looking to see if they have a few things and what the prices might be.
You assume that Corey doesn't have things planned for the Dye Works.
No, it's totally fine. We can RP it out.
Didn't check the door for trash.
It's not DYE. I mean, Dye Works.
I think Baz, if Archie says that that's where she wants to go, Baz would probably say, well, given the time, there is a little bit of shopping that I would like to do. So if you want to go and do that, I'm going to go back up to the Grand Stoop, buy a few things, and I will meet you all back at the end.
Yeah, I'll go with you as well, just because I think I need to top up my first aid kit and probably just a couple or another water skin or something like that, just to travel better.
Okay.
Stuff like that. So
Baz and Blackwind are going to head to the souk for this evening. What about... well, I know where Aelin's going. He's going to the Dye Works with Archie. But maybe he isn't. Maybe you'll surprise me.
How did you know?
But where does Jonah go?
Yeah, Jonah, what do you want to do?
Grand souk as well. It's going to be more interesting than the Dye Works.
All right. So Jonah, Baz, and Blackwind head off back north towards the Grand Souk. It'll probably be about 5 o'clock or so by the time you guys get there. The Dye Works is closer. It's probably only about 10 minutes or so.
It says only 20 feet on that map.
20... Well, yeah, but that's like dog feet. So once you do the conversion. What was I saying? Oh yeah, okay. So you guys are
Dog feet.
dog feet, right? Another delicacy like grungtos, dog feet. Spiced chili dog feet. You guys reach about the same time that the rest of you are passing the Red Bazaar. Aelin and Archie find themselves in front of the Dye Works. The Dye Works is a very large, like warehouse-style construction facility with these huge vats and stuff. And you can see that there's multicolored smoke rising from various vats. You can also see as you approach, the entrance actually is over on this side. There's the Dye Works themselves, which you can't actually get into, but then there's like an office building right here.
Okay.
So, and as you approach, you can see that out across like the cliffs, you can see that there's various, like, the cliffs are actually stained different colors, and there's actually like I don't know what you would consider it, like waste. There, and you see bright orange, blue, reds, greens, yellows, staining the cliffs and into the water below. It's a very industrial kind of looking area. The building. Let me just do this so. There you go. Oh, sorry, it's lagging opening this. Oh, not
It's
that
all
one.
the dying happening.
People dying everywhere. Yeah, as you approach, you see a man in his probably like early 40s. He's a Chalton man in brightly colored clothing with a apron that's stained with various dyes down the front of it. He is standing behind a large kind of it almost looks like, you know, when you walk into like a dry cleaner. It's got like all sorts of like hanging garments and stuff behind them, and you get a sense that maybe they actually do like laundry kind of style stuff as well here. They're kind of all like hanging behind him, and he's got he's kind of leaning over the counter when you enter. This late in the day, so it's like 4:45, right? By the time you enter. This late in the day, there is no other customers in the shop. And you can see, even as you're approaching and going up, there's a short flight of stairs up into the actual office. There's like 3 or 4 steps. There's a few people. You can see people that seemingly are leaving for the day, like exiting the large building over here. This man, as you walk in, he is kind of like got his like elbows like leaned over on the counter, and he is holding what looks like a coin. It's a little bit larger than a standard gold piece, and he's kind of like flipping it over in his hands, and he's kind of you can see that he doesn't seem to notice you as you enter, and he looks like he's kind of like got this like worried look on his face, and as you kind of like enter the doorway, you can tell that although he doesn't notice you at first, and he kind of like looks up slightly as you enter, you notice that although he quickly kind of like composes himself, it looks like the man has been crying, but he kind of like straightens up a bit, and Archie, you notice that although he tucks the coin away in his side pocket, you notice that it seems, from what you can tell, catching a quick glimpse at it, you can see that the coin itself looks like it was like not really a coin at all, but maybe like a disc made of iron. And it looked like it had what looks like the image of a triceratops on it.
Have we seen that before?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
It sounds familiar, but Liz doesn't remember.
Oh, yes, we have
The
seen that
symbol.
before.
It is.
It's the secret group.
The 12?
No, the other one, the really dangerous
4?
one.
Oh, the Itipka.
Yeah.
Itepka.
Okay.
Looks like that.
Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah, but he kind of straightens up and looks at you, and then he kind of like kind of quick like scrubs his cheek a little bit, and he's like, "Yes, welcome to Omala's Dye Works. I am Omala. We're just about to close for today." Kind of looks you over and kind of looks Aelin up and down and kind of like seems like a little nervous, a little worried, and he's like, sorry, how can I help you?"
So, I don't plan to take up too much of your time. I just wanted to inquire about a few items to potentially purchase. I just wanted to get sort of an estimate and to see what you had available.
Right. Yes. Yes, of course. Sorry, who sent you?
Me?
Oh.
Just me?
Okay. Great. And then he's like, well, let
Okay. I'd follow that up with, I talked to Tuttletome, and he pointed me in this direction.
And he's like, great. And he kind of like, he's like, well, let me get you a list of my services. And he kind of reaches down below the counter. And then he kind of like...
Well, while he's down there, I would just turn to ourselves and be like, is there something on my face? It seems like I'm just freaking out a lot of people today.
I don't know.
And then he stands up, and you see he's retrieved what looks like a short sword. He points it at you, and he's like, and he's like, "You don't fool me!" He's like, "I know who sent you. She sent you, didn't she?" She's like, "No, you'll never take me alive." And he's like,
Ooh, I just want some ink.
and he's like, "Nah, I've seen the two of you. I've seen you around town." And he's like literally like shaking, holding the sword.
He just got here.
I swear to God, I'm just looking for ink and like some chemicals to bleach some leather.
He's, make a persuasion.
Who do you think sent us?
Nice.
Nice.
Jeez.
And he kind of like pauses for a second, then he's like, then he's just kind of like, gets this like look on his face, like, oh my god, what am I doing? Drops and literally drops the sword and puts his hands up. He's like, I'm sorry. He's like, I can't. And he kind of like drops down to his knees and like literally starts sobbing. He's like, oh god. He's like, I'm so sorry.
Should we come back?
And then he looks at you and he's like, I'm sorry.
I just like
I thought
him
it.
gently on the shoulder. Like, are you okay?
He's like, no, you're speaking with a dead man. I'm a dead man.
But why? You're standing in front of me alive.
He's like, for now, yes, but I've been marked. He's like,
Oh. Well, my understanding is that if it's a warning, isn't it? If you change your ways, you'll be okay, right?
he's like, he pulls out this little token and like shows it to you, and he's like, you know what this is, right? You know what this means. He's like, blast it all, blast it. He's like, I knew I shouldn't have made. They told me it would make blue dye. They said it would be the most vibrant blue, so I bought some of it. But how was I to know that it was illegal? I didn't know it was illegal, but then I sold it again. I can't. I've already spent the money. And he just kind of like, he kind of gets this like dejected look on his face, and he's like, no, there's no way out of it. I can't pay it back. I can't make amends. He's like, my only hope is to be sent to Executioner's Run and face my fate.
Well, can we buy some ink before then?
Does that mean you're having a sale, or
We're going out of business sale. Everything must go, kind of thing. God.
Oh boy.
this person that you think sent us? You think they're from the Utepka? You think we're from the Utepka?
He's like, well, that's what I thought, but I don't know. I got the token a couple days ago. I assumed someone would become looking for me, and he's like, well, frankly, don't take this the wrong way, but you kind of stick out a little bit, and you look a little menacing. Just saying.
I mean, if it's supposed to be a secret society, wouldn't they want people who don't stick out?
He's like, kind of like ponders for a moment. He's like, I suppose. I don't know. How do I know? I've never gotten one of these before.
Don't worry. Only be afraid of
everybody.
people that just look totally normal.
Only threaten people who seem okay.
We're pretty new to town. We've heard of the coin. I thought it was meant to be a first warning, though, that it didn't immediately mean that you die, but it meant
he's like, yeah. He's like, it's a warning, but it means I need to atone. I have to make amends, and I've already spent the money. I can't make amends. There's not.
How much money was it?
He's like, about 1,000 gold.
Oh yeah, I can't help you with that.
He's like, oh. He's like, but. He's like, but. He's like, maybe since you seem like you could be the helpful type. Maybe you could. You're new to town. That means nobody knows you, right? So maybe and
apparently people do.
He's like, yes, but the two of you, you are. He's like, not to be rude, but you are some of the God touched, right? So maybe if you were to, maybe you could intervene on my behalf and just let them know that if they give me some more time, it would. I'm sure within the next month I could pay it back. Maybe you could make a deal for me. And he kind of gives you this grin, like you're my last hope, kind of like.
How do you suppose we get in touch with them when you can't?
He's like, well, I'm but a simple dye merchant, but the two of you, well, I mean, look at you. You're obviously more than just the common folk. I'm sure that Coyote would be happy to meet some of your particular and it looks like he's trying to be like I guess I don't know what the word, like politically correct about it, but he's like some of your heritage.
I say you can call us God touched. It's not a dirty word to us.
She's like, oh, good then. Well, yes. I mean,
wait, should it be a dirty word towards us? Should I be offended?
Like, no, but everybody knows that you have a higher purpose, right? Everyone knows this. The gods put you here to do something, and if that's the case, well, that can open doors for you, right? I'm sure that Coyote would be happy to meet with you, knowing who you are. You know, she'd be very interested, and then maybe you could happen to just let them know that I just need some time. I could pay maybe in installments or something.
What's Coyote's interest in our kind?
He's like, well, everybody knows that Coyote is as one of the more pious of the merchant princes. She's always interested in, shall we say, exotic and rare things, people.
Which one? Which one was Coyote?
Coyote is the one who oversees Tej and.
Oh, okay, and the salves and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, yes, you do this for me, and I will give you a discount for life in our shop.
Well, I would just sort of look at Aelin and just like, I don't think it would hurt to ask for a meeting.
Sure. But
he's like, really bless you, bless you.
Hang on. We're not really bringing anything to the conversation by saying that you can't pay whatever these dues are.
That's true.
If you bought something illegal, what do you know about the people who sold it to you?
He's like, I not much. They he's like, well, you've heard of the dancing monkey fruit?
No.
He's like, oh,
Have
well,
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No. He's like, well, it has hallucinogenic properties, and well, and I knew, well,
why isn't Baz there?
But if you distill it,
he's always gone.
They approached me. They said that they had a shipment through. I don't know their names, but they said that it could make vibrant dye. They gave it to me at a very, very good price. I sold it, but then I gave the money. Anyways, the money's spent.
So did it not make your dye?
He's like, oh yes, and the dye did sell quite well, but there was, and he kind of like gets this look on his face, is like, I suppose you'd call it complications?
I'm guessing whoever wore the material that was dyed with it got high.
He's like, something like that.
Mm.
I mean, nobody died, but apparently, anyways, apparently there was a leak, a contamination of sorts at the bathhouse, and well, it was quite the afternoon, I hear.
Was it someone in particular that wanted to buy this dye, or did it go to a bunch of different people?
He's like, oh, it did make the most vibrant blue I've ever seen, and it sold out very quickly. No one in particular, but many of the merchants, and he's like, I'm not surprised that someone's taken action against me now. He's like, it was quite embarrassing for a lot of dignitaries, and I hear that there was even some traders.
So, you said to get a meeting with Coyote, and you feel she can clear this up on your behalf if.
Well, yes, she's like she runs the. I mean, the import of fruit and exotic plants and you know these type of things. That is her business, and I should have gone through the proper channels, and had I known that this was an illegal substance, well, I mean, I kind of knew, but I didn't know that it would do this. I thought that was just for eating it was illegal, not for distilling, done for dye. But anyways, I made, as I said, it sold out quickly. I've spent the money. I've already paid my workers. I have no way to recoup that money and pay what by rights I should owe to Coyote. So the only thing I can think is that I don't know. She.
Is there anything that you can bring to the table to as a trade-off, like that she may find useful? You know, like
He's like, and he kind of like looks dejected. He's like, no.
How about this, Amala? We can try and get an audience with Coyote. We haven't met any of the merchant princes yet. We've heard it's difficult to do. If we do, and we can schedule a time, think about what information you can provide, we can bring you to that meeting with us.
He's like, oh, yeah, I mean, I doubt she'll agree to meet with a lowly merchant like me, but yes, okay, I will think. I don't know what I don't know what I can do. He's like, I'm really
Well, you'll have some time because
I'm at her mercy, really. Perhaps she'll take pity on me if it comes through the likes of you.
Yeah. Like I say, we're new. We can't guarantee that we can even get the meeting, but we can try.
He's like, that's all I can ask. It's more than I had before you came in. You are truly sent from the gods. It's a sign that you walked into my shop just as I was giving up all hope. And not one, but two of you. Thank you so much. I feel better already.
Stick to the straight and narrow.
He's like, I will never buy through them again. I will only purchase through Coyote, I promise.
And maybe don't threaten people you think might be coming on their behalf.
Oh,
I don't think that would go well for you.
He's like, yes, of course.
Like I say, if there's anything you can think of to do with those who sold it to you that could help your cause.
It's like, okay, I will think on it.
Otherwise, so I was interested in some high quality to make maps.
He's like, oh, yes, of course, we provide all sorts of dyes and inks in any color under the sun.
Okay.
He's like, I reckon, although we are out of the blue.
Hallucinogenic maps.
Hallucinogenic maps, baby. Yeah, so I was just looking at sort of price points on like your grade of qualities. Is it all the same high quality product, or do you have like a range?
He's like, yeah, I mean, we have several different, some of them are harder to make than others, particularly some of the more exotic colors, but he would show you his range of wares.
Yeah. They say, I'm looking for just like, sort of like longer lasting, just black, just your basic black, but in just a higher quality a normal calligraphy ink sort of thing for like working into maps. So ink in the items is listed at 10 gold a bottle. I have a bunch of that though. Like I have a couple of bottles of that. So I'm guessing this is something different.
Yeah, well, I would say that he would probably have anywhere from like the standard ink that you can just buy, up into and including yeah, let's see, ink, that's an ink pen. Oh, what's this?
Ballpoint pen.
Probably a calligraphy fountain pen.
Yeah, 1 ounce bottle of ink. Yeah, it's 10 gold. So yeah, he can sell you, I would say, like high quality, like won't run in the rain kind of ink. If you want that kind of stuff that's like more than the standard ink bottle, I would say that he would probably sell it to you. Normally he says it would be 25 gold for a bottle.
Okay.
But seeing as how you're doing this great favor to him, he could sell it for 15.
Go for like the waterproof.
Yeah, and that would be ink that would not run in water.
Would that count as high quality materials for the purpose of witchcraft?
Yeah, I'd say so. It'd probably be enough for like one high quality, like one map. Because it's just a vial of ink like this, right? So if you make a standard size map out of it, it'd probably be enough for one.
Okay. And I'm also looking at for a small pouch of chemicals or whatever used to like bleach a leather, because I'm looking into potentially making like vellums. So I mean, I know it's calcium hydroxide, it's lime. I'm assuming they have either that or an equivalent of that if they're to.
I have no idea how much that would cost or anything, but I'm sure they would have it because these guys would have all sorts of stuff like that.
Okay, I can try and find some sort of equivalent and figure out a cost for it.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's kind of as Corey, I have no clue what that would be. Is that rare stuff? Is it hard to come by in this kind of environment? Would that be something that like, you know, without the use of modern technology? Is that something that people would have? I assume.
I mean, modern, absolutely, but.
And people were making vellums back in the old.
Yeah, people have been making vellums.
There's definitely yeah, it's been a long time.
Would that be like considered like a luxury good, common? I don't even know. Like are we talking like coppers, silver, golds? I don't even know.
It'd be a trade price, though.
I would say though, however we think it would be, yeah, he could probably give you enough of it. I don't know what would be a reason. I have no idea what would be reasonable. What do you guys think?
79 gold pieces.
For like a 10-gallon jug.
Yeah, like I don't know how much of it you need to make a single vellum. I literally have no clue about any of this.
Call it gold. Call it gold.
Yeah, because I mean, you basically take it and you like mix it with water, and it makes like a bleaching solution. It's called quicklime.
Okay.
Can you reuse it?
Yeah, is it reusable? Like how much would be like let's say a 1 gallon jug of this stuff? Is that an absurd amount? I don't know. Like like how much?
It's a powder, right? Like
it's a powder. Oh.
Yeah.
It's a powder.
Okay.
It is. Oh man, I've actually seen people make it on YouTube. I can't remember exactly how, but
of course you have.
Do you need like a little bit of powder per jug of water? Like are we talking like a vial of this stuff would be like a gold and give enough to make like 10 vellums? I don't know.
Cheap.
Okay.
Burn the lime is what you do. You cook the lime.
Yeah.
So they have. So you probably actually technically wouldn't get it here, but he might have some that he'd sell for you for a little bit more premium. So like 5 silver stuff, but there should be like out in the outskirts there'd be like giant pits where they would be making this.
Yeah. So like as a note,
limestone.
Currently in modern times, it's very cheap. You can get like a bag, of like 3 ounces for $1.
Sure. Let's call it a gold piece then.
Okay.
And I don't know how much that makes, but let's say it makes.
It's basically a ground up powder that you like mix with, and then you can use it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's say it costs a gold for however much a pouch of that would cost, and then
a pouch. Okay, cool.
Yeah, they use it for like fertilizer. It's used for like lots of stuff, like clean clothes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Disposing bodies.
I'm just.
I thought that was concrete.
I swear to God.
She's got a bunch of rocks. Quick lime.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think the rest is probably Temple of God stuff. I need like chalk and wax and pumice stone.
Okay.
She's gonna turn our hotel room into a murder room.
She's making meth in D&D now.
So you buy this stuff.
Breaking Bad.
By the time you're finishing your transaction, the rest of you have made it to the Grand Souk. It started raining. It's a pretty rainy evening. It's probably around 6. It's 6? Wait, what time was it before? Yeah, it's probably around 6.
It was almost 5 when we started, so.
Yeah, so it's probably close to 6 by the time. So I don't know what you guys are doing at the souk, but like if you're like Ryan, you said you were just picking up some. Just any mundane stuff that you're buying, just subtract the gold and you can find it. That's fine.
Yeah,
Can we also
specific.
sell some of our gear for half price?
Sure. Yeah, if you want to get rid of some stuff, you can sell some gear. I would say the Grand Souk, you'd be able to easily find buyers as well.
And I'm buying ingredients for dinner.
Excellent.
Yeah, I need to. Okay, I wasn't around when the description of what Taj is.
Tej.
Tej, it's a
Sorry,
drink.
Taj. I know it's a drink, but like, what is it?
It's like mead.
Mead.
Yeah. Okay. I'm looking for red wine. If there's any, I don't know if there's any, Chilton red wine, but I would be interested in that.
Okay.
Or if it has to be like an imported red wine. Do you think that would be something I could find in the soup?
Oh yeah, easily.
Great.
Wine. Is, I mean, depends how rare you want to go, but you can go. A normal bottle of wine is. How is this not in the friggin' book? Of course it is. Equipment, food, drink, lodging. Here we go. Meat, wine. So common wine, which would be like your run-of-the-mill kind of like house wine kind of stuff, it would be 2 silver pieces. A bottle of fine wine would be 10 gold.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the regular house wine for now. Eventually, I'll be working my way
If you're
up.
cooking with it, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, my plan was to hopefully get some nicer wine, but 10 is probably a little bit out of my price range, and then give whatever I don't use to Owen. What's the guy's name?
Oland.
Oland. Yeah. And I want to see if I can. I need a whole or pre-plucked chicken or equivalent fowl. And then just a bunch of fresh veggies, carrots, tomatoes, mushrooms. If I can get some really nice mushrooms, I might spring for that. And then,
so, yeah, I mean, all the fruits, veggies, chicken you could get for like a silver total.
okay,
It says 1 chicken is 2 copper pieces. So.
nice.
I'm assuming the rest of the fruit and veggies aren't going to be more expensive than the chicken, so we'll say a silver for that. So that's 3 silver now.
Your silver, then some fresh herbs, like specifically thyme, some bacon, and that's it. Actually, not too complicated.
So, yeah, okay. So call it like 5 silver total.
Would I be able to maybe investigate to see if I can find some like really awesome quality mushrooms?
Sure, go for it.
Great. Would you allow me? Oh, right, I get. I'm sniffing these out. Sniffing them out.
Like a pig, a truffle pig.
You find what you deem decent mushrooms, but
just plain all right.
Maybe it's because you're here at the very end of the day. Maybe if you came in the morning, you'd get the fresh stuff.
Yeah, probably though. We'll say that. All right, cool. All right, so you said 5 silver or 4?
I say 5 silver for the whole, like, everything, chicken, the wine, everything.
Cool. Awesome. All right, I got my stuff, and I'm gonna take it back to the lizard, and I will ask Oland if he minds if I I know that we're getting up on dinner time, but you might if I took up a slot in his kitchen.
Oh, he's perfectly fine with it.
Great. I'm going to start preparing dinner for the group.
Excellent. Okay. Is anybody else doing anything at the souk or at the dye works or anything else before you guys are back at the Thundering Lizard?
I'm fine. Like I said, I just needed to pick up a few mundane things, more or less, just to make sure I have them for traveling.
Okay, so are you done doing that or not?
Yeah, yeah, no. Like I said, they're just common items. It wasn't a water skin and two things of the medical kit. So basically, a gold piece of that.
Okay, sounds good. And what about you, John? Are you done whatever you're doing?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Aylin, Archie, anything else before you go back, or?
Nothing for me.
All right. You are back around, we'll call it like 7:30 or so. Everybody's back and around. And Baz, how's your dinner? How did it work out?
Well, I am making another traditional French dish. I'm making a coq au vin. I was considering making a coquetage because I wasn't sure if maybe Taj was a wine-like drink, but I don't think mead would really fit. Yeah, it's not like a terribly complicated recipe, but it's more complicated than a bowl of oatmeal.
Okay. So we'll call it a level 1. What do you think? Level 1 or 2? How complicated do you think it is? It sounds like a level 1 to me, but
I don't know. I would say it's probably in the realm of like the lobster bouillabaisse in terms of complexity. Like for a French chef, it's within the realm of you should be able to do this. But
yeah, I mean it's basically like a stew.
Yeah.
okay.
It's a fancy stew.
I mean, I'll take the level 1 if you want to give me that, but I'm definitely trying to make this as good.
I guess the question is it a level 1 for Baz, who's had these training, or is it a level 1?
The level is not. The level of the craft doesn't matter who's doing it. It's the complexity of the craft itself. It's not a sliding scale based on your skill level. Like, this dish is a level 1 or a level 2. It doesn't matter who's cooking it. It might be easier for you because your skill is higher, but if your skill's not higher...
Is it a basic recipe, or is it a more complicated time...
Yeah,
like
so...
souffle?
It's I don't know. I call it maybe a 1.5 or a 2.
Okay, we'll go with 2 then, because there's no 0.5.
I know.
So, okay.
I'm just saying.
Kick yourself in the
And
yeah, because a level 1 would be like a grilled cheese sandwich, so...
Right.
No, grilled cheese would be like a level 0.
No, it literally says under level 1, or a grilled cheese sandwich.
No. There's a variant for level 0 for really easy stuff.
Yeah, that's like toast. Something like a simple oatmeal or toast. Yeah.
Basically toast.
It literally says level 1 or a grilled cheese sandwich. Level 3 would be something along the lines of a flambe. So if it's between grilled cheese sandwich and flambe, it's level 2.
I think that this is probably a safe 2.
Okay.
What do you think?
So it's 15 is the DC then.
Yeah. And I'm going to try to portion out some stuff that doesn't use the chicken stock or the bacon to make a small side dish that would be like a vegetarian coq au vin, which seems a little bit counterintuitive to the name of the recipe, but it's. I'd like to make a small side dish for.
All right. Okay, so you have 1, 2. Generosity. Okay, so Give me an intelligence check with proficiency, please. I don't know what skill it would be. I guess it would be your cooking tool proficiency. I want to see how good your knowledge is of this dish, just in advance. So this is what this is for.
You can just roll an intelligence check with it too.
Come
Okay.
on.
Okay, Baz does not. Baz is experimenting with this dish. This isn't something that he's known to do before, so you won't get the knowledge dice on this one unless you actually had somebody that was showing you how to do it. You will, however, get the. I'll give you the materials. You spent 5 silver worth of materials. That's enough for level. I'll give you. You don't have assistance. So you get the generosity because you're making them for Oland. So yeah, you'll have 3 dice 6 plus proficiency to hit 15 with. That's a good start.
What's the DC?
15. Nice.
And then I will burn an inspiration.
Oh, because that's
Yeah,
4.
he's still short.
By 1. He's short by 1. By the way, sorry, before you'd rolled, I was going to say there is a rule that allows you to introduce 1 flaw to gain an extra d6 to the roll. Just so you know.
I don't want a flaw. I want a great meal.
Yeah, it's called desperate. Oh, sorry, desperate measures. With the you can take a flaw or lose a boon. So if you had a boon, you could get rid of it to gain a +3 to your craft roll once per crafting attempt. You can do that. So So if you're, because basically, yeah, if you're that close, you can take away a boon or add a flaw. You don't have either, so you'd have to add a flaw. But you're using your inspiration die, which is enough anyways. So you succeed on the dish using your inspiration to overcome your lack of knowledge. You create this dish quite handily. You feel inspired today. It's nothing spectacular. There's no boons whatsoever in this craft, but there's also no flaws. So I would say you create a flawless dish. It's not.
Yeah, I would say it's I ended up with a 19, and the DC was 15. So I would
Very good.
say it's pretty much perfect. There's nothing exceptionally special,
but yeah,
it doesn't go above and beyond. But it's like
it's good.
this
Hey,
is the Pokemon.
And make a note now that since you successfully have crafted this particular dish, should you craft it again, I would say you have the knowledge to do so now.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Baz, this is the best thing you've ever made.
Literally everything.
It's really good.
Olin eats it and he's like, "This is pretty fantastic. This is really good stuff. How long are you staying again?" I could get used to this. Yeah.
Thank you, Baz.
That was lovely.
Well, I wasn't very happy with the breakfast I made this morning. I wanted to try and make up for it.
Excellent. Well, everyone eats their fill of your delicious. What is it called?
Coco vin.
Coq au vin.
Coco vin.
Yeah, one of those
Yeah.
cocoa veins. And
I had some cocoa veins.
Over dinner, I would let everybody in on what happened at the dye works.
Pulled a sword on you.
Wow.
I'm not entirely sure he knew how to use it.
What was this fruit that he mentioned?
It's called dancing monkey fruit.
Interesting. Never heard
Very
of it.
illegal.
Have I heard of it?
you could give me a nature check if you'd like. If you're proficient in nature, I'd say give me a roll.
I'm not proficient in nature. What's
Oh.
up?
Nope.
Well, that's quite something. Well, we are going to be at the Grand Coliseum tomorrow. Perhaps this merchant prince might be there.
It's possible.
Give-
Possible.
Given
Yeah.
that Coyote is the one putting up the grand prize for the event tomorrow, it's entirely likely she may be there.
There you go.
That's right. I forgot because I was thinking of the other one. Akini would be the
That's
one
true.
doing the Coliseum stuff.
If we can win, maybe we can request a meeting with Coyote as a
Definitely. That would be
as part of it, you know.
all right. So easy. We just have to win this race. Oh, Jonah, I wanted to ask you something. So I don't want to offend you or make you feel bad or anything, but
No offense taken.
I imagine that in terms of raw running ability, might not necessarily be as
Fast.
sure. Yes, yeah. That's very uncomfortable. Raising it like this.
You saying your legs are short?
You're very little.
Yeah, I suppose.
Compared to Baz. Not that it's
Well,
not that it's
those
weird
people.
or anything.
Yeah.
He's very big.
Yeah, exactly. It's just but I wanted to maybe propose. What if I could carry you, and if we get to a point in the race where it seems like there's a chance that like we might just lose, like maybe another team person is just ahead of us and we're close enough to the finish line, I could throw you.
Throw me?
Well, yeah, and then you would be the first to cross the finish line.
I would be the quickest.
Mm-hmm.
But I certainly wouldn't do that if you felt uncomfortable with it.
Oh, no. I think since we're doing it for a good cause, right?
And quite a bit of money too. Let's not forget that.
Well, that would be important. I am going to be a father soon, so.
What?
You gotta pay for
the egg. Oh my god.
He's gonna have
What the hell were you guys up to when we were at the dye works?
Is that normal for gnomes?
Yeah.
They basically
It's a
pop out
gestation
of
period on gnomes.
rocks.
I might have to get some goggles, so.
Those weren't rocks you were gathering earlier. They were gnome eggs.
And they just happen to be all his children.
So does that sound like an okay plan?
I say yes.
Great.
He said with confidence.
Hang on. Here we go.
All right. Well,
Alright.
does anybody else have any maybe ideas about what might be able to give us another edge in this race?
I will take out my 2 bags of ball bearings.
Oh, tripping other people. I see what you're
mean-
pulling down.
I've also got caltrops.
I took out my 2 bags of caltrops. I wanted to be nice first.
That's fair. I get that. I mean, there was some other monks at the monastery. They, they were a lot more experienced than I was, but they definitely had the ability to move faster than the eye. Sometimes it seemed like it was pretty impressive, but I don't think I'm quite there yet, unfortunately.
Well, maybe after a nice long rest, you'll wake up with that ability.
What else can we do today?
But probably not.
Maybe
Probably not. That's okay.
we should put Patrol the streets and go into dangerous places.
I mean, if we get killed, we don't have to do it. So.
Well, I don't know.
Let's go spend the night in Malar's throat.
Jonah, speaking of Kyle, what's the plan there? Are you thinking take it there so it can hatch there? So you can get the proper paperwork and stuff for it?
Yeah, 25 gold, that's okay. And then... Yeah, we're going to take it there. I'm going to give him 25 gold. It's going to hatch. I'm going to give him another 75 gold. And then when it's after 20 days, I'm going to give him 100 gold and take it home.
So we really need to win tomorrow.
I got 25 gold.
Right, but didn't she tell us it had maybe a week until it hatches? So we need to get the other
30 days. But we don't know when it was laid.
Right. I mean
and then it was 20 days after that.
I thought she said there was maybe a week until it hatched.
Scenario?
Yeah. Right, and then we have 20 days after it hatches.
Right, to get the other 100.
To start the training process. And then 100 to take it home.
Do we know
25 when I give the egg, then we have hatch plus 20 days to get 75 more gold, and then 100 gold I get to bring it actually home. Probably minus whatever upkeep they'll probably charge me, but yeah.
Yeah.
Plus whatever upkeep. But yeah, I think we have enough time.
Do we know how long the journey to this place is going to take?
Undrill was going to, when she arranges the canoes and guides, she was going to look into that and tell you tomorrow whatever she found out about it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about if let's just say it takes 3 days. We leave the day after tomorrow. That will put us at our destination 5 days from today. And then, depending on how long we stay there, let's just say a day. But then 3 days back, we'll be back in town 9 days from today. Hopefully, it won't have hatched by then, or if it has hatched, it'll only have been hatched for a day or two, and you'll have time to let it imprint on you, as the man described.
Absolutely. And then I think we have the dino race on that same day. 9 days out? Wasn't it like 10 days out?
Yeah, it's like 8 or 9 now.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Well. Oh. I don't remember what day it was happening on.
It's the end of the month.
Well, we're at the beginning of the month, so.
Okay, so we have much more time.
It must be middle of
10 days out.
Maybe?
Yeah, the actual main dino race. Yeah, you guys have a fair bit of time for that one. I don't think you've actually looked into exactly what day that was. Pretty sure you've not learned what exact day the next dino race is on.
Yeah.
You learned that they do it usually once a month, but you don't actually know when the next one's coming up. The last thing you guys had heard about it was that it sounded like it was a little ways off, so it's probably like a couple weeks still.
Better.
Okay. I don't think you'll be able to race this month. Maybe next month.
I don't know. Maybe Bass could throw us.
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Well, hey, you can practice riding on Baz for this race.
I'm thinking maybe we should practice gnome throwing first, just to make sure we do
Oh.
have it. I gotta go.
I might help clear the dishes.
All right.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Should we talk to Salida tonight? Let her know that Undra will be meeting her tomorrow.
Yeah, it might be worth giving her a heads up. That way she doesn't potentially take another job in the meantime.
Sure.
Who knows? Do you want to go and see her?
I mean,
Yeah.
we can all go.
All on your own?
I gotta work on these dishes.
I have to return these videotapes.
Sorry, I got these bags.
This is Archie trying to tease her brother about a girl, and it's not working at all, by the way.
All right. So you guys, what do? You go see Salida, or
Yeah, sure, we can go
whoever wants to go?
see if she's at her room.
Yep.
Well, it's like 8:30 or something at night, 9 o'clock at night now. By the time you're done eating and talking, so
17.
when you knock on the door, there is a brief moment of silence, and then the door click. You hear a click from the lock, and the door swings open. Salida is on the other side. She sees you, and she gives you a nod. She's like, "Oh, good evening. I wasn't expecting any visitors today."
I don't really know why you gave me this key. The only reason I would ever use it is to get into your room when you're not here. And if I'm trying to get in touch with you, why would I go in your room when you're not here?
And she kind of like looks at you, and she's like,
Wink, wink.
she's like, "I guess that's a fair point. I could take it back then."
Yeah, I'll give her the key back. But also, we're planning on heading out into the jungle in a couple days. We've been talking with someone who's wanted to go out with a party. She'll be probably coming by to talk with you tomorrow.
Yeah, she smiles and she's like, "Oh, really? Is that right? Great.
Her name's Undril. She's really nice.
She's like, Undril Silvertusk."
Yeah.
She's like, "Well, small world. I met her just this morning. She seemed to be well, you know how those religious types are, but she seemed really nice. So she's a friend of yours. Very interesting. Well, that's fantastic. So that means we'll be heading up the River Star. You'll need canoes, unless you plan on traveling overland. I'd recommend canoes."
Already figuring that out. But if there's any other suggestions you have, we can talk it over tomorrow with Eldrin and get everything sorted before we leave the day after.
So we're here to invite you to dinner tomorrow.
She's like,
Just
"Oh,
to chat."
She's like, "Great. Well, I will look forward. I'll make myself available. I'll clear my schedule. You know, I've got a lot of interested parties looking for my services, so I'll make sure we'll clear." Well, she seems Jonah particularly. You get the sense that actually she seems relatively relieved that she has a job. But she also seems she's pretty excited. She's like, "This is great. You won't be disappointed. I am the best money can buy, no questions. I know exactly where we're going, and if you're heading down Star, well, that's my backyard. I expect a smooth journey. We'll get your friend down to her camp, no problem." Fantastic. She's like, "Well, I look forward to it. This really brightened my day.
Yeah. Cool.
Great.
Wow.
Baz is a really good cook.
She's like, "Oh, great."
yeah. Do you have any preferences or dishes that you're particularly fond of?
No. I really. I mean, if I can avoid it, I don't eat. I don't eat
Dairy.
any sort of like snakes or lizards. I really don't care for that. And of course, I wouldn't want you eating any of the dinosaurs either.
I tried lizard for the first time. I don't know. I don't know if it, I don't know.
All right.
I don't know if it was the first time that Baz has ever had lizard.
Here, anyway.
Yeah. It was
All right.
it was decent enough. Had some good spice to it.
Bit of a chicken flavor.
She's like, great. Yeah, no, that's great. Well, I will see you tomorrow. I will look forward to seeing Undrill tomorrow. Don't worry, we'll get everything sorted. You can count on me.
Thank you.
It's like, great. Have a good night. She gives you like a big smile and closes the door.
That was awkward.
Time to play with my rock.
I have removed Salita's room key from my inventory.
I was saying you just like throw it back at her. She gave you a room key?
Yeah, it was weird, right?
I think that's some sort of code.
I think that's just she liked you.
Right, but why wouldn't I knock first anyway? I don't understand.
That's a good point.
It's a different culture.
Like, if she's there, she'd open the door. If she's not there, then why do I care?
Maybe it was just to make her intentions known. Whether you actually physically needed to use it, maybe it was just like a symbol of that she likes you.
Yeah.
Her door
Sexually.
is open to you.
Well,
I'm gonna go play with my rocks.
Lily agrees.
All right, so you guys go up to the rooms. I'll give you guys a long rest.
Should I use
I do
my
have
hit
something
dice to heal
Well.
first? So
Yeah,
I
if
put
you-
my hit dice back.
Yeah.
You got to use a
I
first
have
aid though,
medicine
don't we?
kit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Same here.
so-
I'm still beat up.
Yeah, you can make a well, I think Aelin, you'll get full no matter what you do, right?
No, I could possibly not. I could
Okay.
be one short.
Okay. Well, you can make a medicine check for each of you.
For fuck's sakes.
And I rolled max. All right.
Nice.
I rolled under 10 again.
It's fine. I would have done the medicine check myself anyway.
Oh, I know I did it for myself. I
Okay.
got 8 hit points away.
So Blackwood, you don't gain any bonus, but you rolled really nice anyways. So
Perfect.
okay. So I guess I should have applied the rest after you did that, so you actually get your hit dice
Yeah.
All
back.
healed up.
There
I'm
you go.
gonna study my book and play with my rock.
All right. You play with your rocks. You bandage
Pet rocks.
your wounds. Is there anything else you'd like to do before the sweet dreams of the night take you and you awaken the next morning?
I was gonna draw out a. If you looked on Discord, there's a little kind of phoenix line art that I was gonna prepare to try putting on Baz.
Like practice drawing.
Okay.
Well, I mean, first thing, if I draw it out, then I guess that would work as a knowledge. Like, okay, this is what I'm gonna put on you. I've sketched it out, and it looks like this.
Yeah, and you've got the tools and things you need to do this.
I
right?
got tattoo kit, basically, or tattoo tools.
Sure. Okay.
It's just
Yeah, the basic tools like
So would this
and
be
12 colors, but
so this is
just
more of a
black.
preparation step for the actual craft, right?
Well,
so
this would be preparation, yes. And so,
Yeah.
like I said, it's just
so
that's the
so
only thing I
maybe
can do.
maybe give me a what would drawing be? What kind of check is drawing? Would it be
I mean, you could do dexterity, or you could go
Performance.
performance,
I'd
or,
say either performance or
or
sleight of
wisdom, for
I
like,
Sleight of hand.
or it's. I think it just depends on, like, this is a kind of a mythical bird that kind of honestly, I'm just drawing like
I think on
a bird.
I feel like on Critical Role, like whenever like Jester does, like I'm drawing as good of a picture of a thing as I can.
Yeah.
I mean,
usually I have to just make a dexterity check. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it would be just dexterity with proficiency.
dexterity is
Yeah, dex, but I think you get proficiency because you're proficient with the tools.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
okay.
So
Whatever. I mean, like I say, it's a tough one to say. Like, what are you using for? It's your hand-eye coordination or your
You can
mind.
create your own skill.
Well, it's just basically a skill check or a,
Yeah.
Well, I know, but I'm
I-
saying like in Fantasy Grounds, you could create your own skill, so it would just be dex with proficiency.
you could argue a lot of different things.
That
My
later.
wisdom, I'm aware of stuff, so
well,
I see stuff.
regardless of what you could argue, I'm saying
Yeah.
it's dexterity plus proficiency.
No, +2. So I don't know why it gave me a
Nice.
+1. Oh yeah, so 19. It gave because I rolled it off that.
Wouldn't it be 20?
Well, yeah,
It's
I rolled it
already
off
plus
my
one.
stat.
Dexterity.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
but
should be-
dexterity is
Oh,
plus
yeah, it should
1,
be 20.
proficiency is plus 2. That's plus 3 total, right?
Yep, you're right.
funny.
Oh, it's because
not
your
Yeah, I rolled it
skill.
straight off my stat.
Yeah, it's because so on your skill tab where it says tool proficiency, just change the stat box to dex.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
And then
left it
it'll-
like that for now because I wasn't sure
Yeah.
if it would change all the time.
Yeah,
Or
I think it would be dex for the most part. It might be something else, maybe for a different type, but just for like drawing it out, I'd say it would be dex. So, okay,
Yep,
so
that's
20. A 20 is really good. So yeah, I'd say you've got you.
I
I
nailed the artwork.
Yeah, Okay.
And it's just a simple black art like thing.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna go crazy. Overall, I would say that's either probably like a 2.
yeah.
For difficulty.
And I would say similar to how, like, I'm giving Baz a knowledge roll to say, I think this would constitute knowledge, right?
Yeah, so that's basically
Like,
I'm planning my.
Yeah, you're planning out what you're gonna do, so you have the knowledge of what you're gonna do next. So
I know where it's
so I
gonna
would
be.
say check that box is checked when you actually make your crafting check. You have the knowledge die now.
There is no benefit overall. Like it's not helping. I don't know if you want like generosity is in the group, so that wouldn't really count. So, but it's not anything. But it futurely could actually. I could add on to this. So I probably would say no.
Yeah,
generosity.
I was wrong about the generosity die. If it's in the party, it's fine. It specifically says basically if it's something that can't be then given back to you as a thing. So you can't make a healing potion for someone else in the party because then they could use that healing potion on you. In the future.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But if you're just like if you're tattooing somebody else and he wants the tattoo, that would be generosity because there's no benefit to you to do that. And especially for something that's not like it's not helping him fight better to help you or anything.
Yeah. Okay.
That would totally work.
Okay.
I wasn't sure how you wanted to rule it, so I left that one kind of open.
Yeah.
But if I get that and then plus the original 1d6, it's 3d6, and if it's a 2, then it's a 15 difficulty.
Yeah, and if you want to try to get high quality materials,
I'd have. It's not really something you buy though, right? Generally.
Got ink.
It could be. Yeah.
You could have gone to the dye works.
yeah, like if you go to I would.
Why I told you about them.
I could always upgrade.
It's expensive, so.
No,
Yeah,
It's
that's
called
true.
tattoo touch-ups.
Sure. Okay, cool. So you
You
got
can
that
tattoo
prepared.
somebody with hallucinatory blue ink.
That'd be awesome.
Anyway, so I get
Get
my
a trip
proficiency,
and
I believe. So I get the +2,
Mhm.
and my first die.
Yay! Tattoo right now.
Are you doing the tattoo now?
Oh no, I guess I wouldn't. So that's right.
Oh yeah,
That's
okay. Yeah, if you're not,
Because,
you're kind of
like,
doing the
that's-
prep
The
now.
head's
and
I'm drawing
sleeping
it.
and Blackwin is just tattooing it.
Ah,
You won't do a thing. No.
it's too bad
I
you
was
rolled
getting
really well
carried away
too.
there.
No, that's okay.
That's all right. Yeah, so basically, I probably spent an hour or two drawing this out to perfection.
Yeah, so just remember you have the knowledge dice now when you do
Yeah.
make the checks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you want to put this Phoenix tattoo on multiple people, you can use this as a template going forward for that particular tattoo.
True.
A flaming
Or
chicken.
incorporate it into
Team
other
Phoenix.
designs. Like that could
I
be
chose
part
it
of the-
because he already had a brush of death, and he arose again.
Yeah, it's thematic. I like it.
So
All
it
right.
kind of works. So cool. Yeah, that's my first little foray. But
Okay.
now I'm just gonna tattoo you when we're in the dirty jungle.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
Cool.
Well,
Do it on the rowboat while I'm canoeing. And...
Yeah.
I literally just spend the night rearranging my rocks and configurations and looking at my book.
I'm trying to sleep.
Someone down below is like clink, clink, clink.
What are they
So
doing?
is someone bowling up there?
I don't even know what bowling is, but I'm
like
calling it bowling.
rolling around huge stones, but they can't be what they're doing.
Are they rearranging the furniture? What the hell?
It's over the big group, like longhouse that we just stayed in, so it's everybody.
Yeah. Next morning, there's just a line of angry guests. Like, what kind of a place are you running here? No, I'm just kidding.
I can lift the stones, guys. I can pick it up and put it
Still,
down.
you're like, after a while, you're getting tired. You're probably just dropping them instead of putting them down. Anyways, you awaken in the morning.
Well,
or do you?
I have one more thing, but it's with Baz.
Okay.
Who is currently not here. So
His chair is like flickering away in another.
I think he's just washing his eye. I think he got something in it. I don't think he'll be long.
maybe we can continue with the morning.
You okay?
I'll do it when we wake up. So
Okay.
go on. It doesn't have to be at night.
You awaken in the morning. What would you like to do? I would say you wake up at about. You wake up. You're probably down in the common room. You're ready for the day. You're eating breakfast. I mean, you're supposed to be at the Coliseum by 8, so you probably don't really have time to do much other than just leave from here to the Coliseum.
Yeah, I'm not prepping breakfast this morning. I'm letting.
I'll do up my
Or
tireless.
eat and grow.
Okay.
It could come in handy.
You don't want a heavy breakfast anyway.
Yeah, especially when you're running. But when we woke up, or maybe even before we fell asleep, I think I would try to get Baz's attention, since he's my roommate.
Okay.
Been like, Baz.
Hello, yes? Oh, hi, Jonah. What's going on?
Should we have killed her?
Oh. You mean Samaria?
I mean, yeah, we saved her, but it ended up being worse for her.
I don't know. In the moment, it certainly seemed like it was the right thing to do. I guess none of us really fully understood or appreciate the sort of risk that we were putting her in. But it's certainly tough.
Yeah. I don't think I like killing people.
Sorry, well, I couldn't hear what you said.
I don't like killing people. I don't like.
It's not very fun. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like protecting people, and sometimes that means hurting bad people. But when it comes down to it, taking a life isn't ever easy. And if it's something that you think if it's something that you think you don't ever want to or could do, well, I wonder if maybe not going on this adventure would be better. Because unfortunately, I really don't know if it's going to be avoidable in certain situations.
Yeah, you're probably right. Now I'll try to go back to sleep or go down for breakfast, depending on what type of the night it is.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys, a little while later.
I'm feeling good.
Oh, stop lagging! Sorry. A little while later, you guys find yourselves finishing up breakfast. You have a little while to get to the arena, but is there anything you'd like to do in the morning?
Excuse me. No.
I don't think so.
I would be doing sprints and stretching.
Oh, that's a good idea. I would join Jonah.
I'm not going to tire myself out. I may join in the stretches, but
Yeah, I'll be.
Yeah, but you wanna get limber.
do you guys think
I just crack my neck and I get 10 temporary hit.
it's fine? I'll hold on. How long? I don't know what this, but before do I have 10 minutes before we leave while you guys are stretching?
Probably.
If I do,
Up.
I'm gonna cast Comprehend Languages as a ritual.
Okay.
On myself.
You could also just say that you got up a little bit earlier.
To do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I basically want to do it right before we leave because it lasts for an hour, so that way, if anything pops up, like I don't know if it works on the token languages, but if it does, then I might be able to pick up some.
Sure.
It works. Does Comprehend Languages works on?
You understand the literal meaning of any spoken language that you hear. You
Spoken.
also understand any written language that you can see, but you must be touching the surface of it.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was like what you hear or if it's just Okay.
It's both.
Cool. All right. So you comprehend some languages right before you guys are heading out. Move on up towards the Grand Coliseum, or
after Archie casts it, I'll be like, if I understand, if I know that that's what she's doing.
Sure, I have no reason to hide it.
Well,
in Loxodon, which I don't know is an actual language, but I had to pick another language other than Common, and I was like, well, I feel like just his own native language is probably some kind of Loxodon native language, so that's what I put down. So in Loxodon, I'll say, do you understand me?
Do I? Yes.
The spell says you do, so yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Wow, that's crazy. Wow. I think we should be a bit tender with the small one.
Okay. See, I can do. I know you guys haven't seen much, but I can do some cool things. I have some cool tricks. I swear, I'm useful.
I have things I can do. Cool. All right. Well, I'm
when
ready to go.
fighting, you guys have seen me do almost nothing.
Let's do
That is true.
I've hit one time for like 1 damage, and all the other times I was behind the whole group with the zombie attack. I was attacking a different dude like behind the group. So I was just doing my own thing, and then in the sewer area, I missed every time but once. And I did minimum damage. I promise I'm useful. To the Coliseum.
What is this error? Stop it! Keep getting an error popping up and it's driving me insane. Okay, I think it's pro stream, so goodbye. You're getting shut down. Yeah, it was definitely that. Clear. Almost ready.
Any day now, Corey.
Oh, Bradley.
I'm kidding.
You're terrible.
I'm kidding.
You suck. Okay, so you guys arrive. Then it takes you a little while. I'd say about 15-20 minutes to climb up the steep stairs to the Coliseum from the. So you've probably got about 40 minutes left in your comprehend languages by the time you're entering the arena. The Coliseum is in stark contrast to the rest of the city. Here there are large clusters of people. It seems today's events have drawn a fairly large crowd. There's a large elevated path that runs through the center of this area. And beyond the Coliseum, you can see the golden roof Temple of Joaquin reflecting the sunlight. You can see long lines of excited patrons have formed around the side of the massive structure. Now you've got the little scroll that he gave you.
Yep.
So there are guards kind of standing around, checking people through or whatever. So, yeah, when you show them the writ that Poe gave you, guard looks it over and he says, "Oh, you're competing. Excellent. Well," and he kind of looks you over and he kind of looks at Baz, looks at Jonah. He's like, "Oh,
I did not bring all my heavy stuff or anything. I assumed that was it. Yeah, just yeah.
Well, he calls a couple people over and he's like, you'll go in the side entrance, not through here, not with the common rabble." And you hear one of the person in Charlton's like, "Hey!" And he's like, "Quiet or you get the spear, woman."
In my head comes through is just offended.
But they take you around the side and through a separate entrance, and there is the guardsman or the worker, whatever you want to call him, he's like, "Yes, well, so the Blade Fangs, quite a name, interesting." He's like, "In Terranburel, I've never, not familiar. He must be new to the city. Well, it doesn't matter. Great, so there's 5 of you, yes. Could I get your names, please, just for the rolls?"
I give mine.
Jonah.
Excellent.
Archie Reed. Archie.
Yes, excellent. And he's like, then he, Aelin, excellent.
I'm bad.
Baz, he's like, you'll be a crowd pleaser, I can tell. Ha! And he.
Just one quick question. I know that there's a race, and then there's some sort of fight, I guess.
He's like, "Yes, well, should you make it to the second round, yes, but I would focus on the first. So your team will be up against the Green Vipers. Now they're a relatively new team, but they are they're fairly skilled. There's only 4 of them, so you have a bit of an advantage there, but don't let that fool you. I'm not sure how many times you've raced in the past, but they have some tricks up to their sleeve. Now, of course, you'll be riding Allosauruses for this race.
Oh.
And he's like, "And don't worry, they're quite sturdy creatures. They can handle even one of your size." So the idea is you'll make there are 5 legs of the race. You will need
Wait,
to.
these dinosaurs have 5 legs.
It's like, no, they're. Sorry, you're not familiar with the Allosaurus?
No, we just got here.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, like I said, you have a bit of an advantage. There being 5 of you to 4 of them, so I'm sure that you'll pick it up rather quickly. They done this before. Just don't let them get spooked. And you should be fine. But don't worry, they are trained. They won't. Well, I mean, most of them they've just been fed too, so they won't attack you, or anything like that. And plus, we have people standing by to intervene should anything get out of hand. But I'm sure it'll be perfectly fine. It always is. Akene prides herself on smooth events, so no bloodshed unless planned for, that kind of thing. Now, let me explain the rules to you. So you'll be riding Allosauruses. Now, due to recent events, of course, and the ever-looming death curse, as you may or may not know, we can't afford anybody dying on our watch, so fights to the death have been strictly forbidden currently during these times. Therefore, of course, I'm not sure your capabilities exactly, but there will be no elemental or spells. We don't want you, fireballing your opponents. We can't risk anybody dying inadvertently. Now, of course, that doesn't mean you can't, knock them out by other means. But it is if you do not, if you deliberately cause the death, or it seems like you're attempting to cause the death of one of your opponents, you will be, of course, immediately disqualified.
Are defensive spells allowed that don't hurt anybody else but protect you? Or is it all magic is out?
I'm not sure if it's in here. Hold on. Let me go through the rules, and then we'll take questions afterwards. In the first event, you'll participate in a race. It's a circular obstacle course built inside the arena. Now, you'll each be assigned a mount. These are bred specifically for racing. They have, racing harnesses and saddles. You will each be given a rider's pole as well. And you'll be facing off against another team of newcomers, the Green Vipers. Now, essentially, I'll switch. He would explain it in, obviously in game rules, but essentially, the way it works, so as players, is there is a track, which I will share with you guys.
Oh, we're in first place.
There are 4
quadruplets.
There are 4 identical elven Green Vipers. They are a family unit. That's totally canon. That's totally canon now. They're totally what would they be? Quintuples? Quadruplets. They're totally quadruplets now. Female elven riders. They hail from the Moonshae Isles, and they're the Green Vipers. Well, God, now I picture them like in dodgeball.
Man, if Thurgeon were here, he would be like, "See, I told you all elves look alike."
There's
They're
also
all
the
the
Game of
same.
Thrones Sandpipers, which were all sisters.
Oh yeah, that's true. So, essentially, the race tracker represents your guys' level of completion on the course. When the race starts, we'll roll for initiative to determine order. Each rider will start on their course in the starting position, which is position 1. First rider to reach the finish line wins the race. Once the race begins, each rider may move up 1 position and take 1 action per turn. The available actions are: you can attempt to dash, so urge your mount onwards. This requires an animal handling check. As you urge your mount to move 2 spaces instead of 1, You can only dash twice total during the entire race. Otherwise, your mount will run out of stamina. A failed dash doesn't count towards your 2 successful dashes. You can also attempt using your rider's pole, a jab. You can jab at any other rider as long as they're in the same position as you. It doesn't have to be side by side. It's just the track represents
In
like the overall position. As long as they're in the same row as you, you can jab at anyone else. You make an attack roll with versus the armor class of the rider you're attacking. On a hit, instead of taking damage, the opponent must make a dexterity saving throw. If they fail, they are knocked off their mount and loses a turn as they get up and remount. So you can knock someone off their mount. They can do the same to you guys, by the way.
Does that attack roll get any sort of...
If you are proficient with quarterstaff, you get proficiency. Okay. So I don't know, most of you probably are. It's a simple weapon. So if you've got simple weapon proficiencies, you're proficient with quarterstaff.
I wasn't sure if like strength or dexterity or anything like that.
It would be quarterstaff, so it's based on strength.
Okay.
And then proficient, yeah, unless you have specific rules around that. It's a dex save, so it's an attack. The hit then triggers a dex save, and a fail to that dex save knocks them off their mount and they lose a turn. You can also taunt. You can taunt or make distracting motions any other rider, so long as they're within up to 1 position away, so they can be in front or behind you, in addition to the row you're in. This is a charisma intimidation check against the rider's wisdom insight. If the taunting rider wins the roll, the opposing rider is at disadvantage on any other check made during the next obstacle, which we'll get to. And finally, the 4th action you can take is tripping. You can use this on another rider so long as they're in the same position as yourself. Using your pole, you can attempt to trip up the rider. It's a strength athletics check or a dexterity acrobatics check. If successful, the opposing rider must then make a animal handling wisdom check, or if they fail, the mount stumbles and they move, and they actually lose 1 position rank, so they move back 1. They don't lose a turn though. Now there are obstacles. This is an obstacle course. It's not just an open track. So he would be explaining all this. In addition to the rider's normal actions, there are obstacles laid out along the course you must overcome in order to win. At the end of every round, each rider will roll a d20 and consult the table. He's not telling you guys in advance what obstacles may come up. These are going to be surprises. You can spend inspiration if you'd like to re-roll on your obstacle roll. And then you have to deal with the obstacles, which when we make the roll, we'll go through how you do that. Now, as far as... So, outside of what he's just described, anything else would be considered against the rules. So, casting other spells, using special abilities, anything that's not specifically... These are the rules of engagement, essentially. These are what you're allowed to do in the course of the race.
What happens if we break the rules?
Then you'd be disqualified from the race. If you succeed and win, then they'll discuss what your next stage of the competition will be. Is there any questions? The race will be starting in about 10 minutes.
A follow-up to Aylin's question. If one of us breaks the rules, the entire team?
No,
just
that person will be disqualified.
But it also means they don't move on to round 2 either, so we're puts the team at a potential disadvantage.
Of course.
Yeah, now you'll be disqualified from the event. So if you're disqualified from the first round, you can't go in the second round.
That's what I mean. It potentially puts the whole team at a disadvantage in the second round. But if we're not getting there, cheating may
fuck it, cheat.
Get us there. Sacrificing.
Does the Allosaurus need to cross the finish line, or is it just we that have to finish?
The idea is that the mount and rider need to cross together.
Okay.
If you fall off your Allosaurus, you can't then just run to the finish line.
I look down at Jonah and I guess I say, maybe next time, buddy.
Okay. There is a blast of a horn, and the man says, "Oh, we must get ready. Yes, quickly." He's like, and he looks at you, and he's like, "This room is perfectly safe and secure. Ikene will personally guarantee any valuables or items left in this room will be untouched. So please leave anything you'd like with us." He points to all your weapons. He's like, "You can't take any of that." Pointing at your glaive, pointing at anybody else who has weapons. He's like, if you'd like to, you can wear whatever you like. He looks at Baz's armor, and he's like, if you want to wear that, that's perfectly fine. There's no rules against armor. However, yes, you won't be able to take those weapons with you. You'll be given these poles. He points to, like, there's like 6 of these poles, like, leaned against the wall. He's like, that's the only thing you can take with you, equipment-wise.
Alright. So, alright,
And he would point at, like, belt pouches, backpacks. He's like, leave all this behind. Armor and the pole, that's it.
I will remove all of my equipment, sans my armor.
And your armor? Okay.
No, sans.
Sans your armor. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'll leave my armor on.
I'm gonna put my little bag and pouch and stuff in the pile and slip out a tiny piece of paper that just says "property of Archie Reed" and just like stick it on.
I just throw my stuff on top of Archie's stuff.
I will take a note and just have an arrow that says "better stuff" and point to Archie's stuff.
Better stuff. I love it.
I move my stuff over to Jonah's stuff.
This is where all the adult stuff goes.
All right.
Come here, Baz.
So,
Grab the quarter staffs and do a flourish.
in a bit of a whirlwind, as you drop all your stuff, as these horns are blasting, they kind of usher you out, and you find yourself moments later standing next to these large bipedal. They look like the raptors you saw earlier, but they're more like 7, 8 feet, 9 feet tall. These large muscular creatures, these bipedal. One of them seems to be adjusting a new saddle that's quite a bit larger. It's kind of a bit bigger than the other ones. And
Joe, looks like they've got your mount right over there.
Walked over. Fine.
And the guy's basically still like giving you like the very basics of instructions as he's like ushering you towards your individual mounts. Meanwhile, you can hear like the crowd is like looking around like it's like a stadium and it's full of people, and they're cheering, and you can see these 4 elves on like the identical like clothing with like these green like serpent on the front, and they're all like like a little powwow doing like their little like huddle thing. There is
to feel like this was a mistake.
And then suddenly there's a hush falls over the crowd, and you can see a woman step up and kind of step on up like a raised dais in front, and she says, "Welcome, people of Portne and Zaru, to this day's fine event. As you know, my compatriot Coyote is putting up a grand prize we can all thank her for that. This unexpected event will bring great joy and glory to our racers and hopefully to the city." And she kind of points she's like, "Today we have 2 relatively new teams competing in this first leg of the competition. And she kind of looks down. The Blade Fangs to the left." And there's kind of a half-hearted cheer. One guy's like, "That elephant!" And then he's like,
know an elephant could ride.
And he's like, and up against them on the right, and she checks the notes again, the Green Vipers. And there's like a bit more of a cheer, like, "Yeah, Green Vipers, woo!" And he's like,
Can I retcon one thing? I apologize. I actually forgot the name of our team. I thought that you were introducing the other team first. When they announce our team, I'm going to do like lift up my trunk and do the
nice.
Yeah.
I pull my hood up a little more and kind of trying to hide against the dinosaur.
I'm trying to get height.
Yeah.
And
We're keeping a low profile.
Are we?
I don't think we are.
And you can see behind this woman, who you can only assume is the merchant prince Akane. She's you can see behind her there's another Chalton woman who is Archie's awed by the crowd.
Always.
I have to tell you,
I don't know why
you rolled a nat one.
Get it out of the way.
Yeah, there's a kind of a woman in fine silks and kind of like this like braided kind of like tiara kind of gold with kind of not poofy hair, like permed hair, I guess is the word. Actually, I have a picture. Do I? I do. Woman.
Cool.
Not
how I spelled it.
That is not how I spelled it.
She is watching from a lavish kind of like dais with like servants all around her with wine and fruit and that kind of thing. Akane looks like this. She's kind of scarred and has like kind of like dreadlock kind of hair. Yeah, and some people cheer quite a bit when she introduces Coyote, and then he's like, and now the race will begin shortly. Riders, take your positions. And then you see laid out. So yeah, it's a big like kind of like oval thing, and you can see like all sorts of different obstacles, but you don't really have time to really get a good lay of the land.
Sure.
Because you're too focused on getting on your mounts. But it seems like there's various like barricades, and you can see what looks like some vines at one point and some other things. And moments later, you find yourself basically sitting on animals. Have any of you ridden animals before, like horses even? Are any of you like remotely familiar with animal handling? Like, are you? Is anybody proficient? Is my question.
Wisdom.
No.
I'm not.
Okay, nobody's proficient with animal handling.
I have insight.
Okay, so you guys feeling out of your elements a little bit on these like these big beasts, carnivorous-looking beasts.
I usually eat them.
I had to choose between animal handling and survival, and I figured survival would be more handy.
The four green vipers like simultaneously with practiced ease mount their four beasts, and Akane raises a horn to her lips, and she says, Abtao is watching and judges your valor. Begin! Now it's 10 to 10. Do you guys want to go through the race, or should we pick this up here next time?
I want to race, but I know
I want to race.
Let's get through the race knowing.
Breath on vacation.
There's going to be more stuff after this. Well, I don't know what John's got tomorrow.
Go,
We can
speed
go.
racer.
All right.
You guys want to do the race? Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just want to be respectful of your guys' time and not run over if you guys aren't cool with it. I don't think it'll take that long, but... Okay.
2 hours later.
I feel like we're all like lined up at the start, and I'm like, I wonder if that turtle guy that we.
Okay, one sec. You guys can go ahead and, as the horn blasts, you guys can go ahead and roll initiative to see what...
All right.
Yeah.
I had one quick question. Which,
What are we doing?
No. The taunt action, what is the outcome of it? I know it's like a charisma versus the save. What does it cause by doing it?
The which one?
Taunt?
Taunt is the intimidation.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and the result is if they fail, they have disadvantage on their next
Okay,
obstacle, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's basically distracting them from the upcoming obstacle.
Okay. That was the only thing I meant. Thank you.
And of course, you won't know what the obstacle is if you choose to taunt yet, because you don't know what they might. Because the idea is you guys are kind of like weaving in and out past each other and stuff. So what obstacle you might end up dealing with is.
And tripping, is that only on your row?
Yeah.
Okay.
Taunt is within one space. Tripping is same row. Jab is same row. And dash doesn't matter.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy.
I don't know if that works.
Groovy's not in Todd now yet.
Yeah, he's been in there. I've just been hiding.
Okay. Okay, so let me roll these guys' initiatives. Roll NPC initiatives. Okay, so we have... I'll put you guys in the initiative order on the tracker. So in position 1, we've got Scout 4. In position 2, we've got Scout 3. In position 3, we have Jonah. Position 4, we have Scout 2. They're called Scouts, but they're Green Vipers. Then we have Aelin is next. I know you guys don't technically know this, but for this purposes, I'm telling you. Blackwind is after Aelin, then Archie after Blackwind, then Baz, and coming up in the very end is Scout 1, who apparently his mount is a little slow off the draw.
But that one probably has the highest speed in the end. And if I ever played video games, that's what that means.
Okay, so
Man, Scouts going so fast.
round number 1. Yeah, I need to open this up so I can see the whole thing. Round number 1, the first guy is going to attempt right out the gate. He's going to attempt to jab Aelin with her rider pole. Gonna try to. Hello? Hit!
There it is.
So she lashes out with her pole, it smacks into you. You need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Nice. Pretty good.
That's garbage.
I need to have this over here on my other screen. There we go. What'd you get? 17? Okay, so even though the pole connects with you, you stabilize yourself and you do not fall off of your mount.
That was Scout 4?
Yeah, that was Scout number 4 in position 1. So that was her action, and then her move, she moves up to position 2. The next person to go is Scout number 3. Scout number 3 will attempt to take the dash action by animal handling. She tries to get out of the... Yeah, so she spurs her mount and takes off like a shot and moves 2 positions forward.
Yeah.
Jonah, you are next to react. So you can move forward 1 position, or you can do one of those 4 actions. Dash, jab, taunt, or trip. Or sorry, you can do both. You can do both.
One, or you can move and do an action?
Yeah, you get 1 action, or you can attempt 1 action plus a move, or you can attempt to dash with an animal handling, but then you don't get an action.
So I will attempt to dash.
Okay, give me animal handling.
Use inspiration to give me advantage.
Okay.
Just grip it and rip it, little guy.
Okay. Unfortunately, your animal doesn't seem to respond, so you use your whole turn, but only move up 1 space. You did not dash successfully. You're kind of like, hiya, hiya, and the thing's just kind of like plodding forward at its normal pace. It's like, is there something on my back?
Notices the kicks. It's like, what's on my back? What's on it?
Scout number 2, it will move forward 1 position, and then it, or she, calls out towards Blackwind, and she's like, ha! Filthy orc, you'll never match the speed of the elven people. You'll fail, just like you've always failed against us. And she tries to taunt you. So she's going to make an intimidation check versus your wisdom insight. So give me a wisdom insight.
Wisdom, yeah. Insight, I guess.
It's entire.
Is this hidden then? No, it's not.
No.
Nothing.
It's opposed, right? So.
Nothing.
Oh, okay. Phew.
Nice.
That's okay.
Oh,
I always saw the 6.
you know, her words stung a little bit, but you're like, ha, we'll see about that. And steel yourself. You are not at disadvantage for your next obstacle.
Nice.
Aelin.
All right, I'm gonna move up, and then I'm gonna try and jab number 4.
Ooh. Okay.
I'm just gonna use this attack, but it should be the appropriate attack.
Okay.
Attack. Yeah, that's going to hit, so that provokes a dexterity saving throw from her. Well, with a 20, she nimbly stays on her mount as you guys trade blows back and forth. Ping, ping. Okay.
A sloppy fight.
Blackwind.
All right. So to do a distraction, I just have to be 1 square behind them. The most.
Yeah, you can. It's either in your row or 1 square ahead of you or behind you.
Yeah. Okay. Because I'll move forward.
Okay.
Oops. And then I will attempt to distract the one in the lead then. Because that one's
3.
number. The
second.
So
yeah, I can barely read that number 3.
So this is a
you know what? I'm just
intimidation.
I'm gonna yell at it, just like to scare the mount, like just intimidate the mount.
Okay.
Like full on beast mode, yelling at it.
All right. Give me a intimidation check. This will be a charisma intimidation.
Okay. So I gotta change that to charisma. Take that.
And
Only
then
plus
she
one, but-
will defend, or they will defend
Woohoo!
with
Nice.
a wisdom. Ooh, jeez. Okay.
Full on just beast mode yell.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So you do. She kind of grabs the mount, kind of rears up and kind of turns. You can see her fighting with the creature. Yeah, so whatever you've done has spooked it. She seems slightly out of control. She's going to have disadvantage on her next obstacle she encounters.
That's how you do it.
All right. Archie.
It's me. All right, I'm gonna.
Punch it.
What is that? Plus nothing. All right, I'm gonna move up and try and jab at the one in the first position, in like the first slot number 1, the first one that went. Yeah.
So number
Okay.
4.
I know I put PCs down below, but I thought it was easier to put you guys in initiative order on the chart.
Yeah.
Okay, so make an attack roll. Yeah, that'll connect. You didn't actually attack her, but that's okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. 18 will connect. She will make a dex save to... So you're jabbing, not tripping, right?
Yeah, I'm jabbing. Because tripping was animal handling.
No,
Tripping is acrobatics or athletics.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's acrobatics or athletics versus animal handling. If you try to
Gotcha.
trip.
Versus okay, I'm still jabbing for this time because I get proficiency.
Oh, oof, oof. Okay, you smack her with your pole. So she gets hit by Aelin. I assume I pictured like you guys on either side of her. Aelin she smacks Aelin. He hangs on. He smacks her back, and then she kind of gives him like this grin, like haha, and you like just smack her like square on in the chest, and she goes
Distraction.
and she's like oof, and falls backwards off her mount, slamming into the ground. The mount immediately is well trained enough that it kind of rears up and slows so she can get back on. But yeah, she's gonna lose her next turn. Okay. So I don't know how I'll mark. We'll just have to remember. So Scout 4 loses her next turn. Baz.
Okay. Remind me again. What is the with trip?
So trip can be done on anybody in the same row as you. It's a athletics or dexterity check. If you're successful on the check, they have to make a wisdom, an animal handling. No, sorry, it's not animal handling. It's a wisdom saving throw, or they go back one position.
Or they go back one.
Yeah, so it pushes them back down one row.
Okay, cool. I'm going to move up one.
Okay.
And then I'm going to attempt to trip Scout number 2.
Scout number 2. Okay.
Nice.
So are you going to use athletics or acrobatics?
Absolutely. I'll be using athletics.
Okay. And it's a check. So.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that'll succeed. So that'll force a wisdom saving throw on her. Which she will fail. So you trip her up. They stumble, fall, end up facing the wrong direction, and she effectively goes back a position. Then
Mario Kart wipeout sound.
Yeah. Scout number 1 uses the blue turtle shell, takes out her own opponent. No, just kidding. Scout number 1 will rush up, and enraged by your actions, Baz, she will attempt to trip you.
Do it.
So she's gonna use I assume acrobatics is better for her. Yeah, she'll use her acrobatics against you. No, she tries, but she can't quite. It must be your low center of gravity, your massive weight. But she basically sticks her pole in the legs of it, and just kind of like bounces off and keeps going. Doesn't affect you. All right.
Yeah, that dinosaur's got inertia now.
End of round 1. We now move into the first round of obstacles you guys will be facing. So, in order, we need to roll a d20. So, I'll just run through the order. So, Scout 4. Scout 4 will encounter... Scout 4 bypasses the first round of obstacles, doesn't encounter anything. Scout number...
But she loses her turn next turn.
Yeah, she's still... Yeah. Scout number 3 is intimidated, has disadvantage on dealing with an obstacle. She will encounter... what is this? A wooden beam suddenly swings down in front of her. She must make a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage. If she fails, she is dismounted and loses a position rank.
Oh, shit.
So disadvantage on this check.
Lose it! Lose it!
It's a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage.
Ugh.
So this beam swings down and thump knocks her right off of her mount. She is knocked back. Jonah, roll me a d20, please. See what obstacle you may face. A 20. You weave through threading the needle and don't have to deal with an obstacle this round.
Nice.
I do the same thing as last turn. Inspiration and try to dash.
Oh wait, it's not your turn
We're not
yet.
there yet, right?
We're just dealing with obstacles.
All the obstacles.
It's like you go through one round of actions and then everybody goes through one round of obstacles and then continue.
Okay.
So, Scout number 2, who got knocked off of her mount and is trying to catch back up, but she's lagging behind.
I hope she gets hit by a board too. Just running on the ground.
Yeah, for her, maybe it's because she's not where the obstacles are yet, but she doesn't have to deal with one this round. Aelin, roll me a d20.
Oh, thought I did. Here we go.
Aelin, you're fine. Nothing happens.
Ooh.
Blackwind, roll me a d20. Oh, Blackwind. A net snare. A net suddenly springs out from the side towards you.
Not
Who's
a
a
net.
net?
You must make either a athletics check or an acrobatics check. If you fail, you are dragged off of your mount and lose a position rank.
Well, I think I'll go with the athletics.
Okay, and it's a check. It's not a save. So. I mean,
Yeah, but still, it's
Okay.
the athletics I'm trained in. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Dokie. Let's see. Whoops. It's a skill check. So.
Yep.
Yeah. Roll your athletics.
Come on. Oh, that was horrible.
Woo.
hopefully
A
that was enough.
14 is enough to. You get hit by the net and you just like kind of spin in your
through.
mount and throw it off of you and maintain your speed.
I want to hang on to it and use it.
Archie, roll me a d20.
Oh boy.
Okay, Archie, you run head first or mount first into a thick mire of mud. You need to make a animal handling check. If you fail, you lose a position and you may not dash on your next turn.
Cool.
You're going mud bogging.
Nat 20. She suddenly, not knowing what she's doing, she kind of like looks at this mud and just goes, and happens to pull the reins the exact right way as it jumps and leaps the mud pit.
These things practically drive themselves.
Nat 20, nicely done.
Instinctively, she's like, move earth. Wait, I can't do that. It takes too long.
Baz, roll me a d20, please.
Nice.
Yeah, you're fine. No obstacle on this round. And then finally, the last Viper has to deal with nothing. All right, so we're back around. So scout number 4 was tripped.
I knocked her off.
Oh, you jabbed her, knocked her off, so she loses her turn, so she cannot move forward or do anything. Scout number 3, who got knocked back a rank,
Beamed me aboard.
is going to attempt to dash for a second time. Okay, she moves forward 2.
Damn.
She can't dash anymore. That's 2 for her. That's the most you can do
Yeah.
during a race.
Well, one basically happened, or she only got one the one time, but
Yeah.
overall, but she's still been. I thought she got knocked off. She just got knocked back. Damn it.
Yeah, the trip pushes them back, but they don't lose their turn. The jab
Well, she
knocks
got
them off.
beamed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. So the trip, she got pushed back, and then she.
Back, but that's it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm thinking the other one.
Did she get beamed?
Yeah, she got beamed and knocked back. Yeah. But then she got back on and she dashes forward, so she's in position 4 now. So she's still got quite a bit of lead, even being knocked down. If you didn't do that, she would have hit position 5 already, potentially. Anyways, Jonah, what would you like to do?
That's not off straight away.
Dash. Inspiration.
You gotta wait for the
Sorry,
boost to
Hold on.
fill.
Sorry.
Did she know that? Didn't
Oh.
Blackwind
Yeah.
intimidate her? Did she roll that with disadvantage?
No,
that was
that's
only-
for obstacles.
That's for
Oh,
obstacles,
okay. I thought it was next round.
And yeah, just managed to hit her and spin her. Basically.
Yeah, it did work
Yeah.
for the obstacle.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks,
So Jonah attempts to dash and fails. That's what it looked like to me. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't actually hear what you were trying to say. So.
Sorry.
Sorry. So Jonah does move up 1 position. Scout number 2 tries to catch up. She's going to attempt to dash to try to catch up. Fails. Only moves up 1. Aelin.
I'm gonna jab scout number 2 and then move, but I'll do that first.
Yeah, you can do it in either order.
Well, technically, I'd have to jab first because
That's what I mean.
you said I could do it in either order.
Yeah.
I'm saying I can't do it in either order
Oh, you
because
miss.
if I move first, then I'm not in the same row.
Right, that's what I mean. That's why I was saying you didn't have to move first, is what I meant.
Right? Yeah, I couldn't move first, is what I was
Well,
saying.
you could, but then you couldn't attack if you did.
You guys are aggressively agreeing.
All right. Well, that's it. Okay.
That's all I got.
Blackwind.
So the boost is animal hand.
Yeah, the dash is an animal handling check.
I'll give her. It's not a bad check for me. It's just not a great one either. All right, let's give her a shot. Fuck me.
No.
Nope.
So you move up 1. Archie, is it gonna go to your turn? Oh, there we go. Archie.
Okay. I'm gonna move up 1, and then I'm gonna try and intimidate scout number 3.
Okay. That's a charisma intimidation check, please.
Yell at her, look out for the beam!
Idiot.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck.
Try as you might, you're just not that intimidating. She does not seem to be.
Is it contested?
It's
No.
against turns.
No, it's not. It is. You're right. It is contested. I'm thinking of Trip. Yeah.
One.
This is against Wisdom Insight, so this is just a Wisdom check. Ties go to.
We both rolled.
Yeah, if you're both rolling, then ties go. The state doesn't change.
Okay.
So if you were trying to intimidate and she was not intimidated, then she's still not intimidated.
Right. Okay. So she tied you. So she looks over her shoulder at you and just gives you this little grin.
Every other one goes. No, it doesn't.
Here comes another beam, though.
Attacks go to attacker.
Yeah, in
Save.
contested rolls, if it's a tie, there's no change.
Reroll.
Yeah, the status quo
roll
stays.
off.
Should be a roll off.
I'm going to attempt a dash. Taking a cue out of Jonah's book, I will burn inspiration.
The
Okay.
dashing hasn't worked out well for us, but
Yeah,
You didn't roll with
hold on.
intimidate with.
I know.
oof, that was close, wasn't it?
There we go.
There you go. Nice.
That's like super boost.
Baz takes, races forward, low in his
Slow,
seat.
guys. It's like Donkey Kong, man. He's slow to start, but man, he gets going.
All right, yeah, he's got that inertia. Can't trip him.
Scout number 1 moves up and shouts forward at Baz and is like, Loxodons cannot race! You'll fail! Of course you'll fail! You're too heavy! The mount will give out on you! And it shakes your confidence as she tries to taunt you. She's gonna make a intimidation check against you. Okay, against your insight, Baz.
Ooh.
Oh, Baz!
Hurt your feelings.
I'm self-conscious about my weight.
Creeping doubt in your mind. Oh god, what if and you're like looking down at your mount's legs, like, will it give out? Maybe it will. You are disadvantaged against your next obstacle. And that takes us to the end of the round. So now we're in obstacles. The first one will try to roll. She will. It is a mud pit. She needs an animal handling check to bypass it, which she fails.
Nice.
So she stumbles into the mud. She loses a position rank and cannot dash on her next turn.
That's a bad day.
Yeah.
You need the next one to get that one.
All of them.
The next one. Oh no! She has to deal with a mud pit as well.
Come on!
Animal handling check. Oh, so wisdom. Animal handling. Ah, fuck. Yeah.
Yes.
She couldn't dash anyway, so that doesn't affect her, but she does lose a position rank. So the two up front, I guess they went around on the same side. They're mired in the mud.
When
No.
you told her to look out for the beam, she hit the mud hole.
Jonah.
Oh no!
Roll d20. Once again, no obstacle for Jonah.
Nice.
He's like,
The
what
little, they
obstacle?
just keep like
Yeah,
swiping over them.
they are swinging by. They're just not hitting him.
The third scout doesn't encounter any obstacle. Aelin? Aelin, no
Nice.
obstacle. Blackwind.
Dreaded number 3.
Yep, Mud Pit. Will you succeed where those two failed? Roll a animal handling check, please.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, you managed to just in time pull your mount to the left and bypass the mud pit.
You saw the two other mounts.
Yeah, the
stuck in mud.
two other in front of you.
Ooh, better not go there.
I know some maneuvers. You're just listing lazily to the left.
Archie.
But it's working.
Archie. Suddenly, a twisting vine lashes out at you. You must make a wisdom saving throw, please, to navigate the twisting vines.
Oh boy. I'm proficient in those, but it's probably this. Ah! Thank you!
Nice. Just so you know, you succeed. Just so you know, if you had failed, you and your mount would both fall and cost you 2 position ranks. As you get tangled in the vine. Baz, roll d20, please.
Come
on, Baz!
Come here.
Okay. Oh, it's a vine trap, and you need to make a wisdom saving throw with disadvantage because you're intimidated.
Oh,
it's almost like we were driving. Everybody's driving in the same area. Ooh.
Oh, nice! Even though
it just grabs you, you rip through it.
You barely avoid a dark fate.
Rip through it.
Locks it on the best racers.
Apparently. And finally, the last one, does she... Amazed at the fact that you didn't fall. Oh god, it's a mud pit! No! Animal handling...
I'm not gonna get caught by the vine.
Please fail.
No, she's fine.
It's so funny, like the 3 sisters are all in the same mud pit.
Damn it!
So scout number 4 remounts, moves up 1. She can't dash, so she will instead attempt. She will shout a taunt at Jonah, and she says, "Who let children on this course?" Ha ha ha! Jonah, you must make an insight against her charisma.
Not bad.
Oh, cutting words. 19 versus your 15. No. You are intimidated.
That doesn't make any sense.
you have to navigate the next obstacle, should there be one, because you've been lucky so far, with disadvantage. Scout number 3. She's also in mud. She can't dash, right? Oh, she couldn't anyways.
Yeah, she's out of dash.
She moves up a position and attempts to trip Baz. She will make a dexterity acrobatics. If successful, you make a wisdom saving throw. So let's see if she's successful. Yeah, wisdom saving throw, Baz.
You're busy celebrating the.
So she trips you. You stumble and lose a position rank. Putting number 3 in the lead. Then Jonah, remember you're not at disadvantage yet. What do you do?
Move up and try to trip Scout 3.
Okay. So
I thought you were gonna go for the dash.
It's again. Athletics or acrobatics, and if successful, she makes a wisdom saving throw. That's a success. Nice. Wisdom saving throw. Oh no! She trips and stumbles backwards. Jonah's in the lead.
There's a lot of slappies going on.
Scout number 2 moves up and attempts to jab at Archie. Hurrah!
She hears you, Joan. I says, "Shut up, walk."
Gotcha. You need a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh.
Oh no!
Oh, not one. You are knocked off your mount and lose your next turn. Aelin.
I'm enraged. And I will attack number 2 with a jab.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Mad enough.
Oh, so she animal handling, right? Yeah.
Or Dex?
Dexterity
Oh no, Dex
saving.
Dex save. You're right. Dex save. Yeah, she succeeds.
Damn it.
But you still make contact.
Yep. All right.
That might make you feel a little bit better.
Blackwind.
I will attempt a dash.
Ooh, okay. Animal handling. Oh,
Yay.
that'll do it. Was that your first dash?
That was
Yeah.
my first.
Yeah.
First successful dash, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Blackwind's getting close to the finish line. Archie, unfortunately, you are getting back on your mount. You missed this turn. Baz.
I am going to attempt to which is better. I'm going to attempt to trip scout number 1.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, that'll do it. So now she needs a wisdom save, or she loses a rank. Okay, wisdom saving throw. Yeah, no, not gonna do it. She's successfully tripped. Down she goes. And then it's her turn. She will move up. And she will attempt to taunt Aelin. She's like, "You pale-skinned freak! You'll pay for what you just did to my friend." Charisma against your insight. Yeah, you just jabbed. What's her name?
We'll meet
but I
again,
failed.
Spider-Man.
Well, you still make contact, but she didn't.
Oh, that's a good check. Wow, I rolled a nat 20. You rolled a nat 1.
Wow.
I feel like you should be intimidated for the rest of the race, but I'm not an asshole. So you are at disadvantage on your next obstacle.
What
You went full
obstacle?
Canadian.
So Scout 4, any obstacle for you? No obstacle for her. Next one, obstacle for you? No. Jonah, is there an obstacle? And remember, you have disadvantage if there is.
No obstacle.
Yeah, you just.
6.
Oh,
A 6
Finally
is a net snare.
Net snare.
It is either a athletics or acrobatics check to avoid the net. With disadvantage. Nice! Jonah is too nimble by far and avoids the net with ease. Then it's the next scout. Oh no, it's a net snare for her too. She'll use acrobatics. What is the DC? Yeah, no, she avoids the net as well. Aelin, you are intimidated if you do have one. Oh, it's vines! The vine trap! Wisdom saving throw with disadvantage, please.
and this is
I'm
the one
gonna
that
use
slaps you back.
inspiration. I'm gonna use my inspiration to
Make it normal?
make it just a normal roll. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not proficient at wisdom saves. Oh, I shouldn't have wasted that.
17! Nice!
Beauty.
You fight through the intimidating. How could she call you pale? What an asshole! But you're fine. You avoid these vines. Blackwind, roll a d20 for an obstacle.
Oh,
What is it?
it's an 11.
Which means there's no obstacle.
Yay! Okay.
You're closing in on that finish line, Blackwind.
So now I just have to survive being
Archie,
ambushed by everyone.
no obstacle. Baz. Baz, net snare. Athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
Athletic.
Yeah,
Nice.
nice
Right
rolls.
through it.
Yeah, just tears through you. I imagine it's like stuck on you, but it's so small it doesn't hinder you.
It's just like,
It's like a hat.
I'm keeping this.
Hey, there's that,
Oh,
there's
God.
that book you were looking for.
Oh god, she rolled a nat 1 on the obstacle.
what
What
does that
is
do?
this? Oh god, it's a blockade of a wall of wood and debris blocking her path. It's an animal handling check.
Dinosaur explodes.
Okay, here we go. Animal. Oh,
Put a bomb in the dinosaur?
animal handling check. Oh, she missed it by 1. No, she
So what does it do?
she stumbles back. She hits the wall full
Crashes.
speed, crashes off of her mount,
Dies.
losing a position and her next turn.
Ooh.
Wow. That is
Pay attention
And
next
loses
time.
a wheel.
Did Blackwood just win? Can they even stop him?
Actually, they could
They can-
potentially move up, and 2 of them could reach.
He
me
could
with-
get obstacle. He could get.
No,
Yeah,
I got
no.
no. Op-
No, so basically,
No, he'll cross
they
the finish
can't
line.
move up enough to hit you.
Oh.
They
So
can.
Blackwind
Yeah,
on
they
that's,
his
can
turn
do
moves
a-
up and wins.
I mean,
trip,
they
okay?
can give him disadvantage on his next obstacle, which
Can't they
Wait, I
trip
guess
me?
the question is, does he have to pass the obstacle after he hits the finish?
no.
Yeah.
First one to
Can't
make it
they
to
do
that
it?
finish line makes it. But
Nice.
Jonah could technically win.
Jonah
Same-
could dash.
or
to get him.
Aelin. Jonah or Aelin
Jonah
could take
and
the win
now
here.
it's against us.
Uh,
I mean,
So-
he did say any rider.
Yeah. So they could.
So I'm,
Yeah, that one's free to win.
I'm gonna move these 2 up 1. It doesn't really matter what they do because they can't affect.
Well,
Yeah,
they can
you
affect
can.
him, but they can affect me.
They could affect
If
you.
they
That's
want
true.
to jab, they could cause those 2 to lose their turn, which means Blackwind would win.
Yeah, she'll
Yeah,
jab.
I mean, it's
she'll
still
jab
fine,
Jonah. She
right?
misses.
Yeah.
She
The
missed.
other side.
So now it's Jonah's turn. So if you succeed on an animal handling dash, you'll rush forward and win the
All
race.
right.
What if I animal dash?
No.
Oh no,
And then I
Jonah!
get farther.
Jonah is almost there, but he can't do it. The
I do
scout.
want to see.
The scout moves forward and attempts to trip Aelin.
Oh, come on.
What's a trip? Trip is a
Attack.
I think
No,
that
trip
Jonah
is,
might be
uh,
appropriate
Acrobatics or
ace for this
acrobatics?
race.
Oh, you're tripping. Straight up.
acrobatics off. I got 7. Failed. All right. Aelin, can you dash to
brother.
victory?
I'm going for the dash. No.
No!
We suck.
That means Blackwind, by default, no matter what you do, you will win this race.
Yay.
With a final dash
Yeah, look at
across the
that.
finish
Yeah.
line.
That's the finish.
He like runs into the crowd.
And go back to the beginning. Sorry.
This is good.
I finished by standing on my mount.
With a roar of the crowd, Blackwind, you cross the finish line. The crowd goes crazy as Akane shouts across, amplifying her voice through like a megaphone kind of like thing, and not like an electronic one, obviously, she's like, and there we have it! The Blade Fangs take victory with Blackwind the Orc.
Whoa!
She's like, what a race! The newcomers, untested, have taken victory. But will they win the tournament? Tune in next time on Magic Mythal.
Well, hold on. Can I do one more thing? I didn't know if we were gonna like let everyone else have the rest of their turns.
Well,
That doesn't really matter, but what...
he wants to see if he comes in
I
second.
was gonna try and see if I could get my dinosaur to turn around and help the scout number 1 back up on her mount.
Oh.
Sure, animal handling.
Tell her that she's
He'll
hurt your
fail.
You're gonna
feelings.
eat her.
It gets dequalified.
No! Not a chance!
Oh.
Maybe
you
spurred on by the cheering crowd, but your animal just takes off forward,
I
ignoring you
wanna-
completely.
I can dash across the line.
Yeah, you can.
Again? I'm not across the line, but I get there. I get a burst of speed. I just want to cross it.
Nicely done, guys. You
Yeah, that was really cool.
I let out another roar like I did at the intimidating the dinosaur. Rah! I wasn't trying to intimidate her, just the dinosaur.
And the 4 green vipers kind of dejectedly walk off into their locker room. You guys are ushered back to yours, where the guy who explained the rules, he's like, that was fantastic. You guys put on quite a show. I knew you had it in you. And who says you haven't raced before? You're natural born champions. He's like,
Blackwind.
do well in the arena in the next round, and well, you might make a name for yourself in this town. But we'll find out next session. You guys have a couple hours in between while the other events go on before you have to face off in round 2 in the arena. So we will next time.
Can I give inspiration to Andre for sticking with protecting me consistently?
Sure. And do.
The intimidating the dinosaur was fun.
I'd say inspiration to Ryan for winning the race.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sure.
In style too.
Yeah, I want to give one to Jonah. And am I allowed to give out 2?
You can only give out 1.
Shit.
I would like to give out 1 to Baz.
Okay, I was gonna give one to Baz, so I'll give one to Jonah.
Oh.
Well, I was gonna give one to both of you. Jonah for the just like the I don't know, the like the RP, but I wanted to come up with a like the compassion, the sort of the moment of reflection, and then I wanted to give one to Baz just because he keeps cooking great meals for us.
I think you're
spending money on food.
Your boost wasn't working probably because it couldn't even feel your kicks. It's just like
all right. So just real quick, because
John, what were you gonna give to Baz?
Oh, I knew.
Yeah, because mine doesn't count.
The RP as well too. I thought he had some very good.
Yeah.
The fact that I could say, even at the beginning, he knew exactly what I was talking about.
Nice. All right. It's 10:30, so we'll end here. Just I don't know. We can do our quick roundtable, but for me, Dinosaur Race was the highlight because I love running. That was fun.
So good.
That was my rose for this session. Didn't really have a thorn other than I guess I don't know. I didn't really have a thorn. I like it was fine. It was good.
It was good.
Andre, do you have anything real quick?
Rose was definitely Omala.
Okay.
The guy. And the Dinosaur Race, of course.
Nope. Thorns? Anything?
No. I am glad it wasn't a foot race because I would have been really upset if we just leveled right afterwards and I wouldn't have been able to do anything cool in a foot race.
Yeah.
But it wasn't, so it's fine.
Yeah. Brad, what about you? Roses, thorns?
Obviously, Dinosaur Race is great. I would say, like, the Executioner's Row stuff didn't feel as, like, I don't know, good, but it's also a reflection of this place, you know, and it was a good reminder of like this is how stuff just happens here, you know, but at the same time in game it was just sort of like this is dark.
This is
Yeah.
I saw that coming though.
Yeah.
But it probably gives a little niche for everybody though.
Liz, what about you? Rose, thorn?
Dinosaur Race is great. I like Omala kind of tying into the die where everywhere we go, somebody's got a problem. I kind of love it.
Yep.
God, there was something that Jonah said, and it wasn't very long ago, but it was hilarious and perfect, and I can't even remember it now. But I don't remember what it was, but it was great.
Bag?
Props to John
yeah,
for something
better stuff. The arrow.
Any thorns, Liz, or no?
I don't think so.
Okay. John?
Oh. It was the note for the stuff. Better stuff.
That was good.
Just perfect.
John, what about you? Rose, thorn?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of good roses. I think everybody's mentioned. I'll also, I think, to Brad's thorn, I think it's also the part of our party is a lot more, I think, lighter than it was last campaign. Like, I think we'd be a lot more applicable to betting on Bloodsport in that campaign to this one. So I think it's an interesting dynamic that we have in this party too. Shows how it's changed. So yeah. I think it's interesting.
Cool.
So I wouldn't even call it a thorn, but
I
definitely see what you were saying.
I think I disagree with you, John. I think we would be. Well, I don't know. Cedric would probably be like. I don't know.
That's it.
I feel like
Lucy would even be into it.
Byron would probably like cause a fuss because you'd just be like, "This is messed up," and I'm not standing by it or whatever. Whereas I feel like Baz, he's like, this is harsh, but hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's like Archie understands it from a like historical, archaeological, like this is traditions and stuff, but she is not for it. Like, and it's not the executioner's row, it's the bedding. That's what is the needle. That's just like, that's so wrong. You know, betting on people's survival and lives is terrible.
Brian, what about you? Rose, Thorn?
Well, I mean, as far as the Thorn goes, like, it's not even like, just to add on to it. It's just, I think that Trader or the Executioner row is just a niche for maybe those slightly darker characters, right? So,
sure,
you know, it's an expanded area for them almost.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's definitely the group dynamic. Like even with Blackwind, he thought it was a farce, right? But at the same time, he's also used to living off the land or whatever. So unfair things happen, but
there's trial by combat, and then there's that.
Actually, I would say I'm going to revise what I said too. For Thorn, my Thorn as a DM for the session was that for some reason I thought it had the mechanics of the betting for Executioner's Run in the book. When I looked it up, it turns out it has mechanics for the dinosaur race betting. Not for this particular one you were in, but if you were just betting on dinosaur racing. So I felt like I stumbled. I should have prepared and I should have known that you guys might want to be interested. Turns out only one of you did, but I think I wasted too much time trying to figure out that betting. But only one of you even wanted to anyways. I feel like I should have just moved on. But anyways,
I think
live and
most
learn.
people ended up not wanting to bet on somebody's life.
Yeah, I should have just kind of either prepared better or just moved on faster for that. But whatever, live and learn.
The dinosaur race worked really well because the drama. It actually had a lot of drama. Like they were getting ahead, and we managed to snag them behind and distract them enough and all that. So
yeah, I liked it because for that reason, but I also liked it that it wasn't like oh, you know, whoever's fastest wins. It was like a bit abstract of where you were on the track. You weren't tracking exact positioning on the track, or you know, it was just kind of like theater of mind a bit more.
It's also a little bit equalizing in that you still have a sort of a little, you know, obviously if you have animal handling and insight and athletics, you have a leg up, but it doesn't feel so punishing.
For this party, I was like, oh, nobody has animal handling, and you're not a wisdom heavy party. I was like, oh no.
I think
but you worked out.
I think I'm one of the wisdom's decent.
Decent, that's true.
Me too. I mean,
my highest stat.
That's fair enough. Yeah.
We had numbers, but they probably had more of the animal handling skills.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or
like I thought about having five of them versus 5 of you guys. But the book suggests to only have 5 if you have 6 players. I don't know why, but
like one less than everybody else.
Yeah, I think they wanted to skew it slightly in the player's favor. I think that's why. Mainly because all those 4 riders were also scouts, which means they had animal handling and decent wisdom and dex, so they were actually pretty good at what they were doing. So I think that's why there's less of them. But anyway,
we definitely rolled really good against them. Like even my intimidation check was actually pretty hilarious.
Yeah,
I did it for flavor more than just expecting it to work.
The disadvantages rolled really well.
Yeah.
And
that vine trap with disadvantage, I thought you were screwed, but you rolled so good. I was like, oh, you would have gone back too. Anyways, okay. Well,
I thought that was the most new thing I've had to do in D&D ever, and it was awesome.
Nice.
That was great.
Good. All right. Well, we'll wrap up there. Let's do my little outro thing. So we'll end tonight's session. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Magic Mythal 2 of Annihilation. We live stream every Sunday night starting at 4 p.m. Pacific time on Twitch, and you can catch up weekly on our sessions at YouTube, youtube.com/pinwarp. If you enjoyed spending time and watching this, consider giving us a follow and turning on notifications so you can see when we go live, never miss an episode. Thank you again, and thank you again to all my players. Until next time, good night.